Yeah. Good morning, and welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting on the 27th of April, 2021. Let's start off with talking about the regular meeting agenda. The meetings are open to the public under the following conditions. All attendees must comply with the state of California's face covering requirements. If you are exempt from state face covering guidance, you'll be required to wear a face shield, which will be provided to attend the board meetings. Are they available there, Edgar? All attendees must follow physical distancing, 6 feet requirements. All attendees must comply with any other rules of procedures, instructions announced by the Board of Supervisors and or the county staff. Due to physical distancing, requirement audience seating is limited for the public. It will be on a first come, first served basis. Just once again, in light of us opening the quarters here, it's required by the State of California Department of Public Health along with San Benito County Ordinance. All attendees must comply with the State of California's face covering requirements. Copies of these requirements are printed out and available at the front door. Edgar, they're printed at the front door? Per state requirements, all attendees must wear a face covering at all times. Once again, you need to wear a face covering when you're in these chambers at all times. If you do not have a face covering, there are surgical masks available at the front door. And if you cannot wear such a face covering, there are also face shields. All attendees must further observe physical distancing requirements and maintain a 6 feet separation from one another. Sorry to be so redundant, but I just want to make sure everyone does understand and follow these rules we have in place. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Acknowledge the certificate of posting.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Notice of temporary procedures for Board of Supervisor meetings. Madam Assistant Clerk.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, board members, and good morning, community members. Members of the public who are present here in the chambers who wish to speak during public comment periods and have not filled out a speaker card, please raise your hand and wait to be called up to the podium. If you wish to make a comment through Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure you can participate through public comment. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
We'll go to D, presentations and recognitions. For the Board of Supervisors, we have a proclamation declaring May as Water Awareness Month. And that will be presented by Supervisor B. Gonzalez.
I was wondering why this was here. Okay.
Sorry.
Proclamation, Water Awareness Month, May 2021. Whereas, do I read it off?
You can read some of it.
Okay. Whereas California's arid and semi-arid climate is ambitious and evolving economy, and its continually growing population and climate change have combined to make shortages and conflicting demands the norm. And whereas the health, welfare, and quality of life for our community depends on a reliable, high-quality water supply. And there's a few other whereas. Okay, presented. Now, therefore, the Board of Directors of San Benito County proclaim May 2021 as Water Awareness Month and urge all citizens, businesses, industries, institutions, and public agencies to review their water use and water systems for water use efficiency and to contact the Water Resource Association of San Benito County for water-saving ideas and assistance. Signed by Mark Medina, Chairman, San Benito County Board of Supervisors, April 27th, 2021. Can I add a comment?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay, this Saturday, I live on 4th Street, and this Saturday, the city of Hollister had another water main break, so it's so ironic that this is water awareness, yet we're still having enormous waste of water. And I know it's not within our purview or jurisdiction because it's the city, but this will tag in, and I'll bring it in when we talk about the National Road closure. But we have to find some way to start saving water. I went ahead and Facebooked it live, and just the streams and the amounts of water was coming through there, just a total waste. I wanted to get a bucket and water my lawn, but somehow that needs to be attention to. And I don't know if we as a county have any urge or push, but something needs to be done because the residents of the community are not happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second presentation is to approve a proclamation declaring May as the Older Americans Month in San Benito County. Pauline, would you like to step up to the podium, please? Right next to Supervisor Kazumiki. Whatever's easier for you, if you want to go there. Whatever's easy.
You can go right there. You don't have to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, this is truly an honor being here with Pauline Valdivia, really esteemed member of our community. To me, you're an icon, and just really want to say, first off, I really just appreciate everything you've done for the community, and I'm very grateful for your service all these years to the community, so thank you. So today I'll be presenting a proclamation for Older Americans Month, and then hopefully Ms. Valdivia might want to say a few words. So whereas in 1962, major legislation was introduced to Congress to establish an independent and permanent commission on aging, with subsequent research revealing there were more than 17 million Americans over 65, including over 5.5 million living at the poverty level with few health or human service programs available to help support them. And whereas the commission, historically, Older Americans Month has been a time to acknowledge the contributions of older persons to our country. Today, it is profoundly important to extend the 2021 theme, Communities of Strength, to include the Aging and Long-Term Care Commission of San Benito County, whose members are appointed by the San Benito County Board of Supervisors and who serve daily witness to the belief that the strength of a community is determined by the passion, energy, trust, and accountability of its membership to achieve a common goal. And whereas the Commission actively participates in the development of plans and policies, serves as the official San Benito County Interagency Committee of the local area agency on aging, and serves as the official advisory committee to the establishment of a local No Wrong Door / Aging and Disability Resource Connection Program. And whereas an unwelcome guest, COVID-19, whose relentless presence has insidiously dictated how the needs of San Benito County seniors will be met, was met with a creative vengeance by the members of the Commission as distancing programs were developed and implemented to support a seamless transition of care. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the County Board, by San Benito County, that the month of May 2021 be declared Older Americans Month, with special recognition given to the Aging and Long-Term Care Commission in San Benito County. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I mean, good morning, everybody, members of the board, and also Colin. And I just want to thank you for this recognition because it's so important to the community. As you all know, the long-term care really is works really hard to make sure that services that are available get to the people in the elderly people here in San Benito County. And you have an array of services in the committee, which I am one, representing Jóvenes de Antaño Senior Services. And I just want to thank you. And don't forget, take a senior to lunch, maybe more than once this month. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for all you do for our community.
Thank you, Pauline. So question for you, Pauline. Does that mean you're serving lunch in person now again?
Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. We're just doing the Meals on Wheels right now. We're serving about almost 250 meals.
Okay.
And the congregate meal, we can't serve it until the Department of Aging gives us a go-ahead, include in conjunction with the Health Department here in San Benito County.
Okay. Let us know when they do, and we'll go have
We
lunch
will.
with you. Okay.
Okay.
Not on a Tuesday, of course, but
Okay.
okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Questions? No? Okay.
We'll move on to public comment. This is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 5495 4.2.
If anyone in the audience would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. Okay. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You can press *9 to unmute yourself. Please state your name.
Did you call on Anita?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Yes, good morning. This is Anita Kane. On behalf of the Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, I would like to invite the supervisors to a ribbon cutting ceremony for the new River Park Trail this Saturday, May 1st at 10 a.m. The trail, as you may know, is located within the districts of Supervisors Gonzalez and Hernandez, and it's just across the river from Supervisors Kosmiski's residence. And the importance of this trail to our community is huge, as it represents a good example and allows the experience of what the entire Riverview Parkway can become with our vision, energy, and of course, funding. So we'll meet at the Apricot Lane and Summer Drive Park there to commence the walk and ribbon cutting. We hope to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, board. This is Susan Logue. Thank you all for your continued support of the library and its services. I am also president of the Friends of the Library, and I'm also co-chair for the Coalition for a New Library. I just wanted you all to know, you probably were told already that this month, April 4th, was National Library Week. So if you're able to go to the library's website at the www.sbcfl, you could find the latest information. They've done a great job introducing staff. So if you go to their website and go into introductions, you can find the new staff members that are working at the library and what their jobs are. Also, there's some really exciting information that Nora's put up there if you'd like to pursue that. And then meanwhile, the Friends are going to have their spring newsletter going out soon, and we're going to have library, Friends, and Coalition information on this. So when this is printed, I'll be sure to give you all copies so that you'll have access to that. And anyone in the public who would like to know more about the Friends, you can go to our Facebook page, Friends of the San Benito County Free Library, or you can go to our website, www.sbcfriends.org. We're still continuing to help with volunteerism with the library. And as they begin to open up slowly, we will be returning to teach and tutor as soon as the head librarian Nora gives us the okay. We look forward to that. Meanwhile, Shippers Grant has been given to us, and we're very excited to be working with them as updating our logo and helping with outreach to the community. Lastly, Tammy Aviles was recognized by the library as Volunteer of the Year. And because we couldn't have it in public like we would usually, we did it over Zoom. But I just wanted to recognize Tammy for all her hard work with the coalition and also Nora for nominating her. Thank you all for what you do.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jim Whitehead. I've been a resident of San Benito County for the last 10 years. And I'm a Community Action Board member, and I represent the private sector for Supervisor Gonzalez's District Number 5. A few things of note. May I just comment that our Deputy Director, Enrique Ariola, and his staff are really amazing. They do a great work, and I appreciate them. In 2020, the Community Services and Workforce Development provided homeless supportive services to 604 homeless, and housing support programs issued over $830,000, providing families and individuals opportunities for advancement by receiving rental assistance, utility assistance, moving costs, and dental care. Also provided 835 hotel vouchers, totaling over $545,000. These were issued to provide temporary shelter for people experiencing homelessness in order to protect the most vulnerable individuals in our community and also to prevent the spread of COVID. Another item was that 20 at-risk homeless families consisting of 30 adults and 53 children received emergency shelter from December through March in our emergency family winter shelter program for homeless families. Now that's not all that was done, but I won't take more time. Just to let you know though that the Community Action Board has accomplished quite a bit these last years, and particularly in 2020. I know that our Deputy Director, Enrique Ariola, is going to make a presentation about the CDBG, which looks to provide public facilities of $1 million. It's a housing project benefiting homeless families and or homeless individuals. Also public services of $500,000, homeless services, including case management, housing, navigation, outreach, rental assistance, emergency shelter, and supportive services. These are truly important and needed in our community. I do thank you for your time and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I have a different name on my screen. This is Elia Salinas. Am I speaking?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Dulce, is it me or somebody else's name on the screen?
It is you. It says Elia Salinas.
Okay. I had something. Anyway, good morning, board. Good morning, Ms. Chair and the board. And I want to welcome Supervisor Peter Hernandez. Thank you for coming back to the dais. I have, I'm very involved in this community, and I'm very vocal out on social media. I read a lot of things out on social media. And so when I see something on social media, people shouldn't be surprised that I'm going to make a comment on what I see out there, that I see what is being as mocking and taunting of the San Benito County Sheriff's Department. I last spoke at the meeting, at the last meeting, and I requested that there's an individual with a $6,000 warrant that I wanted equity and enforcement. And since then, all it has been on social media is mocking and taunting. And I'm going to quote, "I'm going to be at the park today. Ridgemark Park is where I'll be at 3:30. Please come and play." Putting it out there, just mocking, to me is an embarrassment to our community and to the Sheriff's Department, because this individual is claiming that she's not going to be arrested, and she's been told she's not going to be arrested for this warrant. She has posted and requesting that people contact the district attorney's office because the charges based against her are lies that were promoted by the Board of Supervisors. That's completely untrue. She's changed the story. This woman cannot be trusted. She wants sympathy from the community to contact the district attorney's office to drop the charges. She's claiming that she's a mother of 4 and that she has a business that's for health and wellness, and that everything that happened on the December 15th was completely turned around. And she says that she was there and her rights were violated. Well, I was there as well, and so were you, the board, and so were some other public members. And I'm just asking the sheriff to please have equity in enforcement and stop the embarrassment. It's like egg in your face to continue to allow the public mocking and taunting that this individual will not be arrested. I spoke last week about this.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You can dial *9 to unmute yourself. You've been unmuted. No more comments.
Okay, anyone from the chambers wish to speak on any items or any items on public comment? See none, we'll bring it back to the board. Department and head announcements. This is information only. No action can be taken.
We have no announcements, Mr. Chair.
Moving right along. We'll go to board announcements, information only. We'll start off with Mr. Peter Hernandez. Welcome back, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'll keep it brief. We met with Captain Taylor, me and Supervisor Kosmicki. Nonetheless, it's filtered down now to sounds like Captain Taylor, which will receive a presentation pretty soon. I want to just thank all the candidates. I know that they were very qualified. Ultimately, I'm so excited to see a difference, a little bit of a change, and I'm hoping that we have a ongoing stronger relationship with the Sheriff's Department. Just something, a little bit of a side bend. I thought it was more of a praise report for the county that I was called today while I had a chance finally to talk to. Edible Monterey, they did a brief interview about the downtown, the parklets, ultimately the county's portion in supporting that, and much to be said, but ultimately it was a lot of thanks, and ultimately the response from the public and the community has been nothing but praises, and I thought I made sure to mention that the county was a huge part of that. This was truly a partnership. The downtown wouldn't have happened without the county. So, I had a CCP meeting. I wasn't able to make it because we had ongoing conversations about the contract, which will receive input pretty soon. But ultimately with the high school, about the regional park, more to be said. But I'm excited about this Saturday, so thank you for the reminder about this Saturday and the ribbon cutting. So that's all I have to share, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hearing about the proclamation earlier, I was thinking my sons keep telling me it's Older Americans Month at my home each and every month. But at any rate, let me just comment a couple things. we've been, Supervisor Kosmicki and I have been spending a lot of time meeting with the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, talking about how to improve business development in our community. And I think we've had a couple of really positive meetings, and we're going to continue to have those going forward each and every month. Some of the things we're looking at are, the EDC is working with the planning department to improve the process for existing businesses and expansion, as well as bringing in new businesses, as well as we're talking about incentives for attracting new businesses. So those are some of the things we're talking about, as well as many others. We've also been meeting, as you know, we are on an ad hoc committee for economic development and revenue sources, and we've been talking about looking at the cannabis ordinance, and as previously discussed, looking at a possibility of having retail for cannabis, but also ultimately looking at revisiting some of the existing ordinance to make it easier for businesses to come in that area. So that's yet to be determined, but stay tuned on that. One of my favorite subjects are roads. Being from District 4 and representing South County, it's a very favorite subject among my constituents. Happy to just mention that, again, previously this board approved 2 third-party contracts for $500,000 with Granite Rock and Don Chapin. And the community is going to see some of that start happening, I believe, this week. Granite Rock will be doing some patchwork in and around the Hollister area on some roads, like Fallon Road, for example. And then I believe next week and beyond, they're going to be spending quite a bit of time down in the South County area where there's such a great need. Also, Don Chapin will be beginning soon, and they're going to be dealing primarily with some of the slides and shoulder work that is so badly needs to be done in our county. So that's something to be looking for. The good news with COVID is things are continuing, seem to be looking much better. But and we're going to be hearing, of course, a report on that today with Tracy and her group. But I just wanted to mention that now, as in other areas, the concern is at times that there is some vaccine hesitancy, and we just want to remind the community that there's a great need to get everyone vaccinated as quickly as possible so we can get to herd immunity as quickly as possible and not go backwards here as we move forward. So I hope everyone out there who is not vaccinated, gets an appointment and gets vaccinated. There are a lot of appointments available now, both locally as well as in other areas. Lastly, I'll just mention that with Pauline here today, it makes me think, in all the great work that she's done over the years, it makes me think of the great work that many nonprofits do in our community. And I would love to see us continue to embrace the work they do and see more collaboration between nonprofits and the county. And in particular, I'll mention, I've been speaking today on the agenda are several items regarding homeless, which is a huge issue in our community as well as everywhere in the country. But I've been working and talking to Linda Lampe from Hollister Community Outreach. For those of you who don't know Linda, she does an amazing job for our community, working with the homeless people, many of which are not in the shelter. And anyway, I would love to see more collaboration between our county and with groups like Hollister Community Outreach and Linda Lampe. There's some times when nonprofits like hers can do amazing things with much less money and get to people in ways that, that frankly, county and city cannot. So that'd be something I like to see. And then lastly, talking about nonprofits, I had a Zoom meeting with Jennifer Lane and people from the San Benito County Arts Council, and you know, I'm just reminded how important arts and is in our community, particularly during COVID and with mental health an issue. Arts and music makes a huge difference among our young people as well as throughout the community. And again, I would like to see the county work closely with San Benito County Arts Council to try to further arts within our community going forward. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. We'll go to Supervisor Gonzalez.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Jim Whitehead for acknowledging all the great work that Enrique and his department, Enrique Arreola, is doing with the Community Action Board. And in his presentation, he reminded me that I do have an opening on the Community Action for anyone in my district that would like to serve on that board. Sherry Stevens retired in December of 2020, and she is still sitting there serving until I find a replacement. So if there's anyone in the community that is in my district that's interested, please reach out to me, Supervisor Gonzalez at cosb.us. I also have a vacancy on the Parks and Rec. I've contacted a few people, they're interested, and then once they find the obligation, it's like, oh, you know, they change their mind. So I do have a position for the commissioner on the Parks and Rec Commission. So again, contact me at Supervisor Gonzalez at cosb.us, and I would love to hear from you. There are a lot of meetings that I attended these past 2 weeks. I attended the San Benito County Behavioral Health Board meeting. I attend weekly the CSAC OES meetings on Mondays and Thursdays. I participated in the sheriff's interview with Supervisor Tiffany, and I was looking forward to meeting the other candidates, but for whatever reason, you know, they backed out. So it was a great opportunity to get to know Eric Taylor on a personal basis, and I look forward to a later announcement, you know, in this board meeting. Of course, we had the special Board of Supervisors meeting last week regarding the budget, and people seriously need to get involved. The community needs to get involved. They need to see what we as a county are struggling with in terms of revenue, and how there are so many needs and wants and obligations that we have to, as a county, to provide for. And people just need to see it. As one of the public speakers, the public comments earlier said, you know, she follows social media, and so do I. And there's just a misconception out there of the community to see that we are not rolling in the dough. We are struggling, and you really need to be part of it and at least listen. We as a county need to be really creative in finding ways to increase our revenue. And so I look forward to that being an ongoing conversation with the 5 board members here. And speaking of the 5 board members, this is a momentous day because not only is Supervisor Hernandez back with us, but this is the first time the 3 new board members are here today, you know, collectively as a collective unit. It's also it's not the first time, but the first time we have participants from the community here attending. We were open last week, but again, not really many people showed up, and so if someone could, for me, take a picture and, you know, with the 5 of us up here, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I also attended an event at the Garden Shop. It was a silly event, but it was hilarious. Cheech and Chong on 420. That was so funny. There were probably about maybe 13, 14 of us out there. We social distanced, but we laughed. And you can hear each of us in the audience quoting our favorite line, you know, from the movie, and we were just busting up laughing. It was hilarious. Thank you, Marcy, for that. I also attended the ribbon cutting ceremony at Pet Friends and Rescue. I had no idea what a beautiful oasis is out there at the end of Buena Vista. I don't own a pet, but if I did, I'd definitely take my pet out there and run around and just kind of sit and bask in the beautiful oasis environment out there. I encourage people to go out there and check it out. It's awesome. I also attended the CSAC directors meeting, in which now I'm officially a delegate to that as opposed to an alternate. And I thank them tremendously for their exposure and awareness of now that our county, San Benito County, is now participating or going to be participating, you know, in the cannabis. I thank them too for making us aware of the necessity of a lobbyist, and so I thank them for that. I also met with the operators of the landfill. It'll be an item on the agenda, but it was, again, it's whenever I talk to them, it's always an educational experience. I also attended the San Benito Arts Council meeting with Jennifer Lane, and I had no idea the service that they are providing to our community. So if any of your children out there are interested, please contact Jennifer Lane at San Benito County Arts Council, because they have programs that are there. Even if you don't think you can afford it, there's creative ways for you to be able to get involved and get your children involved. I also met with former Supervisor Jim Gillio, who, by the way, is San Benito County Chamber of Commerce Man of the Year. You go, Jim. I received many phone calls regarding the San Benito High School potential closure and the issue that's on the agenda, so I'll keep my comments to that. But the community's still not happy with what we're putting forward. I received some concerns about broadband and when are we going to resume those meetings. We want to make sure that we include Frenny Cooper as well as San Benito Rotary, their access committee, because they have been doing wonderful things with the Roma San Juan district. Also, too, there's a concern, and I'm hoping Tracy will address that today when in her presentation. We talk about the vaccines, but OptumServe has failed us as a county in that 2 weekends in a row, their staff has failed to show up, which then it looks poorly on the county. Not only are we deficient in vaccines, but then when we do set up a mass vaccination site, their staff doesn't show up, and unfortunately we don't have any control over them because they're not county staff, but yet the community thinks that we're doing a poor job or we don't have our act together, we're incompetent or something of that nature, and that's not the truth. So I'm hoping that Tracy can address that so we can get clarity out there, because it's really bothersome to hear when we're being talked down to and talked about when it's not even the truth. And then as to the REACH ribbon cutting next Saturday, I have an ongoing commitment on Saturdays, so I'm going to try to play around with my schedule with my students. But Peter, I'm hoping you're going to be there if I can't make it, but I will try my best to do that. Thank you. That's all that I have.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I want to thank our public works staff. Sunday, there was a large tree slumped over, impeding one of the lanes near Union Heights on Union Road in my district. And so thank you to the staff for getting out there on a Sunday and taking care of that. They got out there promptly and mitigated that. So I just want to publicly say thank you for that. I'm on the Seniors Council, and the council urged the state to, for San Benito County to move ahead with this is a state level issue, but for us to be allowed to have a multi-service, it's called a multi-service senior program in San Benito County. And what that is it's a home and community-based services it's home and community-based services to Medi-Cal eligible individuals who are 65 and older and disabled, as an alternative to nursing facility placement. And that's something that it's, we're one of the few counties that don't have that option. So they urge the state to allow us to have that option, and that perhaps that might be something we might consider as some sort of a resolution as well at some point. Supervisor Tiffany mentioned vaccine ad hoc. We'll talk about that later. I will say we strongly urged in a meeting with the providers. We had the issue with some hesitancy, some providers taking the Pfizer vaccine, and Supervisor Tiffany and I strongly urged the local providers to take that vaccine, and I appreciate their willingness to do so. We had, as mentioned, the cannabis meeting, more to come on that. I'm on the Monterey Bay Air Resources District committee, and there was an update from that the American Lung Association State of the Air grades came out, and San Benito County got a B, which is good because typically in the past we've had failing grades on that. So that's a good sign there that perhaps our air quality is improving. The nonprofit grant program, we'll have more on that soon. EDCs, don't need to go over that. With Supervisor Tiffany, talked about that. We're going to have more regular updates from the EDC, which is, a good thing for transparency and for us to, make decisions going forward. And then we're continuing momentum on the situation with homeless individuals in the riverbed. We had several meetings on that as far as, trying to clean up the riverbed, but at the same time providing adequate services to our homeless residents, and also looking at some mid and long-term solutions to the issue here locally, so that we don't keep continually put ourselves in this situation over and over again. So I'm really looking forward to that as we move along. I also sat with the Arts Council, don't need to be redundant there, and I was at the Pet Friends beautification as well. I saw Supervisor Gonzalez there. Thank you for coming to that. Pet Friends beautified, it's back sort of their yard area. There's the facility, and then they have an outdoor section. And what Jack Kimmich, I believe he's the president now, he, mentioned to me was that you don't have to just come there to adopt animals. It's a really, really beautiful setting there, and so you can go there, sit there and enjoy lunch or just enjoy the scenery. So I'd encourage folks to get out to the Pet Friends and see the great work that they're doing there. And then just want to congratulate Bernie Ramirez, who recently was honored as this year's Jefferson Award winner for San Benito County. Bernie's a great guy, and he's very active in the veterans organizations, and I just want to congratulate Bernie publicly and thank him for everything he does for our community. It's a well-deserved honor for Bernie, so thank you. And then if possible, Mr. Chair, I'd like to consider closing the meeting in honor of Jim Fosdick, who passed away. He was a cornerstone of our community for decades. He was an active Rotary member, past president of that organization, and overall, it's just a really big loss for this community, and just want to say condolences go out to all of his family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick one. Last night, I met with our Congressman Jimmy Panetta regarding the San Justo Reservoir. We both discussed we will continue to pursue the funding for the ratification of the mussels. We'll be asking for the funding that we will not be required to pay back. So we're going down the route as we collectively discussed 2 weeks ago about the funding that we don't have to pay back. So nothing's guaranteed, but we did have a long and passionate discussion, and on my side, it was we're not going to pay anything. So it was very straightforward. Other than that, once again, we will close in memory of Mr. Fosdick, who was a cornerstone here. He's going to be missed by a lot of people. Extremely wise business person and a lot of friends, and he's done a lot for this community. So thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor Kosmicki. That is all for me. Now we will go ahead and look at our consent agenda. But before we go to the consent agenda, I did want to ask our CAO. I did speak with you on Friday after the agenda was posted, and I wanted to see if it's possible to move something around a little bit. Number 30 is to accept and elect a sheriff to number 20 and move 20 to number 30. Is that all right with the board? Okay, so just wanted to let you know so the people in the chambers and the people on Zoom understand that's what we're doing. Okay, now we'll look at consent agenda. Do any of the supervisors wish to pull any of these items that we have at hand? There's roughly 17 of them.
Number 1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Peter says number 1.
Mr. Chair, number 10, 13, and 16.
10, 13, and 16, Mr. Bob. Okay, anyone else? Okay, now we'll go to the public. Does the public wish to pull any items?
If anyone in the audience would like to speak, please raise your hand.
There is a consent agenda, sir, and if you're looking at the consent agenda, that's the first 17 items. Okay. If you want to speak about them in length and depth, or you need to have questions, you can talk to the clerk, and she will put you on the list, and it allows you to discuss it in further. If not, we'll approve them as a block, okay? You're welcome, sir.
If anyone on Zoom would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. Press the raise hand icon on your screen or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. press star 6.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Neal.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Neal, and as a representative of Youth Alliance, I want to say that we approved the plan for AB 823 Juvenile Justice Realignment Grant. And this will be presented by our chief from probation, Joe Frontella. Thank you.
Regular agenda.
Last item in
The
regular.
last item, so we can speak about that later on. This is for the consent agenda, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry.
I'm sorry about that. That's number 31.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Elia Salinas. A morning to Mr. Chair. I'm channeling Marty Richmond today. I would like items 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 17 pulled, please.
No problem, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
You can hear some as a group if you'd prefer.
Is it all right if we hear some as a group, ma'am? Miss Elia?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. She's pulling 2, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 17.
1, 2.
Well, one's already done. You
Yeah.
pulled
Oh,
one.
got it.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Anybody else want to pull anything?
No more comments.
While we're on it.
We'll bring it back to the board, and we'll just, consent becomes regular agenda. Okay, we'll go with number 1. We're talking about,
Well, don't we want to approve those that?
well, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
okay,
thought they were all
so-
pulled.
No.
3, okay, so what we have open is 3, 4, 8, 12, 13, and 16. 13 was pulled?
Yes,
Oh,
13
by
was pulled
Mr.
by
Bob.
Bob. Mhm.
Sorry, Bob.
3, 4, 8, and 12. So I move that we approve 3, 4, 8, and 12 on the consent item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
Mr. Chair, just to keep in mind, we do have some speakers on regular agenda too with
What I will do is, once we're done with consent, I may move around the agenda. I mean, it's, once again, unless
we put
you want to hear these at
consent
the end.
At the end and hear the regular agenda.
I don't have a problem with that if it's all right with the board.
Yes, that's
In
fine.
light of our visiting speakers.
Is it all right with the board?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds way better.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just, I wanted to get back to Ms. Salinas. Where the items that you pulled, we're going to hear them after the regular agenda. I just wanted to give you that information. Just put a quick thumbs up if you can hear us. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so a little bit different here. We're going to go to the regular agenda. We'll start the regular agenda with the Health and Human Services Agency. And thank you for bringing that up, Ray. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good morning. For the PowerPoint, just make sure that it's the PowerPoint with 44 slides, please. All right, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, Dr. Ghilarducci, if you could start the presentation, please.
Yes, of course. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Just quickly go through some statistics. No major changes from our last report. This slide compares case counts and deaths between San Benito County and statewide. Nice side-by-side comparison. Essentially, we're seeing similar curves. The state is doing really well. And the county is as well. We've seen little bumps here and there, but I'm still pretty confident and optimistic that we'll continue to follow this course. course, there are threats on the horizon with variants. We're seeing some evidence of some variants that are appearing from other parts of the world, as we've said before. Next slide, please. Impact on hospitals also appear to be good, and we're following kind of statewide models. Our ICU availability, can vary widely just because of the small numbers, but overall statewide ICU capacity is pretty good. Next slide. We're still in the orange tier. For the foreseeable future, we'll continue in the orange tier. Our case counts are kind of right in the middle of that tier. We don't see right now any evidence that we'll be moving to yellow. Fortunately, no evidence that we're moving back to red either. Next slide, please. And this shows San Benito County numbers, as I just mentioned here. Next slide. Looking at projections, next slide. This is kind of a common modeling projection that I've shown before, which continues to show a similar pattern. The worst case line, that line that sort of comes up after today, is a worst case scenario, which shows about the same level of infections that we're currently experiencing. But if we follow the projections, we should continue to see case counts go down. Next slide. A little bit on vaccines, next slide. So we have about 40,000 doses that have been administered to San Benito County residents. And so we're continuing to make steady progress. Next slide. This is my spreadsheet that just shows the calculations based on California Immunization Registry data. You're always going to see a little mismatch in the totals because of a slightly different methodology. One of the things I want to point out on the age table here is that this is per capita percentages, which will differ from what we see at the state level. I'll show you some slides that look at that. But overall, for our 16 and over population, we're about 47% for partial vax and 34% for full vax. My projections for 100%, if we follow the current trajectory, is late September, which is far better than earlier reports, which put us well into 2022. I don't expect that we'll get to 100% because there's always going to be, a group that we can't reach, or those who don't want to be vaccinated. We hope that number is low. To reach herd immunity, it is going to require, because children are ineligible right now, it's going to require many adults to be vaccinated. So we hope to get to herd immunity. We'll continue working toward that. But I think the road will get a little bit tougher going forward because those who are most eager to get vaccinated have made themselves available for that. And the next groups are going to be a little bit harder to reach, but we're going to continue to do that. Next slide.
Doctor, what?
Just a graphical representation, what I just showed you, a difference between partial and full vaccination. One issue that I've been starting to look into is how many people got the first shot and didn't get the second shot. And we're going to try to parse those numbers, but it's something that we're starting to see a trend nationwide, and I'm a little worried about that. The first shot of either Moderna or Pfizer do give you pretty good protection, but we don't think it's as long-lasting protection as that second shot gives you. I think some people are worried that the second shot somehow has worse side effects. Some people have reported that overall it's relatively minor, perhaps a sore arm, perhaps you feel a little tired for a day, but it is well worth it. And so we urge those who have maybe missed their appointment for their second shot to make sure to go ahead and get that done. Even if it's late, it's still helpful for you. Next slide. And this graph shows just the top 10 clinics that have given to San Benito residents. And you can see kind of a broad distribution across many. There are many other partners that have been vaccinating our residents, including some private practices that aren't listed here just because the numbers are a little bit smaller. But I would say that San Benito County residents have received vaccines from hundreds of different clinics and providers throughout all across the state. And then some of those numbers actually don't show up here. If they've been vaccinated through the VA, for example, those numbers do not get listed in the California Immunization Registry. And so we're kind of blind to those. But this kind of gives you an idea of the participation of our various top 10 clinics. Next slide. This slide shows an equity view using Healthy Places Index quartiles. These are kind of measures of kind of different, looking at different indices for healthy communities, and essentially are divided into 25% quartiles. In San Benito County, we do not have any quartile 1 areas, nor do we have quartile 4. Our most populous quartile is quartile 3. And you can see that we're roughly about halfway through, at least with partial vax in that group. For quartile 2, which is much smaller, we're also about halfway through. So the important point is that the vaccines continue to be distributed equitably across our 2 different quartiles. Next slide. And this shows the race and ethnicity mix. These are state slides, by the way, available to anybody who wishes to look these up on the state website. You can see that about 66% of our Latino population continues to be in need of at least 1 shot or more, and 60% of our white population. So we're doing okay there. I'd like to see that a little bit better, that mix between the 2. Next slide. And this shows age-based allocation and also based on population. So they're continuing to improve the charts on the state website, but it shows rough parity across there. We still have some work to do with our older population. About 36% continue to be waiting for vaccine, so we're going to continue to be working on that group as well. Next slide. And just another graph showing the vaccinations by age. This is not population based. This is just total numbers of doses. And you can see we're starting to level off a little bit on the 65 plus, steep climb on the 50 to 64, as well as 18 to 49. And we just started just a couple of weeks ago with the 16 and 17-year-olds. I will note that that group is going to be an important one to reach because schools, of course, are opened again. We're starting to see youth sports. We know that youth sports was a significant driver of the extreme case counts that have shown up in Michigan and some other places. So we need to remain vigilant, and I think it's very helpful if these kids get vaccinated. I will also mention that there is a trend nationwide where younger people are ending up in the ICU, younger than what we first saw. And this is a function of just a large number of infections amongst this group. And so if you think that you're immune from getting very sick or even from dying because you're young, we're learning that this virus is not the case, that it's not the case with this virus. So I just want to continue to inform the public on that. Next slide. And this just shows the equity metric quartiles geographically looking at different zip codes. As you can see, we only have the 2 quartiles. So next slide. And the gender mix, this is not unique to San Benito County. We're roughly around 53% female and 46% male. We're seeing this nationwide as well, that men, for whatever reason, tend to be a little bit less likely to get vaccinated. Now, part of this is because early on, we had focused on phase 1 or caregiver occupations, and those are typically more female, so there's a disproportionate amount there. And then we were also targeting older folks, and the sad fact of life is that women tend to live longer. So there were more women in the older age groups. So that's part of why there's this disparity. But I think there's also, some other kind of social factors that may be contributing to this. And so it's something that we're going to continue to watch closely. But we're roughly in line with the state on this, maybe slightly better, but we hope to see this become 50-50. I'm looking at the trends, and I do see that the men are starting to catch up with the women this way. And so I think this will continue to improve going forward. Next slide. And then by age as well, kind of another sort of look at that same data. Next slide. And some more data by race. Again, this is not population based. This is just the number of doses. and based on the race and ethnicity that's put into the database. And one thing I am proud about is that although we do have a majority Latino population, we also see that proportionally that is our most vaccinated group. So we'll continue to make sure that moves going forward. Next slide. And then just another graphical representation, largely seeing the same thing. This is from my analysis of the data, not the state analysis. So again, you're going to see a slight mismatch, but it gives you an idea of where we are. And I think that's my last slide.
Thank you, Dr. G. Great information, lots of data. We're going to consolidate some of this data moving forward. We just got access to the state information. It's a new posting, and so we'll make sure to consolidate some of this for the next presentation so they aren't as long on the data side. We have some, Sam Perez from our Public Health Services is going to provide a brief update on the outreach that we've completed as an agency. Sam?
Yes. Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Chairperson Medina and Honorable Board for your interest in COVID community awareness and outreach today. I want to take this opportunity to provide you with a little background on how this media outreach and specifically this tool to better assist our community members navigate through the COVID vaccination and testing process came to fruition. About 6 months ago, Public Health, along with our County PIO, David Westrig, developed a public information work group. This work group includes representation from the county under the supportive leadership of our Deputy Health Officer, Dr. George Gellert, the City of Hollister, the City of San Juan Bautista, and the PIO from Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital, Frankie Gallagher. Our initial charge was to raise awareness of COVID testing and vaccination efforts, particularly to those in high-risk populations based on the county COVID surveillance data. We really wanted to focus on message strategy that was simple, high visibility, to the point, and most importantly, would allow us the opportunity to interface directly with the community to better address concerns and our questions about the vaccine and testing process. Basically, instead of just pushing out messaging, we wanted to be part of the messaging process by developing a simple door hanger in English and in Spanish on the COVID vaccination and testing process. We would then hand deliver the door hanger and provide education at the same time. The best part, I believe, is not the tool itself, but the way it's delivered. As I speak to you right now, several teams of bilingual public health educators have their boots on the ground and are conducting outreach to laundromats, mobile home parks, grocery stores, apartment complexes, the faith-based community, My Father's House, for instance, Linda Lamke, and other community organizations with the goal of delivering over 1,000 door hangers a day to people in this community. Health educators are providing guidance, assisting in scheduling appointments, answering questions, and most importantly, just making that initial contact. We are also documenting the questions that we are receiving from the public, such as, when I go on to my turn, do I actually have to provide my medical insurance information? Will I be asked if I'm a citizen when I show up to get my shot? What vaccine is currently available in our county? Or how important is it for me to get that second dose? This information will be useful for us to better tailor messaging moving forward. We believe in-person, face-to-face contact is the most valuable way for us to reach people in this community, to reduce confusion and fear. Thank you very much for your time and giving me this opportunity to talk to you about the door hanger. So on this slide, you have Talk with the Docs. And Talks with the Docs is a video project which includes several episodes. Talk with the Docs features our two health officers, Dr. Gellert and Dr. Guerladucci, with Spanish translation provided by our public health assistant, Diana Lopez. They provide a brief update in the beginning of the video on the COVID-19 vaccination and testing process here in San Benito County, followed by answers that we have gathered here at Public Health and are submitted to them prior to going on the Talk with the Docs interview. These topics include vaccinations, testings, myths, and other state effects of our public health, school, and more. The video will continue to go on for about once a month. Our public health social media team shares this information on Facebook, and we've had a great response from the community. And it's being shared by PIO Westrick, the City of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and others. And then to the right, we have La Bonita and KMPG. This is also interviews, live interviews on KMPG that we're having about twice a month, which includes vaccines and case counts, et cetera, information. It's similar to Talk with the Docs in Spanish, but it is live, and the public has an opportunity to call and ask questions in real time. Thank you.
So this was just, I'll finish off this part. This was a letter that we sent out, and we just wanted to advise the public that we did send out a county letter indicating what we were providing in the county. Next slide. So just some brief state updates. Go ahead, next slide, please. So just Dr. G, I don't know if you want to talk briefly on the resume use of the J&J vaccine. This was sent out on April 24th, so all providers can resume the use of J&J. Dr. G, did you want to comment on this a little bit?
Yeah, I'll just say, we've looked closely at the data. This has been reviewed both by the federal, the ACIP, as well as the Western States Scientific Coalition, and we found that that there may be some very rare cases of blood clots that are associated with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and also the AstraZeneca, which is not yet approved in the United States. But the risk of serious health effects from COVID far outweigh this very small risk to the vaccine. And this is really consistent with any medication or therapy or vaccine that's ever been produced, that there are very rare side effects that can occur. What I find very interesting about this is that our surveillance system in the United States is so robust that it was able to pick up just 6 cases out of 8 million doses of a condition that I think had it not been, if we didn't have such a safe system, we would not have seen this. So I think this should all be reassuring. We consider all 3 doses to be safe and effective. Fortunately, you do have choices, but I would continue to say that the first dose you can get is the most important one and the best one to get. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. G. Next slide. So we just wanted to remind individuals that as of April 15th, some of these blueprint updates were provided. They are on the covid19.ca.gov website. We touched on this the last meeting, but just wanted a reminder that there is guidance for gatherings as of April 15th, private events, as well as indoor live events. So if you wanted to entertain possibly having one of these types of events, please take a look at the website. Next slide. This is a vaccine allocation update. Go ahead, next slide. So we just wanted to, we've been exploring the different types of allocation. As you're aware, we get a state allocation, there's a federal pharmacy allocation, and then a direct federal allocation. At the last meeting, Supervisor Gonzalez informed us that she was aware that the Health Foundation had received a direct federal allocation. We were able to get some data from the state on the federal allocation. So to date, so far, our county has received 30,110 state allocations. The federal pharmacy allocation, which is a direct allocation to some of the federal partners, they've received 9,490, and the direct federal allocation has been 2,400. So far, our county has received 42,000 doses. Next slide, we broke it down as to who received what allocations. And you can see all the providers listed here. The majority of the ones that you can see that we receive the state allocation and they get allocated out to our providers. So far, the San Benito Health Foundation has been the only direct federal allocation, and they are going to provide a presentation at the end of our presentation to kind of give an update of what they've been doing at the San Benito Health Foundation, as well as Hazel Hawkins Hospital. Next slide. And this just shows, we try to break it down based on the numbers per month. And so you can see our vaccine supply has increased as of April 21st. Next slide. This is just the different types of vaccine that we've received in the county. So far, we've received a bulk of Pfizer vaccine, and then you can see the Moderna and J&J. We suspect that we'll receive more J&J now that it's been unpaused, but we have no indicator of that as of yet. Next slide. So just some brief My Turn updates. My Turn is the state website that you can schedule your appointments at. So we just wanted to show you what it looks like. And as more providers on board with the TPA and My Turn, their vaccine appointments are becoming available on My Turn. So we encourage all to take a look at My Turn. As of yesterday, these sites were showing on My Turn for appointments available. So you just go on the My Turn app, and register very briefly where you're looking for, and you would put our county, and these are the ones that came up yesterday. It's really exciting to see lots of appointments available, and you can also see on these the different types of vaccine that they're offering at the sites. And so we encourage everyone to go on My Turn. As vaccine supply becomes more available, there'll be more appointments. Hazel Hawkins has been on here as well. You can see they have it at the Baragon Family Healthcare and Diabetic Center. They were providing doses at that clinic. That's a Hazel Hawkins site. And so we encourage all to take a look here. Next page. So just a brief update on the Blue Shield, our third-party administrator. So far, to date, the individuals highlighted in green have completely onboarded with the TPA. And those are the ones who you'll see forward facing for the most part in My Turn. The Health Foundation, they can update us on when they plan to shift to My Turn, but because they are our federally qualified health clinic, they have some different priorities. And so I look forward to hearing when they plan to move to My Turn. Eye Care Pharmacy has been engaged, not sure if they have onboarded quite yet. And then there's the 3 other providers that we are pending engagement from the third-party administrator. So Supervisor Gonzalez asked that we update on the OptumServe, and we did plan on doing this. Next slide, please. So this is what the site looks like at Rancho San Justo Middle School. Just wanted to give some pictures so that you can kind of get an idea of what the site looks like. Next slide. So we have had, unfortunately, some difficulty with OptumServe. So just wanted to kind of explain the process a little bit. So the state of California contracts with OptumServe, which is also known as LHI. They're the same provider that provides our testing site as well. And they provide the local clinics in our area. And so once we asked to have a clinic in our area, then they contract with OptumServe and provide that. OptumServe is responsible for providing the staffing and security for the site, the administration of the site, and now they are receiving, as of this week, a direct allocation of vaccine supply from the third-party administrator. Our role, oops, if you can go back, sorry. Our role with the site is we are the local coordinator. We have secured the location for the site, and we provide local support to the OptumServe clinic. Unfortunately, in the beginning of the clinic, we wanted there to be an opportunity for individuals to get vaccine availability on the weekend. So we stood up the Sunday time, but unfortunately, OptumServe had secured staffing for the site on Sundays, but unfortunately, through the staffing agency, those individuals didn't show up. So the last 2 Sundays were a bit frustrating for all, including us. The staffing didn't show up. I am pleased to say that we were still able to stand up the clinic. Our public health staff stood up the clinic on the first day. We called in several of our public health staff as disaster workers, and they stood up the clinic and vaccinated about 200 individuals on that day. So it was a success. It was frustrating for some of the public. There was a lot of information on social media that people were really frustrated. We were equally frustrated. We apologize for any frustration, but we were able to stand up that clinic. Last weekend on that Sunday, we were advised the week prior that the clinic was fully staffed. And the morning of that Sunday, the same incident happened. We had, again, our public health staff and some of our volunteers were able to show up to the site and provide vaccine distribution, and we were still able to vaccinate about 200 individuals. So there was frustration. The site was delayed. We apologize. We've worked really closely with OptumServe, and we decided that it was best that we shift the clinic schedule to Monday through Friday from 9 to 6, because that has been successful during the week. It's easier for them to provide staffing. And so far this week, it's been up and running. They're vaccinating at least 210 individuals a day, and we hope that it will continue. We stay in regular contact with the site. as well as OptumServe. Our staff goes over there regularly. They pick up the vaccine from our office, and we have constant contact with the staffing. So we apologize to any individuals that were affected by the staffing issues, but we are hopeful that you were all able to get the vaccine. And there are some appointments that were scheduled for a second dose for a Sunday. OptumServe and the My Turn staff will be reaching out to those individuals to change their appointment to a Monday through Friday date. So please look for that communication from the OptumServe staff as well as My Turn. And so, we feel that overall, the successes outweigh the kind of troubles that we've been through, and we're hopeful that it will be a smooth process moving forward. Next slide.
Tracy?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just got some breaking news I wanted to share before we moved on.
Yes, absolutely.
Number one, the OptumServe site in Watsonville is going to be doubling capacity to be able to take more appointments. I understand that we'll be adding more additional appointments this weekend. Also, I'm working with my team here. We've opened this up to San Benito County as well as Monterey County. So I urge people to go to My Turn for that. Secondly, tomorrow we have a Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds Clinic also in Watsonville that has openings as well. And we're working with My Turn right now to open that up to San Benito County residents. So I urge you to go to My Turn probably within the next hour or so, and you should see some appointments open up there as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. G, and we appreciate that partnership, and thank you and your team for opening that up in Santa Cruz County. So we asked our two biggest providers to present at the board meeting to give you an update at their local level and what they're doing. And so I believe that Rosa Vivian Fernandez from the San Benito Health Foundation is on, and possibly some of her staff to provide a brief update on vaccine distribution. Rosa Vivian?
Yes, actually, we did provide the number to Tracy. That were 2,400 vaccines had arrived from the federal government. And like we mentioned before in the meeting with the providers, our data is uploaded every Monday evening as we're following our federal obligation for reporting. So we have received a total of 6,064 doses. We've administered 4,738. We had to pause the Janssen vaccine, so we had those. Fortunately, we had Moderna, and we were able to switch over to Moderna quickly as we had appointments scheduled. We were about 100 doses to start the day, so we fortunately received another 400 doses last week of Moderna just in time to continue, because we have had about 300 people scheduled for that particular date. Today we are conducting a vaccination clinic. We conduct vaccination clinics, or we've been conducting vaccination clinics Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we have some off-site activities. Last week we went to Mission Parks in San Juan Bautista, so we're targeting some pockets of need in the community with our mobile clinic as well. And we provide to our clients on a limited basis other days that we actually vaccinate, but that's to clients that are walking through the clinic. Our focus is equity, and to ensure equity, and that we target those who may not be electronically versed. So we help them register. We actually report the data to both the federal government and also to the VFC, through the VFC process, the care system, as we are vaccinating, so that data is provided. We did send some slides, but they're not, I guess they're not available to you. I did email it to all the Board of Supervisors as well. So you can see the actual data that is provided. 45% of our vaccinations have gone to food and agricultural workers, and that's part of the mission of our organization. And in terms of the demographics, 83% of the vaccines that we've administered have been administered to the Hispanic Latino population, 15% to the white population, and 1% to the Asian population, and another 1% to others. And we're about 50-50 in terms of male and female vaccination. And like I mentioned before, we're actually targeting those most at risk. We're sending messages. We have a group of people that have been communicating with the community. And as people get vaccinated, they bring others that they know. We're focusing on family groups. So as the 16 to 18 group open, those that had been vaccinated, that had 16 to 18-year-olds, are now bringing them in for vaccination through the Pfizer vaccines. We're targeting workplaces to ensure that the younger populations are vaccinated and that the businesses continue viable operations. And we're conducting outreach, and we are ordering vaccines from the federal government as need. In terms of my turn, we actually have completed the entire process for my turn. We have not opened the clinics as we work with the community health centers to ensure that we first focus on equity and the populations that we're required to serve. And then we will be opening to the general public, and those will be scheduled clinics where we open to the general public. So we will be doing that in the upcoming weeks, as we have allowed an opportunity for all of our patients and those most at risk to come in and be vaccinated. And so that's how we work the process at our clinic, and we've been very successful at vaccinating 270 people a day when we do have our vaccination clinics.
Thank you. Next slide is Hazel Hawkins. I believe Jordan Wright is on to present for Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital. Hi, Jordan.
Hi, can you hear
Thank
me?
you. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, board, for allowing us to give an update. We're really pleased to be a partner with Department of Health, and I've worked in other counties, and I applaud the San Benito team for being super cooperative with the district and the community in how they've handled this crisis with COVID, and they truly have been a partner, so we appreciate that. And I can say from experience that is not always the case with departments of health. Our most recent COVID-19 information is we actually have no inpatients in-house. Our census after the surge we experienced at the beginning of the year, we're at about our budgeted average daily census. We have 17 patients today. As far as testing goes, we've had 0 staff test positive for COVID over the last 7 days. We have tested 219 patients. We've had 12 positives, which is a positivity rate of 5.5% over the last 7 days. We are embarking on quite a few initiatives on the campus. One is to do a provider needs assessment. And as a not-for-profit entity, we're required to do that every 3 years to justify legally the ability to hire for certain physicians in the community. And we've just completed this process, and we're waiting for the final report. But the indication we've been given is that we're actually understaffed in almost every specialty and subspecialty in medicine based on the physicians we have in our community. Regarding space, we are also starting a master plan initiative that will begin with an on-site review by a consultant on May 17th. We have a team of executive leaders here at Hazel Hawkins, as well as members of our medical staff, who are going to provide information related to that space needs assessment. And that helps us lay out the course for the next 5 to 10 years of capital investment we need to make on our campus here. The last thing I'd like to touch on, and it's been covered already in other slides, is our role in vaccine rollout. We do have a vaccine coordinator. We did about 100 vaccinations last week. Our goal is to do about 400 or 500 a week so we can get the majority of the population vaccinated here. And we're doing that vaccination rollout through our clinics. That's a brief update from me. I would like to turn the time over to our CFO, Mark Robinson, unless any board members have questions for me.
Thank you, Jordan. Does Mark have something he wanted to briefly update the board with?
Hold on 1 second, please, Supervisor Hernandez.
I believe so. Mark, are you on?
Hold on 1 second, please. Supervisor Hernandez has a question. Go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious. So it sounds like you don't have a lot of capacity. You're understaffed, and it sounds like your distribution level is pretty low, considering the other presentation we just heard. I'm curious. So what does that mean going forward? You're saying it's a 5 to 10 year plan. I'm hearing.
Well, it's two things, and it was probably confusing, so I apologize. But a provider needs assessment, as we look at our service area, which is basically San Benito County, and we look at the population and then the number of medical professionals we need by specialty to take care of San Benito County residents. And that the preliminary indication is that, I'll use an example like an orthopedic surgeon. The data will usually say San Benito County requires 7, and maybe we only have 4 on our medical staff. So that was specifically related to medical professionals, and the indication is that we need to recruit more physicians to San Benito County to take care of our population. So the second thing was part of our strategic planning process is to look at how we use our space and changes we need to make to accommodate needed services for San Benito County on our hospital campus. So those were two things that I probably mashed up a little. Does that clarify the question a little bit?
It does, sir. Thank you. So it sounds like, because this was about vaccine distribution is basically what. So if we're talking about you don't have enough staff, you already said you were gonna, you have the distribution happening through your clinic. I don't know. I'm hearing that basically we're probably headed for a bond or something. I don't know. It's a little bit confusing, I guess, is the best way to put it.
No problem.
Well, I'll try it one last time. So, on the vaccination front, we're adequately staffed to provide that service. So I want the Board of Supervisors to know that Hazel is doing its part to help provide vaccinations to the county residents through our clinic infrastructure, and we're good on that front. As far as fulfilling the greater mission, which is to make sure that we have enough medical professionals in the community, it takes quite a while to recruit a physician, and that's why we use these provider needs assessments to assess, do we need physicians in certain areas, and that's why we're going through that survey process that we need to do every 3 years. And so we've just completed that process. And then the last thing that I mentioned is we do constantly review how we use our space here at the hospital campus. And we would like to create a strategic plan moving forward of any improvements that need to be made or equipment that needs to be purchased so that we're well positioned to care for our population for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Tracy.
That concludes our presentation. I think Mark Robinson maybe had to jump off. So we appreciate the partnership with Hazel Hawkins and the Health Foundation, and we appreciate the update. That concludes our presentation. If there's any questions for my team, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
I don't have a question, Tracy, but I just want to thank you for including Hazel Hawkins' report as well as the San Benito Health Foundation, because it gives the community a clearer picture that we're actually doing better than we thought. So thank you very much.
Any questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question. I just wanted to comment again. County Health Department has done an amazing job, and they have been, whether it be dealing with OptumServe on a Sunday at the last minute or putting together clinics, or, I mean, this has been for those of us who've been really intimately involved, Supervisor Kuzmick and myself have been on the ad hoc committee for vaccines. Dealing with the state, dealing with the federal allocations, it hasn't been easy. And anyway, they're doing a great job, and I really appreciate the new information that we got today. It's really very clear now. So I just wanted to thank you for all the work you're doing, Tracy, Lynn, and your team. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, so just a few things. Just want to, let the public know that I've asked about our staff looking into the possibility for the walk-in clinic approach, just in light of Monterey County going that route, just, at least put that out there for discussion. And then for me, what I see now is that with the hesitancy in some circles to be vaccinated, we might want to, and this is probably something we can address at the ad hoc level, but I think, just want to say publicly, I think we might want to do a shift of sorts to prioritizing outreach on not only the availability and how easy it is to sign up for vaccines, but also the credibility of the vaccine, because I think inevitably we're going to have a certain portion of the population that's hesitant due to, worries or concerns, whether it's blood clots or whatever it may be. But I see other counties are making that shift, and I think we should make that shift as well. I particularly appreciate the outreach to the Latino population and the presentation that Sam Perez made. And I think that door hanger is really a great job of showing cooperation with all these different jurisdictions working together. So thank you for that. And then I also appreciate the mention of Watsonville, particularly that's, you might think that's far away, but for the folks that live in the Aromas area, that's basically down the road. So having an option for Watsonville is particularly beneficial for Aromas and District 2. So thank you for that. And then lastly, I noticed there's news about the CDC updating its guidance on masks and basically loosening, the requirements when outdoors, particularly if you're vaccinated. And so just want to put that out there. I don't want to stir up a can of worms, but I would just, for me personally, I would advise us to not. I don't think we're going around. I think we're doing a great job with the enforcement, but I would, particularly with people outside, advise us not to go around, harassing people who are outside without masks on. So that's all. Aside from thank you to the Health Foundation and the hospital. That was a priority of ours on the ad hoc committee to make sure they had some time to talk during this meeting. So thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, anything?
Just wanted to concur with Supervisor Gonzalez. I appreciate the Health Foundation be part of the conversation. I think it balances ultimately the understanding and I think the public digestion of information, which is important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's any other updates on this item? We'll go to the public comment.
Anybody in the audience like to make a comment? Please raise your hand.
Yeah, there's a hand up. Come on up, ma'am.
Podium.
This goes towards your consent, so there's one down.
Can you please state your name?
Elia Salinas. Okay, I want to make it perfectly clear that the error that occurred with Optimum last Sunday was eventually taken care of by the health department, but it was begrudged. They were not happy about doing it. They didn't jump on board and run and go do it. It took a lot of force for people to tell them to get down there. I know what the planning director for the city, his wife got them on my turn, and they ended up going to, I can't remember what city, but it was in South Monterey County. And that same afternoon, I believe it was Supervisor Kaminsky who put out that there was openings in Hollister, while it took this man and his wife a 3-hour round trip to go down to South County, Monterey, when they could have done it here in Hollister. So I don't know. Someone said maybe it's because whatever zip code they put in, but even if they put out a San Juan Bautista or a Roma zip code or a Piscinas or whatever, it should have still brought them here. So I don't know what the problem is with that. And the public health department's staff is doing a great job. They're doing the best that they can. They're being overworked. However, how much time do I have?
Minute and 34 minutes.
Okay.
34 seconds.
So what needs to be done, you're saying that they're available from Monday through Friday until 6 p.m. People work during the week. There has to be some way, and you've done it before. The very first drive you did was done on a weekend. There's got to be a way for you guys to make arrangements to have it done on a Sunday or a Saturday. You have to be accommodating to the people. That is your duty, to be accommodating to the people, and you must make yourself available for the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press the raise hand icon on your screen or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Courtney Evans. I'm going to read portions of a letter that I'm sending to the Board of Supervisors. I'm sending you this notice regarding your policies. My concerns, and I have 27 references, have significant concerns both medically and legally for your current policies in place. Since we're speaking about masks that Mr. Kosmicki brought up, they are ineffective and for the purpose claimed by the mandate, harmful and only authorized for use by an EUA. It is a myth that masks prevent viruses. This conclusion is reached by the fact that face mask use and COVID-19 incidents are being reported in the scientific opinion pieces promoted by the CDC and other. The fact is, and I quote, after reviewing all of the studies worldwide, the CD found no reduction in viral transmission with the use of face masks. I have 27 references. Informed consent is required for investigational medical therapies. The right to avoid the imposition of human experimentation is a fundamental rooted in the Nuremberg Code of 1947, has been ratified by the 1964 Declaration of Helsinki, and further codified in the United States Code of Federal Regulations. In addition to the United States regarding itself as bound by these provisions, these principles were adopted by the FDA and its regulations requiring informed consent of human subjects for medical research. On the box of masks, it clearly states, because of law, that they can't imply that masks prevent antimicrobial or antiviral protections. It states it will not protect against COVID-19 or any other viruses. Illegally mandating an investigational medical therapy, it generates liability. This letter is going to serve as official notice that I do not consent. I will not fail to take the maximum action permissible under the law against this organization and against each and every one of you personally. I urge you to comply with federal and state law and advise every person in this county that they have a right to refuse. Any other course of action is contrary to the law. I am willing to testify as to the veracity of the contents in this document. I would also like to state the comment and actions of people in this community have been unjust, unlawful, discriminatory, and plain harassment. The comments, we understand and recognize the differences between people in our community. That does not give anyone the right to discriminate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment.
No more comments.
Bring it back to our board. Any parting comments? Okay. Well, that was informational only. We'll go to another informational item. This is with the presentation from Catalyst Center, a collaborative of a California Alliance summarizing its analysis of children's mental health services in San Benito County. This was funded by the Gablin Chapter Kinship. Can the Kinship people stand? So these are the people that funded the analysis. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and go from here, please.
I'll go ahead and open up, Mr. Chair. Sometime back, the Board of Supervisors approved a support of a study to look at the improving outcomes for youth in the need of public mental health services for small and rural counties. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite Chris Breen up. She's going to go ahead and introduce the item, but want to thank them for all the work that they've done. So, Chris.
Good morning to the board. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning to the board and to county staff. I am Chris Breen from Gavilan Chapter Kinship Center. Gavilan Chapter has been in the county for over 65 years. We support foster families and adoption services here in the county. And as the community has grown and we've seen needs change, we recognize that mental health services are a key component to all of our families and are often the difference between children ending up in the foster care system and not. So I did come before the board last February and ask for your support. We recognized an increased need for children's mental health services here. And as Supervisor Gonzalez observed earlier, the county doesn't have a lot of extra money and are looking for innovative ways to continue to fund these services. And so we were pleased that we were able to allocate $20,000 towards a gap analysis. And we simply asked the county for the county's cooperation and support in this endeavor. Obviously, at the time, we didn't anticipate COVID or the upset that would occur because of it. And so reporting back to you has been delayed because of that. But I'm pleased to say that we do have a very substantive report that was provided in your packet. If you were not able to read the whole thing, I would encourage you to do so at some point. There are excellent recommendations and really some innovative ideas presented there that we hope that we will be able to help the county and other community-based organizations facilitate and implement going forward. I would be remiss if I did not thank the County Administrative Officer, Ray Espinosa, and his staff because they've been very instrumental in helping us move this effort along. So with that, I'd like to introduce Christine Stoner-Mertz, who is a licensed clinical social worker. She is the Chief Executive Officer of California Alliance of Child and Family Services, and she was one of the authors of the study that's being presented this morning. She has previously served as the president and CEO of Lincoln, which was an agency that delivered a range of community-based behavioral health services in the Bay Area. She sits on numerous state and national boards of behavioral health associations. She's worked as a consultant to numerous nonprofits county departments and behavioral health departments throughout the state. She was a co-founder of Seneca Family of Agencies, of which Kinship Center is a part. And she is a sought-after expert in Medi-Cal EPS DT program design and implementation. So we are extremely pleased to have her present the report to you this morning. Thank you very much.
She's online. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chris, and board members. I actually do have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to just quickly share that. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Very good. As Chris said, I'm the CEO of the California Alliance of Child and Family Services and our Catalyst Center, which was established 2 years ago as our effort to integrate policy, practice, and research on behalf of children, youth, and families in California. As Chris also shared, the Gavilan Chapter Kinship Center requested that we do a review of some best practices in children's mental health in rural areas of California, and specifically focused on those programs that are providing services for low-income children and youth funded through Medi-Cal, or Early Periodic Screening, Diagnosis, and Treatment, EPSDT, MHSA, and local dollars. We interviewed over 20 community leaders, behavioral health providers, public agency leaders, including behavioral health and health and human services directors in several rural areas of California. We also reviewed some of the funding approaches used, though we did not do a deep dive into this given the amount of time permitted for the study.
Chris, if I may, Mr. Chair. Chris, can you go to your display settings and activate a full screen if you don't mind?
Oh, okay.
We have a split screen that we're displaying. It just makes it a little easier on the audience.
Is that better?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Great, you bet. Thanks for letting me know. It's hard to tell on my end. Among our findings, we did see some themes in terms of obstacles that rural communities face. We don't see these as insurmountable. I want to emphasize that because, and we do have some recommendations on how to address these. Obviously, capacity is an issue in rural areas, both the funding limitations, as well as other capacity issues in terms of infrastructure. We also saw, and particularly in San Benito County, some challenges around coordination and collaboration, both between and across public and private partners. This was different across different counties, and in some areas we're finding counties working very diligently together with public and private partners to create that full continuum of services. And we think that's an area that can continue to be strengthened in San Benito County. Obviously, workforce is a real challenge as well. It's often difficult to recruit and hire for open positions when you're competing with higher salaries that can be obtained in more urban settings. We have some thoughts about that as well. And finally, just the limited dollars and the fact that these are often siloed within departments and agencies. That's an area we think there's some room to look at some significant impacts in terms of using dollars across departments. Some of the best practices we found across counties where we felt things were particularly strong. That interdependence of relationships, shared visions and goals across departments and between community-based providers and county agencies, a level of trust and interdependence was really important in terms of success. One of the other strengths, which sometimes is seen as a weakness, but in fact can also be a strength, as with most things, is that limited number of partners. You know, you don't have 100 community-based organizations working in rural settings, but it also means that communication can actually be streamlined in a way that is more difficult when you're in a more urban setting where you have many different community-based organizations engaged. Collaboration is critical. I don't think we can underscore that enough. And relationships can be so important. And in an urban setting where you have many, many providers, you often are much more transactional than you might be in a more rural setting where you've been part of the community together for many years. Some of the lessons we learned from those counties that we saw as particularly strong in terms of the way they were using resources across departments and between both public and private partners was more departmental integration. A number of rural counties are using an approach of having an HHS director structure, where that person is helping to really bring together social services, behavioral health, etc. Obviously, strong coordination as well with their community-based providers. You can often find increased cost savings and access to services through contracting. And particularly in rural counties, this is pretty essential when you're looking at very limited resources. Specifically around COVID, some of the recommendations that we've made across the state to county leaders like yourselves, and I'm not sure if these have been implemented in San Benito or not, but we found there were some real challenges for behavioral health providers, particularly those that were primarily funded through Medi-Cal. But looking at funding behavioral health contracts and ensuring that that regardless of the utilization, which sort of naturally because of all of the closures became very limited, we really supported the idea of ensuring that contracts were fully funded. Those counties that were successful in maintaining their behavioral health services and supports also ensured that contracts were funded at actual cost during the emergency. They allowed for fluctuation in billing rates in order to support contract maximization and created flexibility to shift funds between existing contracts. Whether or not that's something that has come up in your county is not clear to me, but these were some of the strategies that were used to ensure that mental health services to children and youth were maintained. As we look a little bit more specifically at San Benito, we did find that while the county is doing a lot with limited resources, there are still some real issues around access. And I've got a few slides that show that further down. Obviously, you're doing improving timely access to care. There's been references to a new facility that's been built, I think. You are providing some contracting with private providers, though we think that could be increased and really help to expand services. We think better rates for reimbursement are important. The county does have some of the lower Medi-Cal reimbursement rates in the state. There appears to be siloed funding. Again, rather than really looking at how do we use every dollar, every local, state, and dollar to match federal Medi-Cal. And that's not just MHSA dollars, it's also dollars that come through local control funding for schools. There's a number of various different ways that you could look at utilizing local dollars to match and increase those EPSDT dollars that you draw down. Just a little bit about demographics, probably most of which you've seen already. You have 7,903 Medi-Cal eligible children in San Benito County. And of your Medi-Cal eligible adults, there are also quite a number of older youth that meet EPSDT eligibility. For those of you who aren't aware of how EPSDT is funded, anyone 0 to 21 who is low income and meets medical necessity can access those supports and services. And in fact, it's a federal entitlement. While you do have your largest population of Medi-Cal eligible beneficiaries in that 0 to 18 range, the penetration rates, at least what we could find publicly available between 11-12 and 14-15, actually went down. There was an increase in the population, but I would ask, what does the penetration look like between 14, 15, and 19, 20, and has it increased? Certainly the trend was looking as though it was decreasing, not increasing. While we didn't look terribly closely at EPSDT Medi-Cal funding, we did do a brief look at MHSA in terms of, again, what was publicly available. And these numbers end in 16-17 because it takes several years to get all of that information to be publicly available. But it does look, without diving deeply into it, and I'm sure your county administrator can elaborate further, but there has been an increase in unspent funds between years 2012-13 and 16-17. So the question is, what are those unspent funds? How could they be utilized to match EPSDT federal drawdown to increase the amount of EPSDT services that are available? So you've heard me say this several times already, match every dollar possible. This is one way to increase access to the EPSDT Medi-Cal services that can provide wraparound, in-home services, services to foster care youth, in-school services, supports that can be provided for the schools and the districts, for children and families throughout the year. I would also strongly recommend that the county really look at the collaboration across public and private partners between schools, First 5, Child Welfare, Regional Center, and community-based organizations. The stronger those collaborations are, and really looking at how you blend and braid funding, the richer you can be in terms of what's available. There's also some one-time funding, and it was mentioned during the COVID presentation as well, that's coming down from a variety of different places, from federal and state. I would look really closely at some of those one-time funds as ways to both do outreach and begin to build some infrastructure to increase the amount of mental health services available to children and youth. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair? Yeah, just comments. Really, a great presentation. I think the pandemic has really underscored a major issue in our nation and probably across the world, which, I think has not really been addressed until now as much, which is children's mental health. And just, I think, whether you're Medi-Cal, and I think if you're in that Medi-Cal group, almost 8,000 youths in our community, I'm not an expert, but it seems you're probably even more vulnerable. But children's mental health is really a vital issue, and so I appreciate underscoring the importance of it, and appreciate the range of, I think, valuable recommendations from this presentation. And so thank you very much.
You might be interested that the Little Hoover Commission is also providing a 3-part series on children's mental health. So I'd encourage you all to tune into those. It should be really, we did part 1 last week, and there's going to be 2 more. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Make a few comments. As Chris Breen mentioned in the beginning, I would highly encourage everyone in the community to read the entire report that is attached in our packet. It's a little over 30 pages. It's pretty easy reading, but it's very illuminating. I really appreciate the presentation, but there's a lot more information in there and regarding rural counties and how specifically San Benito County compares to other rural counties. Some of the concerns I really have is it sure seems like we're leaving money on the table, and we're not a wealthy county, as has been commented on, and we certainly can't afford to be not taking advantage of all the monies that are available that come in through the state. The other area that I think we're leaving money on the county is not working more collaboratively, which was brought up a number of times here today, with some of the the community-based organizations, the nonprofits in our community. I mentioned this earlier in regards to some of the the other areas. For example, I mentioned Hollister Community Outreach or San Benito County Arts Council, but this is particularly important in this area where we have groups like Kinship or Chamberlains, CASA, First Five, and so these are great organizations. They do amazing jobs with limited funds. They can be extremely cost effective, and sometimes I think government does not work closely enough with these organizations, which means that we're really not taking best advantage of the collaboration and the cost efficiencies we can get by working with them. So, I would encourage everyone to, like I said again, read this study, and I would hope that we as a county would start working more collaboratively with some of these community-based organizations. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. CEO Ray Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to the closing words with this as well. I wanted to relay to the board that we would like to take this presentation back to the Behavioral Health Board and have them have some open dialogue, some communication, looking at the recommendations and seeing what we can do to be able to, address the financial side of things, leveraging our funding, and addressing the youth as well within our community. So I think that's a great thing that I think we should be doing. So we plan to do that soon. I was also going to invite Chris Breen up. Did you have any closing comments, or are you good? No, I'm fine. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure that opportunity was.
Question for Ray.
Good.
I mean, trying to understand this, because I know there's a lot of, when it comes to funding, it's not, for me, I don't paint pictures with a broad brush. And my point is if there's a comparison, right? Because I know that when it comes to budgeting, planning, using of the funds, how things are allocated, and it's my ignorance, right, as far as understanding that whole process. So I kind of liken it to, or my understanding, like the issue with our roads, sometimes it's not just funding, sometimes it's the depth of staffing to be able to go out and do the job. So I'm not making excuses. I definitely see the need. I love Kinship. I think they do amazing work. I'm just curious how much of that, and this is maybe where we can get information back as far as what is the issue as far as depth, why there's reading the report, it says that our engagement has been poor. Which I believe that. And I'm not saying that it was intentional or non-intentional. That doesn't matter. What matters is what does it take to actually get the job done so we have a better relationship? What does it mean to have the right amount of engagement? What does that look like? So that way, because I know there's a lot of processes involved. And for me, that's why I think I'd like to understand more, I guess, is my biggest point.
Yeah, and I think it's very complicated, behavioral health and how the funding works. We have our accountant here. He's very in tune with how the funding flows. Ellen Yamamoto is also on the phone. He's the director of behavioral health and has a deep understanding. I think what we should do is bring this back to the Behavioral Health Board, have an open dialogue, have some discussion, put in some bulleted points, and then bring it back to the board for discussion and have more open dialogue. I really think that that's the avenue to go. And then at that point, I'll be able to enlighten you a bit more with that. But if you want something specific, we do have some individuals here that can answer any questions, with Gabriel Orozco. He's our budget person.
And I might comment that both myself and Supervisor Gonzalez are involved with the Behavioral Health Board, so I'm sure that we'll be talking about this further at those meetings.
And I'm all about stretching the dollar, and if we're leaving money on the table, that's the first I'm hearing of it. We'll make sure we take care of it and take advantage of that, because I know that the nonprofits, you mentioned CASA and First Five and Kinship, they're operating on a shoestring budget. And if there's any way that we can pull some money in for you guys, we're going to do it, okay? Because again, it's a collective effort, and we just have to work together. And so Tiffany and I got this, okay? We will be on it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? We'll take it. Any public comment? I see two already. Come on up. Did you fill out a speaker card?
I did not.
Just fill out a speaker card when you're completed, please.
You're done.
When you're done. Thank you.
I apologize for my attire. I thought I would be Zooming today. When I saw the opportunity come face to face, for many reasons I'm here. But I want to thank you for this study. There was a particular slide that's very valuable in my thinking, is that working, and I do have a partnership with CPS and under the leadership of Tracy Belton. So one of the things that I've learned is that slide that says the county's doing a great job and as much as they can is true. And then over here there's unmet needs from families. And we have a family resource center, we know that's true. We know that all the needs aren't being met by the family. So I think the model that we're doing with Tracy at First Five is a good one. What we do is they've contracted with First Five, and through that contract, we were able to leverage services so that we had more law enforcement through a partnership with Captain Taylor, soon to be Sheriff Taylor. So really, that grant and that contract through the county allowed us to leverage for a family strengthening program that brought in parent education and home visitors and case management. So I know it can happen. I know there's a lot of contract work to be done, but I know it's worth it for the families. We saw 300,000 families seek services in the first 3 months of COVID, and we were able to respond to that need because we had that partnership set up between those different county partners. So I appreciate your consideration on looking at the nonprofit community to fill in the gaps with more flexible programming and funding that sometimes exists in comparison to governmental funding, which isn't quite as flexible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salinas?
Elia Salinas, I'm hoping that 300,000 people you meant as in contacts through the state, because we don't have that many in San Benito County. So I'd actually like clarification, because that's my concern is how are these agencies making contact with those that are needed the most? There's people out there that they don't know that this exists. There's people out there that do not have Medi-Cal, Medicaid, and don't qualify and or don't know how to apply for it, or the way of having to apply for it is just overwhelming that they just don't do it. I have seen Captain Taylor at the first 5 meetings for a few years now. I would like to see the City of Hollister's Police Department also involved. Those are the individuals for law enforcement is making contact at the most vulnerable point of a child's life or a minor's life when there's some kind of a tragedy or some kind of an event, whether it be domestic violence or something happening in the home. So my concern is, yes, you have the funding, but how are you reaching out to those people? As a child, as a migrant worker, as a child, I had absolutely no idea that anything like this existed. I didn't need it, but I knew people who did need it. We don't know how to get that help. So how are your agencies reaching out to the most vulnerable to get their help? Specifically, the Oaxacan community, because there's a lot of abuse that happens in that, and there's no reporting, and there's also the language barrier. So I would like to encourage you to have someone to be able to reach out to that community as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone on Zoom would like to make a comment, please press the raise hand icon on your screen or dial *9. No comments.
Okay, you're only allowed to speak once, sorry. Bring it back to the board.
Just an informational item.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, appreciate it. We'll go to number 30 now. Number 30. So here we are on, during April 13th, the 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, the elected sheriff, coroner, Darren Thompson, announced his retirement. After an impeccable long career in law enforcement with 33 years of public service, Sheriff Thompson's unexpired term as sheriff coroner lasts until January 2nd, 2023. The next election for the sheriff coroner is scheduled for June 7th, 2022. Government Code Section 25304 clearly states the Board of Supervisors shall fill by appointment all vacancies that occur in any office filled by the appointment of a board and elected county officers except judge of the Superior Court and supervisors. This appointee shall hold office for the unexpired term or until the first Monday after January 1st, succeeding the next general election. Pursuant to the statute, the Board of Supervisors has a duty and an obligation to appoint a successor to the elected position that becomes vacant before the incumbent's term of office of expiration. State law does not authorize the Board of Supervisors to call a special election. The individual appointed by the Board of Supervisors will hold office for the unexpired term. In this case, the person appointed by the Board of Supervisors at the Sheriff's Corner will hold office until January 2nd, 2023. So we'll let Sheriff Thompson come up, please. 2 weeks ago, you stood in front of us and we spoke together, looking at Captain Taylor, Captain Eiler, and Captain Lamonaco as possible individuals to be appointed to this position. Is that what we agreed on?
That is,
okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
So we'll take it from here. You can tell us what has transpired in the last week or so.
It's always my honor, Mr. Chair, to come and speak before this board and members of the board. Certainly, with very few opportunities ahead for me, I cherish this moment. It wasn't my assignment to present this to you that I'm aware of, but I certainly can speak to the process. I requested that the Board of Supervisors 2 weeks ago be expeditious in the manner and method in which they selected a replacement for me so that I could move into retirement. And certainly you have fulfilled that. You have worked hard in the last 2 weeks to consider a small pool of very talented and intelligent and qualified candidates. And I understand that 2 of those candidates selected to remove themselves from consideration, and leaving you with Sheriff, hopefully appointed Sheriff Captain Eric Taylor as your primary consideration. And each of you have had an opportunity to meet with him and speak with him and question him about his character, about his qualifications, about his suitability for this role. And I'm hoping today to see a vote from this board that would select what I believe to be a fantastic candidate, and certainly a person who I endorse professionally and personally to continue the final 18 months of this, my final term.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Now, the board members, would you like to hear public comment first, or would you like to open it for discussion? It's completely up to the board here.
I think public comment, since there's only one candidate, and
anyone else?
Concur with that.
No-brainer.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and go to public comment. We'll go to Zoom first this time, please. Thank you, Sheriff.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jim Gilio. I'm calling today representing the San Benito County Business Council and over 42 businesses and roughly over 1,500 to 2,000 local employees and team members. We wanted to thank Sheriff Thompson for over 30 years of service and 3 terms as our local San Benito County Sheriff. He's done an amazing job, and looks like he developed 3 quality candidates, and one of them is finally interested in the position for whatever reason that may be. We support appointing a sheriff to fulfill the remainder of the term for many reasons, a few of which are stability in the community for our residents, incoming new potential businesses look for political stability, as well as strong community engaged public safety presence. And as we know, Captain Taylor's been very engaged in the community. The executive board of the San Benito County Business Council unanimously supports appointing Captain Eric Taylor to this position as soon as possible. Captain Taylor is a community leader who donates his time to our community through service as an announcer for the San Benito High School basketball, baseball, and football teams. He is the head coach for the boys water polo team at the high school. He is the director for the San Benito Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo. He's a member of the LULAC Farm Worker Task Force. founding member of First Five San Benito Impact Center, which we just heard a moment ago. And he's an executive board member for Chamberlain Youth Services. Captain Taylor is also very proficient, if not bilingual in Spanish. And personally, outside of the business council role, I've known Captain Taylor for quite some time, and I hope you entrust him with this great responsibility. I think he'll do great jobs, or a great job in our community with outreach, being available and transparent, and working hard for our community, not just to keep us safe, but also to keep us well informed. Thank you for your time, Honorable Chair Medina, Vice Chairwoman Gonzalez, and the remainder of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gilio. Is there any other Zoom?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Charlie with the Hollister Fire Department. We'd like to say congratulations to Sheriff Thompson, and I give him my congratulations from my family personally and the Hollister Fire Department family. It's been a pleasure working with you, and we've enjoyed the time, and I'm excited for your future retirement and everything to come. And congratulations to new Sheriff Taylor too. We're excited to be working with him, and we've worked well with him, and we're excited for our future and what the county has in future for him also. So thank you, and congratulations to both. Good job.
Thank you, Chief.
No more comments.
Get back to our chambers there. Any public comment from the chambers? Come on up.
Can you please state your name?
I'm Lisa Faulkner. I'm the Executive Director of First Five, and we are the sponsor of the Family Impact Center. And I want to congratulate Sheriff Thompson for his forward-thinking partnering with First Five. Early education and an early start in life has a long-term impact on whether a child will thrive or end up in the system. So I appreciate the partnership. I also want to say that I've heard a lot, and we know about Captain Taylor's resume. So what I want to say about him, when I met him, I held a meeting over at the Family Impact Center, and he came, and there was some other law enforcement. They kind of had their arms folded, didn't know what we were wanting, and I think they told me that they weren't going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya with me. Actually, what they did do, and Captain Taylor, I would say, was a leader in this, he bridged the language and the purpose of the Family Impact Center with law enforcement. He knew that, he always would say, we know where they go if they break the law, that's clear, but what about everything in between? And so what he led our advisory council in doing is organizing the community beyond county, also partnering with nonprofits to figure out where these families would go if they were off track and how to get them back up. And so we worked together on a promotion, intervention, and a prevention model that he definitely led. We were here about a year ago, and he went also to the state, and we were able to get January as Positive Parenting Month. So I think that his work in braiding the system allowed us to provide 300,000 services between January, or when COVID started, to June. So that wouldn't have happened if we didn't know each other. I got a call from Captain Taylor when the fires were happening. We quickly became an evacuation center because of our established partnership with law enforcement. So I'm very happy at the thought that we're going to have a really great partnership that will continue with the Sheriff's Office through Eric Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please state your name.
Good morning. Crystal Amonto, County Superintendent of Schools. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to be here for a dual role. One, to congratulate Sheriff Thompson on his retirement and look forward to watching him as he takes on additional journey in your life, but has been an exceptional partner with the educational world. through my short time as county superintendent over the last 6 years. So Sheriff Thompson, thank you for all that you've done for education and keeping our students safe. I'm also here to support the appointment of Captain Taylor. It has been a pleasure in the county office as we have worked seamlessly together to really look at ways to support youth. And Captain Taylor is a champion for students, and a champion in a way that it's not always in the best intent that young people that turn into adults that end up in the system. We want to prevent that. And so Captain Taylor has been a champion and working with our educational leaders over his time as he's been here, and he sits on our law partnership meeting. He has been exceptional in bringing valid information to us as educators and always looking for different ways to engage our youth through education and how do we support the safety of our community and our students and keeping them out of the system. So I am here to really support the appointment of Captain Taylor and to celebrate all of the accomplishments that Sheriff Thompson has done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. I would like to congratulate Sheriff Thompson on his retirement and wish him well for he and his family, wherever his next endeavor takes him to. I'm here in support of appointing Captain Eric Thompson as interim sheriff until, Eric Taylor is as interim sheriff until the election in 2022. Captain Taylor has proven himself in the community to be very, very well involved in it on all aspects of the community, from the older people to the youth. He's representing himself quite well and respectful to the badge. It's never been where it's been an embarrassment, and there are plenty of people out there know the things have occurred. He was there during the Black Lives Matter march that we had here last summer. He was there in support of it. He's there in support of the senior citizens over at the Antaños. He's a member of LULAC. He's also a member of the LULAC Farm Workers Coalition. He's bilingual. He doesn't have a problem being out there, not shy and talking to anybody. He makes himself available to the level of the person he needs to speak to and makes them comfortable and welcoming so that they can speak and not be able to shy away or be intimidated by the fact that they happen to be talking to a person that has a badge on. So it makes them very, very welcoming to them. So I encourage the board to approve this appointment today, and I wish future Sheriff Eric Taylor good luck. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board here.
Can I go first?
Sure.
Okay.
Good.
Go ahead. One more.
We'll take the one on Zoom, please.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
I'm unmuted. Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin, Samuel Batista, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And we have, in the last year or two, been having excellent interaction with the Sheriff's Department on the Anza Trail, the break-ins and the problems there. We're finding our committee has been negotiating for a camera and are anxious and excited to see the involvement of the Sheriff's Department in our parks and trails. And I want to just congratulate Captain Taylor and thank Sheriff Thompson for all that they give and what the future will bring. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll bring it back to the board. We'll start off with Supervisor Gonzalez.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that my experience with Captain Taylor has been very limited. When I ran for supervisor and I was campaigning, I heard the name Eric Taylor and I had no idea who he was. And in my mind, I already equated him as sheriff because he was actually the face that was functioning as sheriff in lieu of Sheriff Thompson's absence. And so for the last year and a half, I've already looked at him as a sheriff. So when he decided he was going to run as a candidate, it was almost a no-brainer for me. And so the other two candidates stepping out just made the decision much easier. But going back to all the speakers that have made a comment, Lisa Faulkner, Crystal Lavano, Elias Salinas, former Supervisor Jim Gillio, I couldn't agree more with their assertion and their opinion of Eric Taylor. He's just the person we need. I was born and raised here in Hollister, and there was a time when law enforcement, San Benito County and Hollister PD, were seen as adversarial. I know that Captain Taylor embraces the concept of community policing, and so I can't wait to see that happen and come into fruition. I can't wait to see the collaboration where both the entities, the Hollister PD as well as the Sheriff's Departments, are working together. I know both departments are understaffed, and it's just a wide area that we need to, that they need to cover in terms of policing and law enforcement. And I like that it's not adversarial with the community, and so I look forward to what you're going to bring forward. Sheriff Thompson, no, disrespect to you, but I haven't really seen you around in the last, year and a half. I understand that, things are going on in your personal life, but he has been walking in your boots. He has been doing the job, and I can't thank him anymore for doing what he's doing. I love that there's a show of support here, where all the fellow officers, in their uniform, that they're telling us, yeah, we did the right decision. I'm proud to be on this board here making that decision, and I welcome you aboard. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Kazmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a really momentous day in San Benito County. As you can tell, I'm just really pleased with where we're at. It's just such an immense responsibility that we've been handed here with Sheriff Thompson retiring early, and for me, just knowing the importance of the election process, I didn't take this lightly in the least. And the good news is our job was made easy, not just by the two other candidates withdrawing from the process, but just how impressive Captain Taylor is as a candidate and a person. I think of several things with Captain Taylor. He's honest, he's fair, he's responsive, and he's a true community leader. And so we are very lucky to have Captain Taylor here as our next sheriff. I can tell you that as somebody who's spent my career in the news business, we did hold the interview last Wednesday, even though the two other candidates had withdrawn. And even though it was a formality at that point that Captain Taylor would be our sheriff, he didn't dodge any of our questions. And we had all the same very challenging, very difficult questions for him, and he didn't hesitate or dodge any of those questions. And you just had the sense coming out of there that, again, this is the right person for this job. He checks all the boxes, and not surprisingly, I haven't heard a single objection to Captain Taylor being our next sheriff. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. And so in some ways, it's not ideal to have an appointment, but with Captain Taylor, I don't think it matters. He'll have a test run in the community for the job permanently, and if anyone has earned that opportunity, it's Captain Taylor. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to reflect on a little bit of the last handful of years, especially as a supervisor, and I understand your sentiment, Supervisor Gonzalez. For me, it was a little bit different, only because I know that, especially with all the different things happening in our country, it's hard to strike a balance between engaging and ultimately making sure that your focus is having stability and peace in our community. I appreciate all the time that Sheriff Thompson has put, and he made sure actually to reach out to me and let me know that this was going to be his decision. And it was, you know, to be honest, it was definitely a little bit of a fearful moment for me, because I've always valued from the get-go. I knew the value of the Sheriff's Department, what it means to police and keep stability and safety in our community. I have a lot of friends that are officers, so I have a huge level of respect, and I still want that. So when I think of a good leader leaving our community, I think of a vacuum, right? And nature abhors one. So we don't want, to a certain extent, all of a sudden for this vacuum to be filled with whatever, right? Which, you know, now translated into Captain Taylor. I've always respected Captain Taylor. I remember even in our conversation when we sat down with I and Supervisor Kosmicki, the biggest thing that stood out to me was the first time I met him, and that was at the fairgrounds. And in my heart of hearts, I had a strong conviction that this is a man of honor and integrity. Like that meant a lot to me. You know, it's in this world of politics, it's very easy to get into an engaged conversation, smile, and shake someone's hand. It's another thing to actually see it through, see that handshake through, where they actually show that they care about this community. And that's what I've seen through Captain Taylor. But nonetheless, I think it's a healthy transition. You know, I would still definitely encourage now in the new leadership with that support of stability and that focus that Sheriff Thompson has had, to make sure that our community is solid. You know, I love the community policing sentiment that Captain Taylor has, because I do believe that relationship building is important, right? How do you understand the other agencies and how to work together, and ultimately how to affect change in a positive way without working with them? You know, if you're not working with them, you're not going to understand how to better our community. But aside from all of that, I'm not ignorant to the reality of what crime is in communities, and the things that are going on around us. Some of our conversations that we had with Captain Taylor had to do with the fact that we have a high-intensity drug trafficking corridor in our county, which is a federal designation that not every county has, right? That means there's a lot of opportunity for crime. I know of the gang element in this community. There's a lot of very, very heavy things that requires a very stern attitude about policing. And I appreciate that. To me, when I think of Captain Taylor, I think of someone who respects all lives, who ultimately respects the differences and still wants to get to know you. It doesn't mean he's going to give you what you want. It means he's going to do what's right, and that's more important to me than anything else. And that's what I want in my sheriff, and that's what I've always appreciated and respected Sheriff Thompson. There's a level of jurisdiction and authority that Sheriff Thompson has, that the Sheriff's Department has, that needs to stay solid. That respect and that regard, I think, ultimately creates a respect within our community, and ultimately we have a better outcome because of it, because we have safety as a priority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably going to repeat myself with a lot of the other comments up here, but first of all, let me just say, once again, congratulations to you, Sheriff Thompson, for a really stellar career. And thank you so much for the many years of service here in San Benito County. I know you're going to look forward to spending more time with your grandchildren, and I hope you'll come back and see us occasionally as a public member, but thank you again. As far as Captain Taylor, you know, I just, as been said here by many people, and I've talked to a number of individuals outside of this meeting, I've heard nothing but great things about Captain Taylor. Actually, I first got to know Eric through Rotary, and so I first got to know him on a personal level. And, you know, he's a wonderful guy, and, you know, and I think that's really important. It brings a lot to the table. And I think, you know, of course, we didn't know at the time, but when Supervisor Gonzalez and I first interviewed Captain Taylor, before a couple of the other candidates dropped out, we had a phenomenal interview, and really it was a home run all the way. We asked a lot of tough questions, and he has answered everyone A+ level, and I think it's important that in our community, which is heavily Latino, he's bilingual. I think that's a significant point. And just his, as everyone's been saying, his community involvement, I mean, it's really off the charts. Whether it be the announcements or his water polo coach. I know very well, because when I was at Hollister High, it was before they didn't have water polo. I was telling Eric this. Getting up at crack of dawn and jumping in that water is no fun. And he's out there during the water polo season doing that. That's really great service. But what it will bring to the table, as has been said here, is his community approach to policing and for the Sheriff's Department. I think it's a continuation of what we've seen with Sheriff Thompson, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. In our country right now, there's obviously a lot of issues in the area of policing, and I think every community is looking for how can we go about it in a way that is best for the community, and I think that we couldn't have a better leader with Captain Taylor, soon to be Sheriff Taylor, leading the charge. So, once again, I'm thrilled that you're in this position. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll finish it off here. I just wanted to make sure I have my math right. Sheriff Thompson, you were the 16th sheriff? 15th. So the 15th sheriff in 147 years. It's that's outstanding. I look at it a little bit different. I look at 3 captains. We have both of them back there right now, and LaMonica is probably at work. We have a Captain Roy Eiler, Captain Taylor, and then Captain LaMonica. What you've done, Sheriff, is you brought these 3 up. That's a direct reflection of your leadership. It's not often that we have 3 captains that are ready to take the helm. So kudos to you. That shows the leadership you possess, shows the what you do around the people in order to keep them happy and keep them motivated, especially in the positions that they have in this day and age. It's unheard of. So kudos to you. If I didn't know Captain Taylor, after hearing everyone's remarks, I would think it's all just a bunch of fluff. But I've had the opportunity to get to know Captain Taylor within the last couple of years. And I was the last one to interview him. I did talk with Captain Eiler. We spoke for a while. He definitely recommended and endorsed Captain Taylor. Captain LaMonica, we played phone tag for several days. He was in trainings. I was at work. So we never really were able to communicate, to connect. But when I met with Captain Taylor, we had a different interview. We spoke about, rather than the past and what he has to offer, what can we do now in today's society? Because that's what we're after. Old practices are a little bit different now. We're looking at a whole different way of policing. And we spoke about some of that, and I was extremely impressed. So without, I have no second guessing at all. You are the man for the job. It's not going to be easy. We will communicate with you frequently, if now more than I have in the past. But just want to say thank you for all you have done and what you will do in the future. Anyone else have anything to say? Let's, what's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept Sheriff Coroner Darren Thompson's retirement date effective June 25th, 2021. And we adopt Resolution 2021-44, appointing Captain Eric S. Taylor as Sheriff Coroner effective June 26, 2021.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? I want to do a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations.
All right.
Now get to work.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot, sir.
You want to say a few words?
You want to say a few words, Captain Taylor?
Yeah, I'll say. Well, you know I'll say something. Yeah, quiet back there. So, for those of you, well, first of all, thank you to everybody. Thank you for everybody that made comments today. Thank you for them all being nice, because my wife Jacqueline and my daughters Caitlin and Kelly are here in the room, so it's nice for them to be able to hear some nice things about their dad, because that doesn't get kicked around too much at home. So at least it's done here. Going through the interview process with all of you, you know that we took 45-minute interviews and stretched them out into almost 2 hours. So I like to talk, but today I'm going to try to just keep it really short. We've been here a while so far, and you have a long agenda ahead of you. So I just want to thank each and every one of you. Even though the process went the way it did, and at the end you were left with one candidate, it's still meaningful to me that all of you stayed true to the process, that we all showed up, and I feel we took it seriously. And we talked about the tough issues, and I will stand in front of you every meeting and always to answer the tough questions and always be honest with you. And I have a debt of gratitude not only to my wife Jacqueline and my daughters. It's not easy to be the family of someone in law enforcement, especially the way my career has gone up and down and left and right, but they've never given up on me, and I appreciate all three of them very much. And a debt of gratitude to Sheriff Thompson. Sheriff Thompson took me under his wing years ago at Watsonville Police Department. We were both fortunate to work with a very important man in both of our lives, former Chief Terry Medina. And Terry Medina passed the torch on to another very important man in both of our lives, Chief Manny Solano. And I think that we were taught early on in a town like Watsonville that even though it's a town that's relatively violent, we had a lot of community support, because what Chief Medina taught us early on, and what I've tried to instill in our staff here, is that you can take a person's freedom without taking their dignity. And I think that in Watsonville we policed aggressively, but we treated people with respect and dignity. We treated everybody like a human being. And at the end of the day, I think that that's what we owe our public, and I think what we owe everybody here. So what I promise as your sheriff is to have that same level of dignity, whether you're someone that's suffering from homelessness in the San Benito River, or you live in Ashford Highlands. We're going to treat everybody with dignity and respect. The office of the sheriff is an elected office, and it is a political office, but it's a bipartisan office, and I will serve everybody equally in this role. And I've been fortunate enough to write in Benito Link a little bit, and I'll continue to do that. But one of the things that I did write about, and this is something that not only my Chief Medina and Solano, but also Sheriff Thompson are very much on board with, and it's the way I've been taught. But we adhere to the Pelian principles of policing. There's 9 of them. I usually don't script out anything that I say, which is sometimes good and sometimes bad. But I just want to give you 3 of the ones that really I think are important. So the 5th principle for the Pelian principles of policing: to seek and preserve public favor, not by pandering to public opinion, but by constantly demonstrating absolute impartial service to law, in complete independence of policy, and without regard to justice or injustice of the substance of individual laws, by ready offering of individual service and friendship to all members of the public, without regard to their wealth or social standing. Be ready to exercise of courtesy and friendly good humor, and by ready offering of individual sacrifice in protecting and preserving life. And the other two that really speak to me are to the number 7, to maintain at all times a relationship with the public that gives reality to the historic tradition that the people are the public and that the public are the police. The police are the public and the public are the police. The police being only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interest of community welfare and existence. And lastly, to recognize always the need for strict adherence to police executive functions and to refrain from seeming to usurp the powers of the judiciary, of avenging individuals or the state, and of authoritatively judging guilt and punishing the guilty. To me, what that means is that we're the executive branch of your government. We execute the laws that are given to us. We do it fairly and impartially. And we do it equally to everybody. That's what the 14th Amendment tells us we'll do. So as your sheriff, I promise to do those things. If you or anybody in the community ever feels that we're not adhering to these principles, you need to get a hold of me immediately so we can set the record straight and make things right. Thank you all very much. Thank you, CAO Espinoza. Thank you, Deputy CAO Nolasco, and for my family for being here, and for everybody that spoke today. I really appreciate it. It's humbling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anybody like to take about a minute break? Okay, we'll be back at 11:56. 11:56. Okay. Edgar. You can sit in the CAO's seat until he gets back. Okay, we'll resume the agenda. We're looking at number 21, a board report on the definition of homeless, low income, and how affordable housing eligibility is determined. And this is just a report. There is no action.
Thank you very much, members of the board and the public. My name is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director, Health and Human Services Agency. At the April 13th board meeting, Supervisor Hernandez asked for an oral report that talks about the difference between homelessness and low income when determining eligibility for specific service. It was also requested to also report on how affordable housing eligibility is determined. Jamila Saka, the San Benito County Homeless Coordinator, would also be joining me with this presentation. So I wanted to go over a couple of definitions that are categorized as homeless. So an individual is defined by HUD as a chronically homeless if they have the disability and have lived in a shelter, safe haven, or place not meant for human habitation for 12 continuous months or on 4 separate occasions over the course that totals up for 12 months. The HUD definition does not include those that are sharing housing of someone else. So whether they're couch surfing or living in the garage or just in that type of setting, it doesn't count it. Under this definition, HUD-funded programs also require that we obtain a third-party verification that demonstrates that the individual receiving services is in fact a homeless individual. So that's what we do with some of our programs. I also wanted to give you the definition of the McKinley-Vento Act, which defines homeless children and youth as individuals who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. It includes elements similar to the chronic homeless definition. That also includes those who may be living in hotels, trailer parks, shelters, those who have a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not meant for human habitation, children and youth who are living in cars, parks, public spaces, abandoned buildings, substandard housing, bus or train stations, migratory children who qualify as homeless because they are children who are living in similar circumstances as what I said. But this definition also includes children and youth who are sharing the house of other persons due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reasons. So the school districts are the ones that normally utilize this definition, and HUD uses their own definition. I just wanted to make that distinguishment. Low income families are defined as those with incomes that are between up to the 80% of the area's median income. So we interact with Housing and Community Development, HCD, and we receive the income guidelines that determines the different poverty levels for HCD-funded programs. So just to give an example, under this definition, San Benito County median income is $89,700. And then as an example, a family of 4 that is considered extremely low income, up to the 30% of the poverty levels would need to make at least $30,600. And this is extremely low. The very low income, that's 30 to 50%, is $51,000. And the low income, that's 50 to 80% of the poverty level, would need to make $81,600. And moderate income would be 80% and above, up to $107,650. So this is one income guidelines that we go by. We also receive funds from the Community Services and Development, that's CSD from the state, for several programs. One is for the LAHI program, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. So for example, a family of 4 here, it would be eligible for service if they make 56,102. Now, if it's a family of 1, it's 29,173, so it varies depending on the number of households. For the CSBG, or Community Services Block Grant, a family of 4 is slightly lower at 53,000. If it's just one person, 25,760. So someone making that much is almost saying like minimum wage. I also wanted just to briefly go over the living wage here in San Benito County. This is the hourly rate that individuals would need to make in order to live comfortable in San Benito County. So if it's just one adult with 2 children, that's $48.50. 2 adults with 1 working adult and 2 children will need to make at least $41.19. And if it's 2 adults that both are working, each will need to make at least $26.33 to live comfortable here in San Benito County. So just wanted to mention that. And also Jamila, I believe she's here through Zoom, and maybe she could add on the housing eligibility.
Yes, good afternoon. Is my audio okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, because sometimes I've sounded like Iron Man at different meetings, and that's not necessarily the best. And so as you can see, written within the staff report, this was a collaborative effort between Enrique and myself. And so I focused more on our local ordinance in terms of our inclusionary housing ordinance. And so when we come and we talk about eligibility, I focused on what it means in terms of our ordinance specifically, and more specifically when it comes to ownership. And so written within the report, you will see that we focus a lot on, and we've mentioned it multiple times, and sometimes it is a hard concept to understand. And I think this was a great, valid question to bring up because it's not a very intuitive topic. It's not necessarily like 2 + 2 equals 4. You know, there's a lot of factors that come in to determine eligibility. And so one of the first things that we do bring up and that we do discuss, and that's in the report twice, is the area median income. And so that is something that is determined by the State Housing Community Development Agency. And that is something that is specific to every single county. And so you may see some similarities within our local jurisdictions, but for the most part, there is a variety throughout the state. So it's not necessarily one income throughout the entire state. It is specific for the specific county. And that income is for all jurisdictions within the county, including our 2 cities as well. And so every year, HCD, or the Housing Community Development, does publish our area median income. It's typically released in June. I'm not sure if they'll be on time this year, just given everything, but typically we do see updates every single June. And so written within the report, you will see, you know, typically we'll give an example of a household of 4 individuals because it's just a very common number to be able to use throughout. And so for San Benito County, our area median income is $89,700 for a family of 4. Like I said, again, this is specific to San Benito County. So some of their jurisdictions may have higher area median income and some may have lower. Like we've illustrated before too, is it is broken down in different types of income categories. So we have extremely low income, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And those are all certain estimated percentages of the area median income. So for instance, a moderate income household is about 80 to 120% of San Benito County's area median income, again, specific to San Benito County. And so when we talk about ownership units, there is a cost, right? There is a mortgage, there is a monthly expense that is expected for this household. But then at the same time, we do want to make sure that it is an affordable expense. And so typically what the base, I would say, foundation that we use is 35% times 110% of the area median income. And so I did give an example kind of broken down within the report. But in the example, for a moderate family of 4 whose gross annual income is $98,670, an estimated maximum monthly expense for their mortgage for a moderate home, whether it is one that is part of our inclusionary housing ordinance, is estimated that their monthly expense is maximum $2,877. This is including, things like insurance and other items like that. And so when it comes to determining eligibility for our inclusionary ordinance, we do rely on federal and state income guidelines, and more specifically our health and safety code, which dictates and indicates that for home ownership units, no more than 35% of the household's gross income can go towards their housing expenses. As expected, a family does need to pay for other items such as their food, other shelter, or other expenses that they may have. And so those are some of the rules and regulations that we use within our ordinance, and that will be provided in our updated manual as we do make updates to our ordinance as well. And so that's just basically the basics when it comes to home ownership. I didn't want to get too in-depth because, like I said, it's not a very intuitive topic, but I hope that just helps that in terms, it's not a magic number that is created by the county. There are health and safety guidelines that we use to be able to ensure that there is fairness and equity when we are determining these eligibility determinations for an income category or for a household as well. So at this time, that concludes my portion. But if there are any other questions, any specific questions as well, both Enrique and myself can be able to answer. Thank you.
And we'll start off with Supervisor Hernandez.
This was piggybacking off of the sentiment of the Board of Supervisors that was focused on addressing homelessness, correct? I would deflect or defer to them because ultimately they're guiding the conversation, and I do have questions, but I think they're kind of relative at this point until I get more. But my biggest point is I definitely support it, but hearing Jamila mention and even Enrique, it's a metric that's really hard to capture, right? Because it doesn't capture, the habits of the individual. It doesn't capture their ability. I mean, maybe if you have a physical disability, right? But I don't know if there's mental health issues too. So for all different varied reasons, what does that mean to address? Well, I don't want you to answer that question because it's going to get into a weeds conversation. So I'll defer back to the Board of Supervisors.
I think this might have come up when we were talking about homeless issues and concerns, and my concern. I don't need anyone to define what homelessness and low income is because I live it. That's me. I have family members who are homeless currently, and it just breaks my heart. I just want to make sure that when an issue comes before the board, in terms of where we as a county are going to be advocating for homeless and low income housing, I just want to be on that ad hoc committee if there is one, because I'm very much a proponent for it. So, yeah.
If an ad hoc committee does come up, you will be appointed.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the supervisors?
Well, Mr. Chair, the only comment, I think this is really good information. I appreciate the presentation. The overriding concern is that we don't have affordable housing, and we don't have. I don't know if you know the numbers, Enrique, but in terms of how many units we have that fall within. I know we've seen earlier numbers that in terms of what has been built, it's almost in the last year or two, it's been essentially zero, all but zero. But I don't know if you have any idea what we have within our county that falls under, some of these categories. Because the sad truth is people that, we have a lot of people that fall into these categories, and yet they have no place to live. Of course, and that's why they're homeless. Also, I was interested in when this came up before. I know we were talking about transitionary housing. I guess trying to get homeless, you transition them to try to put them in a low income, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about that. And again, it's tough to know how that works in our county because I'm not sure where they go. I know we have on the agenda here today, we're going to be, creating some more units, which is great, but it's still very limited.
Sure. Housing is extremely limited here. I could tell you that staff have a really, really difficult time identifying and confirming housing for homeless individuals. Even when we have subsidized housing, whether it's or rental assistance, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, or even more, it's extremely challenging. Now, for example, we have our HUD-funded program. It's called Permanent Supportive Housing Program. We lease 11 units. They're scattered housing throughout the county. They could be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or a family of 4 with 3 bedrooms. So we have one available right now, and it's taken us a very long time to secure a unit. So our staff, they do interact with landlords. They have good relations with property management companies. So it's a really, really good program, but it's extremely difficult to secure that level of housing. This is a problem we've had for a long time, and I think we'll still continue to have this problem if we don't really dedicate focus and attention to increasing that housing stock for low-income individuals. For transitional housing, I could tell you that it's also a big, big need. I think permanent housing is the solution for solving homelessness. Transitional housing is also very, very much needed. Right now, we just are close, like 99% done with the 6 units for transitional housing as part of phase 3 next to the shelter. These units look really nice. The goal is to have a contractor operator selected in a couple of months. There's an active RFP right now for a provider to apply. So hopefully it closes on the 4th of May. We'll then interact, and if there's a contract, we will come back to your board for that approval. So there's 6 units there. What that'll do is it'll give a transitional housing up to 18 months, coupled with a staff person act as case manager to transition them to permanent housing. That is the goal. The other location that we have right now is at the Migrant Center, part of the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. We are in the process of building 5 transitional housing units. And phase 2, once we identify and get other funding, we hope to add on another 10 units. So there's plans for those as well right now.
Just a follow-up question, do we have, with our homeless shelter, which is obviously not permanent housing, but do we have any idea how many people are looking for housing, or at least the opportunity to be in the homeless shelter, but maybe are not able to because we don't have enough space?
I would say that all of them should be in a house. All of them would like to be in a home. That is the most ideal situation. I know there's other factors and issues with mental health and other, we go by what we call the housing first model. In providing HUD-funded programs, we have to follow the housing first model, which says regardless of the conditions of an individual, we provide housing first, and through supportive services, we would provide that level of support to address the other needs.
And how many people are estimated to be homeless?
The 2019 census reported 283 homeless individuals, but I could tell you we have more than that, just based on the last year's economic and just the interaction with homeless individuals within our department.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Hernandez.
Enrique, so of the 200, and you said 80, well,
83.
It's more, right? But
yeah,
the majority, I would say, is it like for other reasons, or mental health or disability, or is it because they kind of fall within that gap where they're just not making enough to be able to live, or find a place to live, or, folks that would basically be in a position to be, even if they had that transitional opportunity, or, where they're technically, the ability is there, they just don't have the funding to make it happen.
It's a combination of both. The 2019 census, which is the last census that we have, the next one will be January of next year, did analyze that as well. And I don't remember the numbers, but it did take into account the reasons for being homeless, ranging from loss of income, jobs, really looking at what led to homelessness. So I don't have that information with me, but I could certainly forward you that report.
That would be really good.
I will.
Yeah, and my only final comment is with what Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, which I think is a really good point. I mean, and that's something that I think that with cooperation with Jamila is, I think when it comes down to, and this is just through the experience with the Santana Ranch project, that there wasn't an expectation when it comes to the building of these low-income housing, to be able to, for them to be on the front end, right? It's always like a part of the agreement to a certain extent, but then it's not required to build them first or parallel in tandem, right? And I know that was part of the issue with Santana Ranch is they basically said we're gonna do it at the end, right? And I get it, it's profitable to do it that way. It's more profitable, but it doesn't change the reality is we have there's not a strong enough focus basically to prioritize those housing units first.
Let's be clear on this. Santana Ranch, when you say they didn't want to, it was the Board of Supervisors. So at any point in time, we can require. So it is us, not Santana Ranch or not Anderson Homes. It was the Board of Supervisors allowing them to. When we come now, if anything happens, you and I are in unison. We'll say they have to do it in parallel or they have to do it up front. That's the correct way to do it, but we can't, chastise the developers when the Board of Supervisors from decades ago, they're the ones that put the development agreement together. So I just want to be clear.
I appreciate what you said, Chair Medina, but it still doesn't take away the ultimately, if you have the incentive, and I'm not attacking the developer. I'm not.
No, I just want to be clear.
For me, it's housing has always become an issue. It's as far as why it's prioritized in this county, separate issue. But nonetheless, even just from a fiscal standpoint, you're going to prioritize your least profitable element at the back end, and that's all I'm saying is, so it makes sense. You're right. Yeah. The Board of Supervisors prior could have done that on the front end. They didn't. Doesn't change the realities. They also, as the developer, could have built them on the front end if they wanted to. That's all I'm saying.
That's why I want to be on the affordable housing as well as the homeless ad hoc, because there is a deficient availability of affordable homes. I mean, particular to my family, they lost their home because of the situation of income. COVID, they were evicted during COVID when they shouldn't have been evicted. And that's another issue that I'll bring up at a later date. Single parent with 3 children, where are they going to live? Nobody wants 3 kids and a single parent who can't afford the rent, and even if he could afford the rent, who's going to rent him a complex for less than $1,500 a month? It's just ridiculous. It's just, the cost of living here in San Benito County is just ridiculous. And our arena numbers, when we go back to talk about arena numbers, and the low income, low to moderate income, they're ridiculous. Because in every column you see 0, 0, 0, except in the moderate income homes, then you have moderately priced income homes. It's outrageous. And so I'm torn between those people that have slow growth, no growth, because we see all the market rate homes, just building all over our community. But nobody is addressing the need that I'm going to be a squeaky wheel, that we need to develop, build, construct, and house individuals who need affordable housing. And so whatever, Enrique, you need me to do as a supervisor, let me know. And as soon as the chair designates an ad hoc committee for affordable housing, I'm there. Okay, because I know we desperately need it. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one other comment too, and kind of listening to Supervisor Gonzalez is, at the end of the day, I feel like, and I'm not an economist, but I think it's a healthy assumption then when the focus is market rate, by default, it's only going to increase the cost of housing. By default, it's going to create or increase the problem of low income, right? So it's to a certain extent, we're hurting ourselves. Prioritizing low income, I think, it should be important. Granted that it's manageable, and I get it for the developer side that there's an ability for them to afford it, right? Because they're not going to build them if they can't afford it.
Mr. Chair, I just want to go on the record and say I disagree with that. I don't believe there's a black and white supply and demand market when it comes to housing. It's much more complicated. That's just my view. I think in California, you keep building and the prices aren't going down. So there's something a little beyond that, I will say that I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez. We just need a lot more affordable housing, a lot more. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Some other healthy thoughts on that. I see your sentiment, Supervisor Kosmicki. Just to put it in context, there's a reason why there's, to a certain extent, this pushing out of the culture within our own communities, because the folks that have lived here a long time, maybe as they get older, they retire, they have fixed incomes for all different reasons. You're right. There's a lot of impacts. Nonetheless, it's still, our community becomes I think, a very attractive community. We become like a magnet to the very expensive areas that only get more expensive, and by default, it makes our area a lot, it metastasizes the problem in our county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And just to add to that, Peter, is it's location, 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 because, you know, of course, and, you know, from Bakersfield, the median home price is $245,000. So once again, it's always, no matter where you go, it's location, location, location. That's the hard part. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I have a answer to anything, because I don't. That's the hard part about sitting up here, and I don't have an answer. Any other questions? Okay, any public comment? Yes, ma'am.
Elia Salinas, thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing up the fact that it was the previous board. I've been coming up here for years and saying that the developers dangle the carrot for affordable housing, and they promise and they promise, and it gets put in the back burner. I mean, this happened, y'all know, with Santana Ranch. They were building, and then they didn't want to do the light on Sunny Slope and something else. I can't think of it right now. Valley View.
Valley View.
Valley View. The board had the authority, and they were able to stop the building until they got that light up there, because they promised to do it, and then they weren't going to do it. They were just putting it till the back. But it is correct. We do need affordable housing. Those numbers are really ridiculous, because you all know someone who makes $80,000 for one person is difficult, much less for to feed 4 people. So I don't know how those numbers can be changed, but we need affordable housing. It is up to the board to force them. They come up here and they give you promises, and you can make them build those houses before they do per market, because they are making money no matter what, because the consumer moving in there is going to pay and the developer is going to make money. Don't feel sorry for developers. Business is business. I totally get it, but I don't feel sorry for developers, because they're not in the business to lose money. They're in the business to make money, whether it's affordable or whether it's market or above market. And then we have the people moving from out of county, coming into San Benito County. They sell their $1 million or $2 million homes, and guess what? They don't have to pay the tax when they move to San Benito County, because the law allows them to purchase a home here based on the tax value of the house they just sold in Santa Clara County. So we need to, there's other things to consider than just what's, that we have too many houses. I don't think we have enough housing, because if we had enough housing, the market would go down. And that is, right now it's a seller's market, and homes are selling within days. Honor Spencer just left out of California today. Sold her house within 4 days, above market rate. There's an issue here, and we all need to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
If you'd like to comment on Zoom, please raise your hand on your screen, or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any parting questions, comments? Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to go to number 22 and 23, because there's a lot of people that have been waiting on this, and then we'll go to a quick closed session working lunch, and then we'll resume with 24 in return. Okay, well, we're going to look at 22 and 23 together, if that's possible. One is the 99-year lease, and then one is the closure. Just for the record, there is a typo on 23. It says Hollister, California, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is it supposed to be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.? Or did I read it wrong?
No, it was just an extension, 7 PM, because it normally would close, it would reopen at 7 PM from 7
Oh,
AM to
so
7 PM.
they're gonna
So
keep
this
it
is
from
just-
7 to 10, okay.
They're gonna go ahead and extend it.
Yeah.
Okay, I read it wrong. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, County Council. I'll cover both items if you would like for me to and give you a brief background on both.
Yes, sir, please, thank you.
The first item is a 99-year lease that we've negotiated with the school district that would enable us to have access to the 47 acres south of River Parkway and enable us to proceed with the development, robust development of a grant application for $3 million under a grant category that's only available to counties under Proposition 68. I'm really excited about this. I think the lease gives us all the authorities we need to be able to move forward with planning and initial phases of development of the regional park south of River Parkway. As you all know, the total acreage there right now is around 70. So this is 47 acres covered by this lease, and then the county bought the Palm Tag property a few years ago, so there's a total of 70 acres presently available. The lease is scheduled to also be considered by the high school district this evening, and so if you approve it and they approve it, then the lease will be in effect immediately. And pardon me, I laid aside my notes on this particular item. This results from a 2016 agreement that you all entered into, or the county did, interagency agreement that called for the county to do certain things and then the school district to provide accessibility to the land for the development of the regional park. And most importantly, the county built River Parkway at a cost of $2 million roughly. And the final development of the lease that's in front of you, there was a lot of give and take between school district staff and our CAO, Ray Espinosa, and Barbara, our county council. Were involved in those discussions along with Joel Ellenwood, Mike Chambliss, and myself, and I believe that it's a good agreement, a good lease, and it gives us the authorities we need to move ahead. I'm very excited about it. One of the subsequent actions will be that after we complete the plan, is we would develop a shared use agreement that would come back to you in consultation with the school district for your subsequent approval. Also wanted to thank the ad hoc committee for your work with us, Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Hernandez, and thank you for the suggestions and guidance that you provided to us as we've negotiated this. The second item is you may recall that we had a public hearing to look at the possibility of a permanent closure of Nash Road next to the high school. The county owns the south half of Nash Road between Monterey Street and West. And previously you had a public hearing and decided to continue that hearing to this date. This is a substitute item, item 23. We no longer are recommending that we move forward with the permanent vacation of Nash. So this substitute item would just consent to an extension of the hours for the closure that already has been authorized. In 2016 and 17, the city and county both authorized the closure of Nash Road during school hours, 7 to 7. And this would extend it to 10 o'clock at night on weekdays and provide the county's consent to an extended length of closure. And then also allow for closures for summer school during the summer summer days, summer school, from 7 to 3:30. You'll find some references in the staff report to 10:30 at night. That was their initial request, but the school district late last week indicated they would live with 10 p.m. because We had, our CAO was able to talk to the Hollister Fire Chief, who indicated that 10 would be acceptable. And he's in training and not always accessible to us, so we were unable to confirm that he would be okay with 10:30. So we asked the school district to agree to just leave it at 10. And so the resolution that's in front of you would just agree to have the existing closure with the existing gates during school days stay open until 10:30 at night. 10 o'clock at night from 7 o'clock in the morning. And then 7 to 3:30 during summer school. And that's a brief summary of those items.
And I'll let Supervisor Hernandez take it from here, but prior to that, I just want to repeat that there will be no complete closure, that the
Correct.
closure will be from 10 at night to 7 in the morning, is that correct?
7 in the morning until 10 at night.
Okay, 7 in the morning, yeah, I'm sorry, opposite, it'll be open, yes. I just wanted to make sure that, once again, because there's been a lot of talk about closure, we're not talking about a complete closure.
No, sir.
Okay, I'll let Supervisor Hernandez take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, Benny, you mentioned it was Chief Bedoya that had already agreed to 7 to 10 o'clock?
No, it was the actual fire chief, Bob.
Campos.
Bob Campos,
Yes.
yeah. Okay. Awesome. I mean, we'll see what the public input is. I know there's a lot of concerns. I think it's good that we beat through them and make sure that there's clarity and ultimately that there's safety is addressed. I know that's always been the issue. I mean, we always had the option of the 99-year lease, so that in and of itself is something that's showing, I think, credibility to the Board of Supervisors, all things considered, if it's supported, that we were serious about getting that regional park. I know that's been a big part of the questions, has been how serious are you about actually moving forward? To me, it's a laser focus. I think it's a huge asset. There's a lot of opportunity. I won't bore you with too many of the details. To a certain extent, I feel like it's that exciting that it just needs to be put in context, and the stakeholder inputs is going to be a big part of that conversation to make sure that the public understands not only what potential it has, but ultimately for them to give input on what they would like to see with that park.
Yes, sir.
So, one of the things that I think I wanted to put out there that I think is important, and I know, I don't know, is Chief Bedoya on the line at all? He is, okay. Well, I know I had asked for clarity because, I made the comment of what's worse, having a long route with no stop signs or a short route with a bunch of stop signs. I know that in the notes, the staff made notes that it mentions that when you have, basically Nash Road is one of the priority roads, one of the main thoroughfares. Point taken. I could see how that, that makes sense. The only question is where, well, two things. One is, where is the traffic or the emergency response coming from? Is it from Fire Station 1 or Fire Station 2? And from what I'm told, it's Fire Station 1. And which route would be the most feasible or efficient to address the concerns of the public, to make sure that if there's someone that has an emergency, that it's the most expedient process to get to that person. So, and for me, the kind of the visibility that I have from a distance, right? I'm not the chief. I understand that he knows a lot more than me when it comes to his routes. Is if you're going towards Nash, ultimately you're going to hit a lot of stop signs to hit Nash if you're going north versus if you go west and then take west side coming up to the west side of town, right? So which way does it? That's what I'd like clarity on, is which routes, and then I also wanted clarity on what is historically the routes that have been taken from that Fire Station 1, and I think that'll point to really what are the habits of the fire department and why they're, what routes they're specifically taking to get to that side of town. So those are my questions, and I think from there I'd hand it off to Supervisor Kosmicki, and hopefully we'll have some good input from the public.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, appreciate it. First off, just for clarity purposes, we were previously considering the vacation of our portion of Nash. Can you, with the 99-year lease and the extension of hours, are we permanently vacating our portion, or is that, I know that's being put off, right, for now?
That would have to be a subsequent action. The lease does speak to that possibility.
Right.
And if that were to subsequently happen, then we would actually get title to the land rather than just the 99-year lease. But my opinion is that we have everything we need to move forward with the development of the park with the 99-year lease.
Great. Appreciate that clarity. First off, I want to just thank all the parties involved, the staff's work on this to get us here, and Mr. Chambliss, your efforts now and going forward with applying for the grant. And I want to, well, first off, I joined this ad hoc, I think it was February, and Supervisor Hernandez and I thankfully both acknowledge this is a really important issue. It's urgent, and especially with the timeline for the grant. And so, you know, I'm just really proud of the ad hoc and the staff on how quickly we've been able to pull this off. You know, it's just about 2 months of work. It says a lot about the commitment of our staff. And I would say, as far as the passion, our Supervisor Hernandez clearly has a passion for this issue, and I appreciate you continually keeping this on the table. The regional park could potentially be, and it will be, a true gem for the entire county, for the city of Hollister, for the San Benito High School community, and for the neighbors, you know, just in spite of, understandably, many of them being frustrated with the potential of closing the road. It's going to be a true asset, I believe, for those neighbors as well, and a beautiful park in their backyard. And, you know, I just personally will pledge that, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the county will continue to watch and to monitor and to work with those residents on issues as they arise, and to make sure that we are listening to the residents of that area. But I do want to see continued momentum. I'm really excited about the potential grant dollars and really getting this park going. But I also will say I would like to see, personally, I would like to see, and we've talked about this, improvements, maybe not so much from the grant, but I'd like to see as soon as possible that we get some level of improvements out there, that we get something going so that people have a place to go and people can see that there's progress. I just would not like, you know, it would be unfortunate, especially for the neighbors in that area, to have it where we have, you know, years-long delays on actually being able to go out there and enjoy that park. So for me, I'm hopeful, and I think I have support that we can start to get out there and start to make improvements and allow for people to get out there as soon as possible on that. And then as far as the closure, you know, I view this as a compromise. You know, this is a tough issue. There's benefits on both sides. There's understandable safety concerns on both sides of this issue. From the high school's perspective about not closing it and the potential for a disaster there with all those students there, you know, and let's not forget all the sports. There's a huge sports culture at San Benito High School, and many nights during the week there are students and families that are crossing there, and I've heard there have been a lot of very close calls. So I think, you know, the compromise makes a lot of sense to me. So I do understand the residents' concerns, but then there are, and they have their own safety concerns and issues with the access for emergency personnel, and they're valid. Both sides have valid concerns, but to me, this is truly an example of how two different sides can work together and find a middle ground, a compromise that can make sense for the community and can benefit, and we can get something really beneficial out of it. So again, I appreciate all the agencies. The county, I know we've been, you know, I'm new here, but we've been sort of stuck in the middle on the tugging and back and forth on this for quite a while, but it's very exciting for our community that hopefully we finally get past this hurdle and we continue moving forward. And I would strongly urge the city of Hollister to follow suit on their end as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I have a couple of questions and concerns, so I'll go ahead and state them, and then however you want to address them, Mr. Young. First of all, can you confirm that though we're not going to go ahead with the permanent vacation of Nash Road and securing the 90-year lease, does that mean then the county will never get title to the property since we're not doing a permanent closure? So that's one issue. I appreciate the extension of the hours in lieu of a permanent closure. However, on the weeknights that there aren't any sports events, I would hope that the high school in good faith would open up the property at 7 p.m. if there is nothing going on, because there's no sense for it to be closed if there's nothing going on campus. In terms of the summertime hours, it is what it is. There is, students on campus, and so I understand there has to be that concession that we have to give. And again, I'm willing to give it because that forgoes the permanent closure. I do have some concerns with the shared use, and I want to make sure that the shared use is reciprocal from the high school as well to the county, not just one-sided. It needs to be shared, so the language needs to be clarified that it is a reciprocal use on both sides. Because I was on the Hollister City Parks and Rec, I can't even think, 2008, maybe thereabouts. And when the high school received all of the tax funds to redo their campus, the tennis courts, the ball fields and so forth, the swimming pool, and the community didn't have access to that. We had to yell, scream, and throw a tantrum in order for the community to be able to use that. And those were tax dollars where they should have been open up to the community specifically. I know that we have at least one resident that's been here since 9 a.m. who wants to talk, so I don't want to keep on harping on it. But again, I need to make sure that the hours, the extended hours during the weeknights are, if there is no school event going on, please, we need to have the road closure open at 7 p.m. like it was previously. I'm also a visual learner, and for all of you up here, I think other than Supervisor Kosmicki, who lives in the Aroma San Juan District 2 area, those of you who don't live in downtown Hollister where I live on 4th Street, just 4 blocks down the street. And look at, for example, you go out and look at the front door of the admin building, you will have yet another street closer because of a darn flood, because of the ineptness, that's the best word I can find, the ineptness of the city of Hollister, inability to handle their water main issues that are ongoing. And it says in it, that flows down my street every time it happens. And so now we have a main thoroughfare on 4th Street that is not passable. So you have options to curve and veer and around and so forth. If we look parallel, we have 3rd Street, we have 4th Street. The next main parallel to get from one side of town to the next is 7th, and then the other one is Nash. So you are effectively neutering all of the residents who live on the west side of town from getting to the other side of town. I don't want to sound vulgar, but it is a bitch to get around town when this is broken down and that street is closed off. And so I'm not happy, but this might be to you guys a one-off thing, but no, this is happening on a regular basis, and it directly impacts people on my side of town, District 5, all of District 5, because if we want to go to Safeway, or if we want to go to Nob Hill, we got to figure out how the hell are we going to get home. It's ridiculous. We have to curve there. And so I go to the gym on a regular basis, and last night, as I came back from the gym, I drove that passage twice to see what roads can I traverse to get home safely if this is between the 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. hour. And so I need you guys to start thinking about the West Coast, because we are at a disadvantage there. And now as me as a Board of Supervisors District 5, I'm not going to be quiet. But I'm not happy that we have to have the closure. I'm okay that we're not going to have a permanent closure, but it's still not a win-win for me. So that I'll just be quiet on that.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, as already been mentioned here, I think the park is a wonderful thing for our community. We don't have anywhere near enough services for our citizens, and it's great that we're adding this park, and I think over the years it will be really a standout park for our community. So I'm excited about that, and thank you to the ad hoc committee and county staff for working this out and coming to a good solution with the 99-year lease. As far as the temporary, the street closure of Nash Road, I understand there's some really strong feelings on both sides, and I understand the impacts it may have. I do think it seems like a fair compromise that what's been arrived at. It may not be perfect, but it seems like a reasonable compromise. I also just want to emphasize, in spite of some of the comments that were made a couple weeks ago, this has really been an extremely collaborative process. I wish there was more of this in our community. This is something that, and I'm not talking about in the last, few weeks, but I'm talking about going back, the city, the county, the Hollister Police Department, the Hollister Fire Department, the high school. They were all involved in this discussion, and so I think that it's we've struggled here over the last month or so, and I think there's been some backsliding by certain people, but it is where it is the way it is, and I think given the the politics and the circumstances, this is a good compromise, and I think it's something that should go forward. Thank you.
And I'll allot my time to Captain Reynoso. Are you on, Captain Reynoso?
Chief Reynoso.
I'm sorry, Chief. My bad. Correct me many times. Chief Reynoso. Do you have anything to say, Chief Reynoso? Did he have anything to say?
Mr. Medina, Mr. Chair, this is Charlie Bedolla, the acting fire chief for the Hollister Fire. We're just waiting for him to come on, but if you need me, I'm here for a comment also.
Can you answer some of Supervisor Hernandez's questions about the routes?
I will, we went over that the last time we talked about it. Where Station 1, that's their primary responsibility area. That is a main thoroughfare on Nash Road and 7th Street. So thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. I really do appreciate it. She's very observant and she does understand exactly what it is. So you got to understand that, I'm going to just go back to it. Customer service is an essential duty and #1 priority for the fire department. We don't have any agendas. Our only agenda is overall public safety for the whole community. So thank you to the high school for taking this off the permanent closure. We do appreciate that. There was a misunderstanding because the fire chief only does approve till 7 o'clock. We are okay with the summer school closure, but it is only till 7 o'clock at status quo. And on certain events, which we can go up to 10:30 or 11 as needed, they could come and let the city know, go through the process to approve those certain dates that are needed to extend it. But for the most part, it's status quo till 7 p.m. If needed on special events or certain nights, come through the city, come through dispatch to get those approved and to advise us to let us know. Most likely we will approve it. We just need to be known on it, and we could keep it open. We could keep it closed for the duration of the event. So if they have a school dance, if they have a graduation, if they have a nighttime festival that lasts till 10:30, 11, we're okay with that as long as we understand it, we know it, but not till 10 o'clock. It's till 7 status quo, and then the summer school's okay. So if you have any questions on that, and that was per the fire chief, and it is per the police chief, and we EMS and everybody else too. So you got to understand, that's the AHJ, the authority having jurisdiction. That is the fire department, and that is the police department. So if Carlos is on, he'll second it, and he'll just reiterate what I just said. And the fire chief, he supports it also. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank you. The fire chief is also on but he can't talk.
Okay. So
For some reason.
Is Chief Reynoso on? So is Chief Reynoso on or not? Okay. You have any?
I'm right here.
Thank you, Chief Reynoso. You have any comments?
I just want to reiterate what Chief Bedolla just said. I've had multiple conversations with Chief Del Campo. The mention of 10 o'clock, just as Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, it would be when they have events. That would be the most reasonable thing to do. Having that closed off till 10 o'clock every night, regardless if there's events or any activity going on at the school, is unreasonable. And we've, on our conversations with Ray, we've discussed that if there's a dance, if there's a game or anything like that, we're open to closing that. And it would just be a requirement to request that time to be closed off, just like when they close off Monterey Street when there's a big event there at the school. But 7 to 7 was the agreement that we had, until 10 o'clock when there is a specific event or a reason to keep it till closed till 10 o'clock. I must remind everyone that additional stop signs have been added in that section of Nash Road. Protrusions out into the roadway, making the only crossing of the road being about 12 to 14 feet. And we think that after hours, that is a reasonable accommodation. And there's not a lot of as many thousands of people on campus at that hour of the night or the day. So we think from 7 to 7 is reasonable. And till 10 o'clock, when there's a specific reason for that, would be reasonable as well. But an arbitrary closing till 10, Monday through Friday, is not something we agreed to, and that was expressed to county staff.
We'll go to Joel first, and then if anyone else has a question.
I think Mr. Espinoza should address.
Yeah, I'd like to make some clarity with this. So I'd like to invite up Mike Chambliss. During a meeting that we had, a joint meeting, there was communication with Mike Chambliss, with the chief, Bob DeCampo, and he expressed a different element or different view. Mike, can you elaborate, please?
At that time, Chief Del Campo did indicate that he was willing to go with 10 o'clock till 10 o'clock. He did say that if there was nothing going on, that he wanted it open at 7. It appears that Chief Del Campo is changing his mind. Not sure why. So apologize, Benny. You didn't let me know that. When Benny told you that he signed off till 10 o'clock, we were acting on the written conversation that I had with him several weeks ago.
And I would like, for clarity purposes as well, just to make the point that both Bob and I did not actually communicate. We played phone tag, and just he's unavailable, I guess, where he's at. I did speak to Carlos Reynoso, and he expressed exactly what he said today. And so I will make sure that that is the case. He has concerns about it being closed permanently from 7 to 10. He would like to have it, he's more than willing to work, as he said, allowing it to be closed till 10 if there's events or other things that are occurring. So that is actually the case.
So my question for the board right now, sorry, Joel, just 1 second, is what is the feeling of the board? Is it just 10 to close from 10 to 7, or is it just on a, I would call it a case-by-case basis? What is the majority of the board think right now, just out of?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Is it, because we know it's certainly not like when we have a parade or something, the high school does have a lot of events, as we discussed. Is it, is the chief suggesting that it would be okay as long as they give notice for the myriad of events? I mean, it could be, 3 times a week. I'm just curious whether, is that a practical thing, and could the high school go along with, doing this? Is that workable? I guess my question.
What was expressed to me was exactly, he's obviously on the call, he can answer for himself. Right. But what was expressed to me is exactly that. They're aware of the events, they know what's going to happen. They would like to see those events calendared throughout the year, as far in advance as possible. I did talk to Dr. Sean Tannenbaum, and he obviously has concerns of that due to scheduling and other things, but I'm sure there's something that we could probably work out. But and, you know, he's on the phone right now, so he could probably answer that directly.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I would like to hear from Superintendent Tenenbaum, if possible.
Yeah, let's do it. But Joel, did you have something to say prior to Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yes,
Okay.
I'd like to say two things.
I'll give you that.
Number one is that the lease is entirely independent of the decision about whether or not to extend the hours.
Good.
The lease, the entitlement to get the lease was earned by the county when it built River Parkway. And we're just following through with the interagency cooperation agreement signed in 2016 to implement that by getting the lease. So even though we're considering the two items, they really are separate.
Okay, so I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Can we come back and vote right now on the 99-year lease, because since it's so independent of everything, and then go back and talk about the closure? Would that be all right with,
they are separately agendized
Yes,
items,
okay.
and we'd ask that you do that.
So let's,
Public comment.
Public comment.
yeah, so let's,
got the-
yeah, let's go ahead and do the 90, I just want to through this
Mr. Chair, this
99
is Charlie again. Can we have the fire chief comment on here, because we pulled him away from his
Yeah, if he,
active duties,
yeah.
and he's on right now, if we can, if I may, please.
put him on, please.
He's on, ready to go.
Hey, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Let's go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, Chief, we can hear you from North
Okay.
Carolina.
Hey, number one, I'm sorry, and I apologize for any kind of misrepresentation or misinterpretation. The conversation I had with Mr. Chambliss was, he asked if I can have if it would be okay for public safety to have that portion of Nash Road closed at 10 o'clock. I didn't see a problem with that. And then my follow-up question to him was, as long as it's during an event night, and then, the hours before and after that, that road needs to be open for public safety. And part of that conversation was, we're not the overall vote in this. You still have three other public safety disciplines to get approval from, and that would be AMR, PD, and SO. So the whole intent by the conversation, and this is what I don't like about texting, because you misinterpret the full breadth of the conversation, and I really got to apologize on that. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in Pennsylvania, and you can seriously lose some information and good intended options. So I'll own that. I'll own that flub up. But the whole conversation is exactly what Chief Bedolla and Chief Reynoso were talking about, as far as having the amount of road closed for the amount of time. And that's all I have, pending anybody's questions.
I don't think so. I think we're pretty clear on what Chief Reynosa and the two fire chiefs stated. So we'll go back to Joel. Just, do we want to go ahead? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused here, but can we go to the 99 right now, take public comment? Take public comment on the...
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
in the prerogative of the chair.
Thank you.
They were agendized
Thank
separately.
you. So let's go to public comment only on the 99-year lease, not on the closure. This is only referring to us going to the 99-year lease. Yes, ma'am.
No. Okay, so my only question with regard to the lease is, because I didn't look at the packet and I want it to be on the record, because they said publicly that the lease has language with regards to having, eventually in the future, having access or the right to exchange that property. So I would like on the record that specific language to be read so I can understand it and the public can understand it. Right now you're saying it's not you know, one for the other. You're saying it has nothing to do with it, but the language is in there. What specifically does that language say? And make sure, and is there any sunset clause to it? So please, if Joel, if you can read that language, or if the county council can read the language in the lease, I'd appreciate it.
That was my concern and my question to Benny too, is that if we don't have that permanent closure, does that mean then San Benito County will never acquire title to that property? So thank you very much, Elia, for that. I appreciate it.
The answer to that is no. The county, there is this interagency cooperation agreement that addresses a specific means by which the county would obtain title to the park property, and that would be upon the permanent closure. But that does not foreclose either the county or the school district from having some separate consideration for conveyance of that in the future. That's just implementing the 2016 agreement. The language in the lease is that the lease would terminate when title was transferred, if it was transferred in accordance with the interagency cooperation agreement on the terms of closure of Nash Road. But that is not the only means by which the county could ultimately acquire title.
In the language of the lease, should that permanent closure never happen, do we have an option to renew again and again those 99 years?
There is no option agreement in the lease. It's 99 years. And a lot can happen in the course of 99 years.
And I would hope that we can all agree and sign it off and get title like tomorrow. But in the event we can't agree because we're having a difficulty of meeting of the minds, this board has changed, city council has changed, you know, and even the superintendent at the high school has changed. So I'm just concerned if it just never meets that threshold, do we then lose the property and the 100th year?
No, well, the 99-year lease, we could.
Well, we'll be dead. You're right. We'll be gone and buried. Oh, the school will be done. Yeah. I'm just trying to look into the future, you know.
For the purposes of developing the park, the grant application requires a minimum of a 30-year lease. So we're exceeding that by 3 times by having a 99-year lease. And our primary concern at the moment is to secure control of the property so that we can apply for this $3 million grant. And the 99-year lease does that at least 3 times over. So I would let us worry about transfer of title in the future. And when we get back to the issue of the extension of the hours for closure, I have other comments that I would make that would be pertinent to that decision. Okay. But I would ask you to now have the further discussion and vote on the approval of the 99-year lease. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Well, if there aren't any questions, I'd love to make the motion then too.
I'm sorry, was there a full public comment?
Sorry. One quick before it eludes me is, Mr. Chambliss, if we can get maybe that communication from the chief, I think that would help clarify a whole lot. So, and then we can go to public comment.
Just, I think I might have nodded off. What communication?
From between Mike and the chief.
The miscommunication.
Yeah.
Well, the one he just said right now that he wanted it open.
Yeah, no, okay. But he said, Mike said there was email communication.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, no big deal. Okay. We'll open it up to public comment. Any public comment?
This is on the 99-year lease.
Yes, sir. 99-year.
You had opened it before.
Yes.
But
because Ms. Salinas had a question. You just hadn't closed.
Yeah, we haven't closed it. So is there any public comment? Any more public comment?
On Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Joel.
Or press *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rob Rodriguez. I'm a longtime resident of Hollister. I grew up here. I went to the high school, participated in athletics there, and so like I'm super familiar with that backside area where the park is. And hearing that acreage number gets me super excited. I want to echo Supervisor Kosmicki in saying that this park could be a gem for San Benito County, and that just I'm behind it all the way. Like I think that it's a good direction. It's good to see that we're working together and getting things done that are positive for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Yes. Hello. This is Valerie Eglin speaking for Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And we are, of course, extremely happy to see the Regional Park and River Parkway moving forward. And we want to thank those who have gone before, Harry Maverigenis, Adam Goldstone, Damian Felice, Mike Chambliss now, and Benny Young, as well as Don Kelly, and Don Pidd from previous PRCs, Parks and Rec Commissions, and a lot of the leadership from Supervisor Patello before that. Let's see, Representing Reach, we support the execution of the 99-year lease with the San Benito High School District. The community is excited to see these early steps in the development of the River Parkway and Regional Park. COVID has shown us the importance of having access to outdoor activities, and the excellent crude, I don't know if you can call excellent and crude the same, but they are really beautiful trails that the Public Works under Damian Felice did put into the river or the regional park for public use, and people are walking there day and evening and noon and night. It's wonderful to see the families and children and elders enjoying the experience of just taking a walk, unencumbered by fences, cars, sidewalks, and city streets. We will build healthier and prosperous population with recreational open space that is not behind a fence, open and accessible to foot and freedom for physical and mental health. We appreciate it and do support a 99-year lease. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Jay Day. I'm actually a resident right near Nash Road, a West Side resident. I know there's a later comment period for the closure. I just want to say I am excited about the park. I just want to make sure that, we take it into account that, once you have a park, there's going to be more traffic in the area. And just want to make sure that, we keep that in mind, that the closure will affect that. I plan on commenting later, but just want to say I support the park, but with taking the proper traffic considerations in mind. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No more comments?
Okay, now we'll bring it back to the board.
Okay, so then I would like to make the motion that we adopt Resolution 2021-42 and approve the execution of the 99-year lease with San Benito High School District for the development of the Riverview Park Regional Park. Authorize necessary parties to execute and record memorandum of lease for purposes of recording executed lease at the Clerk Recorder's Office.
Do we have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Motion passes. Thank you. Now we'll go on to the second one. We tried to do them together, but I think I got a little bit flustered. Sorry, Ray. We'll go on to the next one dealing with the closure. And we've had already dialogue on it. Is there any future dialogue from the board members before we go to public comment? Or Mr. Joel, is there something that you'd like to add?
Yes, I'd like to point out to the board that Nash Road is divided in half. The south half is under the jurisdiction of the county. It's actually entitled to, it's unfee titled to the school district, but there is a public right-of-way. It is the city limits run right down the middle of Nash Road in that location. So the south half is under the jurisdiction of the county, and the north half is under the jurisdiction of the city. The resolution before you today only deals with the south half, and it is independent of whatever decision the city council makes, which is, from a practical point of view, an effective control over the hours of use of that. So if the county is willing to accept the school district's request, that only pertains to the south half of Nash Road in that one block area. And then it is up to the school district and the city's public safety agencies, the police and fire department, to work out whatever arrangements they need to deal with the hours of closure that effectively control that one block. And so I would respectfully suggest that that be left to future dialogue between the school district and the city to effectively make a decision about the control of that area, but that the county consider the hours of closure as being acceptable to the county if, as a practical matter, the city decides to go forward.
Go ahead. Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Even kind of a little bit garnering off the sentiment of the board that, you know, and to a certain extent, Chief Bedoya has already mentioned, or Captain, Chief Bedoya, interim, mentioned basically that he's not opposed to closure, right? So I do believe in the spirit of cooperation that there is a solution. You know, even if we were to agree, and I don't even want to say the word because I know that sets people, but even if we were to agree to basically extend the hours, whatever it was, it doesn't preclude us honestly from being still engaged in this, in the ongoing element of safety, right? That's a big consideration. The more I thought about this sentiment from even the ad hoc, you know, with Supervisor Kosminski's mention is, you know, I know the high school is ultimately trying to create this calendar, you know, what is the events, what would be the need as far as closing that road, maybe as a friendly amendment, as a consideration possible. And again, this is open for the dialogue element of our conversation is, what if we were to have a calendar that had the ad hoc be engaged in that process to address maybe the concerns of the closure and include, to a certain extent, have that desire and expectation for the fire department to be a part of those conversations. And because if they're saying they want to work with the high school, then I think it should be, to a certain extent, an opportunity for us to have these conversations and then be a part of it every single one. And I don't have a perfect visual in my head as far as what that looks like. I don't know what it's going to take. But my biggest point is, at that point, then there's no ultimately secondhand conversations or third hand, right? There's more of a direct engagement. It's open to the public to know what these conversations are about, and I think it's going to push us into a better situation to address the issue. So my point is, and this is separate, right? We're going to have basically this calendar. I'd like to know what these events are. I'd like to know that the fire department is part of these conversations.
Well, let me suggest to the board that you have a number of options. You can pass the resolution as it's drafted. Again, it would not bind the city as to whatever arrangements the city and the school district could work out. Another option is to modify the resolution to call for the district to submit an annual calendar of events that would extend the closure period after 7 p.m. And they would have, I mean, if you were, for example, involved in theater and you're rehearsing 3 nights a week, you know, there are going to be those kinds of, or practicing for a sport, volleyball, it might be 3 or 4 or 5 nights a week that would have activities in that area. So I think, again, further discussion about the needs and the schedules with the school districts appropriate. So rather than try and craft something on the fly today, you could also table this item for future consideration after. So those are the alternatives.
It's more of a master schedule, right? Which is including safety as that conversation, including the Board of Supervisors, to summarize.
Mr. Chair, so first of all, I have to point out the high school district has not approved this lease yet. They're going to be considering it tonight. I think what we do here today is going to weigh heavily on that. I think we've heard loud and clear that the high school district has concerns about the schedule. I have concerns about the schedule. I don't think it's practical to have a master schedule. Where is this schedule going to be? Are these residents in that neighborhood going to be expected to access this schedule, have it on an app? I mean, it's absurd, to be really honest. I don't think it's practical in any way. And I actually think that it actually makes it worse for the residents, because now they're guessing on a regular basis which way to go home and which way is the fastest way home. And I think that creates even more problems for the residents and more frustration for the residents when they get to Nash Road and they realize it's closed and they thought it was open. Now they got to drive around and go somewhere else. So, and just to add on to that, just the sports schedule, and you brought up theater, I appreciate that, but these events that are going on at night, it's not just sports. And we don't have, I don't think the high school, I can't speak for the superintendent, but I don't think they even know their schedule on an annual basis. Things come up late. Then do you add something to this so-called schedule? So just sports. Right now we have boys baseball, boys tennis, boys golf, track and field, girls softball, boys volleyball, boys and girls swimming and diving, boys lacrosse. That's just one sports season.
Don't forget soccer.
Hey, oh, it's not on there. I think that's because soccer's supposed to be winter and they switched them over.
I'm just telling you, my son plays. So.
Yes, I appreciate that. So winter sports is soccer, but they're doing it now because of COVID. Boys basketball, girls basketball. My point is, I just don't see I don't see the practicality or the benefit of using a schedule. And B, I'm very concerned that this is going to derail us once again. And we are not going to be able to go forward and apply for this grant. I'm very, very concerned about that, where this has gone. I think the resolution as it stands is the right way to go, and that's what I'm going to support. Thank you.
Can we hear still from the public, please?
But to get a little clarity too, Mr. Chair, Joel, and I think I remember even reading it in there. The bottom line is we've fulfilled our duty. So even if it goes before the board at the high school, to a certain extent, we wouldn't be in breach of contract. They would if they voted it down, right? Because we've done our job. And at that point, what is the weight of our own, and I don't want to sound heavy-handed, but to a certain extent, that is the reality, is the county has ultimately the authority when it comes down to that 99 year, because we're the ones that basically have fulfilled our duties according to the interagency agreement.
If I may, though, that's been the case all along here, and that's a legal argument. That's an entirely different argument. In the high school, the bottom line is we don't have the lease yet, and that tells you something, that they're not necessarily willing. Whether they legally are bound to it or not is a whole separate question. Whether they do it, from a practical standpoint, is the separate question, and they haven't done it yet. So what makes me think that if we come back to them and say, hey, are you willing to include this wacky schedule in your arrangement, are you willing? I can see them saying no.
Yeah, well, if, not to play semantics, but if that's the case, then they could say no to anything.
And I would hope they would act in good faith and sign this lease, because we've been waiting for it forever. But I still would like to hear from the public, please.
Is there any more comments from the Board of Supervisors first? Okay, let's go to public comment. We'll start off with the gentleman sitting in front, since he's been here all day, sir. Thank you, sir.
Say for 4 hours to get my 3 minutes. So I'm hoarse.
I'm gonna give you 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you. I'm a little hoarse because I got a cold. This whole started because the high school wanted to close Nash Road forever and held the county hostage for this 99-year lease. That's a separate issue. My issue is closing Nash Road. You've all mentioned area residents. It goes far beyond area residents. The fire department uses Nash Road. Police department go wherever they want. The ambulance, every single ambulance goes down South Street. I live on South Street. South Street between West and Powell is a little skinny street. It cannot support the amount of traffic load we get. When those gates are closed, nobody wants to go on your bypass because they don't like it. They'd rather go down South Street. It's easier. So all that traffic, semi-trucks, delivery trucks, ambulances, everything comes down South Street. It's too much. The streets weren't designed for that. I'm in favor of closing the Nash Road temporarily for alleged child safety, but I don't think it's, there may be another agenda, I don't know. Close it to 7 o'clock, fine. Close it to 10 o'clock, not. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. is totally fine with me, but not 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, say if there's something going on, fine. But if there's not, open the gates. The people need to use that road. There's only 2 roads that go between Fairview Road and the other, and outside of Hollister. That's Nash Road and 4th Street. South Street only goes down as far as the city yard. So in the event of an emergency, there's only 2 ways out of town. So I just recommend, in my view, close at 7 o'clock unless there's something going on at the high school till 10 or later. And secondarily, those 2 gates on Monterey Road, First Street, those 2 gates have been taken out by drunk drivers. They're still out. A car blew through the stop sign over on the River Parkway at Dash and ran into a house already. That's already happened. Those are dangerous situations that must be rectified. So my recommendation is put up some flashing lights on both ends of Nash Road. When those gates are closed, to tell people that like gates are closed, because you don't know they're closed until you drive up on them. You just don't know. You're just going down Nash Road, boom, the gate's closed. Put the lights on, so when the gates are closed, flashing lights. Like the flashing lights over by 156 and San Felipe Road. There's flashing lights. And then for the houses that are vulnerable on Nash Road, so drunk drivers or whatever, you're gonna have to put up some kind of bollards to stop cars from running into houses. So basically I have to say, Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., fine. All the other times, leave it open. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for staying here for so long. I
Your
appreciate
patience, yes.
Government in action.
Any other public comment via Zoom?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Rob Rodriguez again. I am a supporter of closing Nash. My father supported it for a long time while he was on the board of at San Benito High School. It's important for the safety of the children. I mean, we're putting money into the high school like it's a community center, and our community has voted for those things. And so I think that, if you're going to be putting kids out there, like they said, doing fine arts things, doing athletics, just anything like that, there needs to be something in place to protect them. I mean, the fact that the gate is down now, that there's no gate, hit by a drunk driver is a perfect reason why the road needs to be closed. I think that if we're gonna keep it, there's the ability to upgrade our technology so that, you know, these emergency services have access to the road, you know, and it gives proper warning to any pedestrians that are nearby. Like, don't, this is a time, you know, there's a fire truck coming, there's a police car coming, a sheriff, you know, an ambulance. I think that that's something that we could invest in, if, you know, if we really want to close the entirety of the, or I think you're talking about the stretch between Monterey and all the way down to the River Parkway. But I think, you know, definitely in support of the closure. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
This is Jay Zade. I spoke earlier, West Side resident. Like I said, I live right next to the school. And I was on the last meeting about this issue last month, and I'm on this meeting as well, because it's safe to say a lot of West Side residents think changing the status quo was a bad idea. The current gate system and the current gate times during the school year work just fine and are a fair compromise for the school and the surrounding community. By changing the gate times for just a handful of staff and a handful of students during off hours, you're putting the entire community at a disadvantage. Since more folks will end up driving through neighborhoods, thus increasing the chances for an accident, plus having to take the long way to get to the east side of town where all the major stores and chains are for shopping. People usually go to those stores after work on weekdays after 7, so it doesn't make sense to have it closed permanently after 7. Plus, for the regional park, families will probably go there after work or during the day during the summer. So once again, it doesn't make sense to close the gate beyond the current hours now, except for specific instances. Otherwise, you'd just be increasing traffic in surrounding areas right when you need more thoroughfares. For once again, just a handful of students and staff who will be there during extension hours and summer hours. You know, this neighborhood and community is not just for the school, it's also for the people who live around here and on the west side. We're talking about the safety of students, but what about the safety of pedestrians and surrounding communities? You know, I think we should stop trying to change the status quo to accommodate just one constituency, which is school officials. Because at the end of the day, you know, we all live in this area, and I think our interests need to be taken into account. You know, plus I'm curious, has a traffic study even been done for these extension hours? Because, you know, the way the gates close right now, it seems to be working fine for just about everyone, including the school and the community. At the end of the day, the school probably doesn't need this road to be closed beyond regular school hours during the school year, and it definitely shouldn't be closed during the summer. You know, these are high school students and adults. I think they know to look both ways when crossing stop signs. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation again. And I hadn't thought I would really need to be weighing in on number 23. But as the supervisors spoke, and especially Colin Kosmicki, his sense of fairness and reasonableness and human nature, we need a stable schedule. I agree. And I believe that that's what Mr. Zade was also saying, and that students need to share responsibility for their own safety in off hours if they're there to practice doing arts or sports. This requires responsibility, and so I would very much align myself with a stable schedule, 7 to 7. And there are families down at the River Parkway all day long. So thank you very much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hello, my name is Steve Ward. I have spoken on this subject before, but I feel compelled to take a two-prong approach on this closure. One, I'm retired EMS from almost 30 years, and according to Santa Clara County, I've responded to a little over 32,000 911 calls. So when I say operating a 911 ambulance to a community such as a neighborhood, we have to significantly slow down our response because of the hazards imposed from cats, kids, door openings, etc. Whereas if we have a main road, we can get there sometimes 2, 3, 4 minutes quicker, which is an airway or a cardiac situation. We have the ability to respond quicker, which has a better patient outcome. The other prong I want to approach is I am your sports official. I am the guy on the football field, the baseball field, and the basketball court officiating your games. I know for certain that 7 to 7 would work fine. Occasionally we'll have a Friday night, late night, but again, that's overtime and you can count those on one hand in one season. So I really support the 7 to 7. Absolutely no reason to go to 10. And as far as weekends, leave it open. Thirdly, I wish that if this is going to be seriously considered to close, I hope you obey the same rules that we have to obey, which means traffic studies, environmental impact report, trip ends, etc., which for a fact has not been done. So for anyone to educatedly say, well, this is going to make a difference or it's not, I simply call on, show me your data, because there is none. Thank you for your time.
No more comments, but Mr. Tenenbaum is on.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you so much, and good afternoon, supervisors. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you once again, and I really appreciate Ray Espinosa and the staff there for all of their collaboration and cooperation throughout this journey. I do understand the constituents' concerns. We echo the same safety concerns that they have as well. I would just encourage the supervisors and yourself, Mr. Chair, to think about having a stable structure for our students, whether it be the fall, winter, or spring sports. We do have athletics and activities, whether they be co-curricular or extracurricular after hours. Going till 10 o'clock provides us with that stability and that structure so that we can ensure a safe environment for our staff, our parents, our community, visitors coming to us from many regions, as well as our student athletes and students. So I'm here to answer any questions. I really appreciate the time today. And if there's any questions from the supervisors or chair, please feel free to ask.
Superintendent Tenenbaum, a question. What is your thought about the approach that was suggested here today in regards to not permanently making it 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., but doing it, depending either on a calendar or you notifying, certain days that you would do that. Is that a workable solution?
Well, thank you for the question, Supervisor Tiffany. I think in terms of taking a look at a school calendar, so I'm just going to provide some perspective for the supervisors. We have 180 instructional days in the regular year, and then we have 6 weeks of summer school, and we have events after the 180-day calendar and prior to. So putting together a calendar would be really based on a couple of factors. One, making sure that we had all of our fall sports schedules well in advance, which at times we do not. Events are scheduled based on, the availability of other teams, and that would be the same for winter and spring sports as well. It can be done, but it would be a bit haphazard to be able to put together a calendar for the entire year all at once. And then there would be events that do crop up that would be impromptu that we would need to alert all of the officials to. So I think, when I really look at it, having a stable structure would be the most ideal. And I can't promise that we would have 180 days of events scheduled all at once, if that answers the question adequately.
It does, but I just follow up, would it be, is it conceivable that maybe a calendar's put together on a month-by-month basis? I don't know that they would expect you to give them a full 12-month calendar. I'm just trying to, I know it's not ideal, obviously, a more stable calendar, and I am concerned about the point that Supervisor Kosmicki raised, but I'm just curious, if let's say on a monthly basis or quarterly basis, whether that's realistic. And it may be that some events are more important than others for closure. You know, where there's going to be a lot of people involved versus maybe just very small numbers. Thank you.
Yeah. And if I may just add to that, Supervisor Tiffany and supervisors and board chair, we could definitely put together a fall, winter, and spring calendar. We would have to work with both constituents and jurisdictions to really understand what the approval process would be, the timeline for that, because we may have, like I mentioned earlier, events that are scheduled, you know, within 2 or 3 days of that particular event. So it is doable, Mr. Tiffany.
Any other questions for Superintendent? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum. We'll go to.
Thank you, Board Chair.
We'll go to the public comment inside the chambers.
Okay, I was against the partial closing years ago. These are young adults. From the very beginning, you teach your child not to play in the street. That's one of the very first things you do. Then you've got a high school of young adults who know better than their parents. And then you've got all these parents saying, oh, for the safety, we got to close the street for these kids because they're going to get hit by a car when they've been told their entire life not to play in the street. With regards to technology, you don't need new technology to let these students, these young adults know that if there's a police car or there's a fire truck, because the technology that's used is called a siren. You don't need to go to this expense. That's what the sirens are for. There's already lighting on the crosswalks. There's flashing lights, there's extra lighting so that the students and the public that are using this area can see. And you've got a light right at the corner, and you know when traffic is coming. Then you've got light, you've got a stop sign, then you've got a section you can drive through, you've got another stop sign, you got 3 more stop signs. I would never question the veracity of Chief Ocampo, Chief Bedoya, and Chief Reynoso. They don't want this to go past 7 p.m. If you're going to have an event past 7 p.m., you should have noticed, and Tenenbaum just said about something gets put together in 3 days. I don't know anything at a school function that can get put together within 3 days notice to get it out to the public that you're going to want the public to come and participate. I am totally against extending it to 10 p.m. A person doesn't schedule their heart attack at 10:01 because now the gates are closed. This is really, really important. This is really, really vital. You cannot be out of oxygen or you're going to be brain dead, even if the first responders get to you. There's a large population on the other side, on the west side of the high school, that needs first responders to get there as soon as possible. You have students racing down on the new section and the new area of the school that have no respect for each other, much less now we're asking the community to close this down until 10 p.m. because we want to protect these kids who don't even have respect for themselves and how they treat themselves and how they drive on the streets. So please, listen to Chief Ocampo, Chief Bedoya, and Chief Reynoso. They know what they're talking about. You don't need to do a traffic study. There's no reason to extend any monies. And not only that, the city of Hollister more than likely is also not going to approve the extension of the time. Thank you.
Bring it back to the board. Any further questions or comments?
Mr. Chair? Yeah, I come back to the practicality. If I live on Nash, if I live on Monterey, if I live on West, if I live on Suter, think of it in your own shoes. Am I going to go to the Samuel High School website on my way home from work, or am I going to go on a daily basis to some website that the county sets up just to see if Nash Road is going to be closed by the time I get home? And then therefore I'm going to take Nash versus the street over? It's not going to happen. It just doesn't add up as far as a calendar that nobody's going to use. I 99.9% to me as a person, I put myself in those shoes. I think the calendar is just a facade, and I just don't want to get us in a position where here we are after all these years again, we're right at that hurdle, that final finish line, and we're looking at, I think, potentially derailing it depending on what the district does tonight. They could say that's not good enough for us. And then here we are again, we're back at the negotiation table, and this whole thing is derailed again because public safety just doesn't want anything to do with this. So those are my thoughts. I strongly believe we should move forward with the 7 to 10. And I think it makes the most sense just from a practical perspective. The stability of the schedule makes more sense than having this, like I said, wacky schedule online, I guess, that people are supposedly going to look at driving home. I don't see it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I ask just a quick question? And I'll ask this of the ad hoc committee or Benny or Ray. Are these two things tied together? Because the reality is, whatever we decide today or table, it may very well be moot because the city of Hollister may not take it up anyway. So, in my mind, without knowing, my initial thought was the high school is agreeable to the 99-year lease, whether or not we make this decision today, given the fact that we don't control the situation anyway with the city. But you're telling me I'm wrong about that. I guess that's a question I have.
So can you ask that question again?
Well, in other words, if we were to either vote down the 7 to 10, and leave the status quo, or delay the decision, is it likely that the high school board is going to vote down the 99-year lease because they tie the two together? I was under the impression that they would not tie the two together, but
yeah, I mean, that's the hard part, because it all depends on the sentiment of the high school board. I think in general, I mean, the easy answer is no, they can't vote it. I mean, they can't stop us from acquiring our 99-year lease because we've fulfilled our commitment according to the interagency agreement. Now, whether they're still going to, that's a whole separate issue, right? They can always say no, even though the agreement they said is opposite of what their vote supports. To me, that's a little bit of a separate thing. I mean, it's funny because to a certain extent, and I agree, we need to vote to we need to go after this lease. That's important. But the hard part is whether we do it collaboratively or not is really what happens with this vote right now. As much as I want to support the 7 to 10, I don't sense this board is going to go down that route. So that's why I asked for this nuanced way of trying to at least ensure to a certain extent that the high school understands that I still want to work and come up with a solution, right? Not just walking away. Because, I mean, to a certain extent, that's where I guess I disagree with Supervisor Kosmicki is if we say no, then by default, then what he's asking for is going to happen, right? So if he votes yes, everybody else votes no, then that's what his assumption is the high school is going to vote it down. But this gives us, and I think it's longevity, right? So it's as far as addressing the safety concerns. This is a complicated situation. The more I think about it, if you think about that location at the high school, it's a high school in the middle of a residential area where a lot of people drive for different reasons, right? And from commuters to the residents, people that want to just go to the park. Now, there's going to be a park focus. So that's going to encourage more traffic, right, to a certain extent. So there has to be priority to make sure we address it. I disagree that we shouldn't do a traffic study. I think that's due diligence. I mean, you could not pay for insurance and then hope for the best, or you can pay for insurance and that's where the due diligence plays in, right? That's kind of the insurance to me is a traffic study. My point in actually encouraging this master agreement or master schedule is it brings all the different agencies to the table in an ongoing conversation, and it's not he said, she said. It's not, well, no, we said yes, but no, we changed our mind. And, we had Chief Bedoya basically, to a certain extent, contradict, or it sounded like it, and then all of a sudden he's saying that. So there's all these nuances that I think creates too much confusion. It's frustrating to me. I'd rather say, let's all talk and let's make sure that we have an engaged attitude about talking. This is not a one-time thing. I mean, I think if we, to a certain extent, just vote to shut down 7 to 10 or 7 to 7, we're going to walk away. It's game, that's it, we're walking away. Whether something happens even between those hours or after those hours, that's a whole nother issue. We're not going to be able to address that if we just say, yeah, let's agree and walk away. What I asked for is say, no, we're going to bring everybody to the table and let's keep talking about this. So that way it's not what happened to the closure, or what, you know, why didn't the park actually happen, right? Then it's because we never really, we disengaged. So that's what I'm asking for, is engagement. You know, and to be clear, just to kind of, I know that part of the confusion is from the public sentiment. So when you mentioned, you know, that you'd have a hard time, Supervisor Kosmicki, you're right when you're talking about convenience. That's not what the issue is, right? It's been brought up from various sentiments that the issue is the fear of an emergency. An emergency isn't the public. Yeah, it's basically the emergency folks going to the people, right? They're going to figure out their route. They're not going to be looking at a master schedule because they're going to know. They're going to be part of these conversations. But I think to me, that, one of the things before I hand over my time is I would like to hear, which it didn't get answered, to be clear. Chief Badilla didn't answer it. He did say that it is a main thoroughfare. I asked for routes. What is the history? What is the habits of that area? And you was responding to emergencies. You know, I asked why would you take Nash Road instead of taking 4th to West Side? You know, and educate me, help me to understand. That wasn't answered. So to a certain extent, we're beating over something, not even knowing the real actual scenario when it comes down to the routes. How many times do you actually go through, if you have 100 calls on the west side of town, how many of those 100 calls actually were from Nash Road? I mean, that's a fair answer. That's a clear answer. That's not political bias or anything. That's just asking for sunlight, right? And that's basically where I wanted to deflect to Mike Chambliss and see if he can give us any info on that, if he has any answer to that. No, he doesn't. Okay, well, so.
I mean, I think that is a reasonable question, and a traffic study will help. I mean, I've heard just, you know, anecdotally from people here that work in this building that there's a lot of emergency vehicles that go right down West Street, you know, because, you know, and so they're avoiding Nash Road. So anyway, I'd like to know, but Benny, did you have, I'm just curious because again, I'm wondering how much you feel the 99-year lease is tied to this decision we're making, you know, potentially making today.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa. Supervisor Tiffany, I think that's a thoughtful question, and my take on it is that technically and legally, no, the actions are not tied. And so your approval of the lease stands on its own 2 feet, and I'm hopeful that the high school district would honor the lease and approve the lease this evening, no matter what you do with this particular item, because I don't see them as directly connected. The reality of the world that we all walk in is that things have other implications and dimensions beyond the legal, and it may be, I can't venture a guess as to how the school district would receive this if we say no. And one of the reasons I brought it to you is that my initial inclination is that we should defer to the high school's request and approve this, because it's almost like saying, if it ever happens, we have no objection.
Right.
But the truth is that, as Supervisor Hernandez is pointing out, there's more dialogue needed with the public safety professionals to really reach an understanding that everybody can live with. And I told the city council in mid-March when I presented to them, I do think there's a way to preserve access for public safety vehicles, even if the road is closed completely, so that they can still get through in case of emergency. But the dialogue hasn't advanced to the point where you can say, and this is the solution. So a better option might be for you to just consider tabling the item for further discussion amongst the public safety professionals, consistent with what Supervisor Hernandez is advocating that we come up with a thoughtful solution to this.
My
only hesitation in that is I'm a little worried about whether or not the school district will back up on us for other reasons beyond the legal.
Mr. Chair, could we have Superintendent Tenenbaum weigh in? I realize he's not the board, but I'm just curious, Superintendent, if you have a sense about the vote tonight on the lease and whether that's a separate issue from this decision, because I, for one, am more inclined to table that issue and work things out, as Supervisor Hernandez and Mr. Young just mentioned. But at any rate, I'm just curious what your feeling is, Superintendent.
Can you hear me okay, Supervisor Tiffany?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think it is a very good question. And I would encourage the board, and I'm speaking on behalf of the county board, based on the information that I'm hearing in the dialogue, the thoughtful presentation from Supervisor Hernandez, that if the supervisors feel that more dialogue is necessary to bring all parties to the table, that rather than taking a vote and possibly voting down the extension of the hours, to simply table the item, bringing all parties to the table, having some further discussion, I think would be very encouraging and helpful for the school district moving forward.
You'll still be voting on the 99-year lease tonight?
That's right. That was my question.
If we table this, are you still voting on the 99-year lease?
Yes, Chair Medina. That is an action item for our board tonight, and I will be encouraging the board to take action this evening.
Okay, thank you.
But just to clarify, well, first of all, I do have a question for the superintendent, but to give you my perspective on your question, Bob, those two things are absolutely tied together. We wouldn't be sitting here today if they weren't. The 99-year lease would have been approved months, if not years ago. But there has been leverage held over us with this road closure. I can give you an example. After the last meeting, when we went back to the negotiation table, simply because there was hesitancy on our part, they came back with a proposal for a 30-year lease. So that right off the bat tells the 99-year lease is not guaranteed. And if we want to walk away from here and take the risk that, again, Superintendent Tenenbaum does not vote, he may, and he hasn't even told us which way he's going to recommend it, by the way, and I'd like to ask him that. But we have no guarantee that they're not going to turn this down, and we're going to be back at the table after all this progress we've made in the last 2 months. And that brings me to my question. Superintendent Tenenbaum, are you going to be recommending that they approve the 99-year lease tonight?
He just said that.
No, he did not. Whether or not we approve the street closure, street extension today.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Kosmicki. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think it's a very appropriate question. Just to let the supervisors know, regardless of your decision on this, we've already stated how we believe, in terms of our safety of our constituents and really the community in general, extension of hours. I will be encouraging the board and recommending the board to take action tonight in a positive fashion for the 99-year lease. This has been a 4-year journey together, and we want to make sure that the regional park moves forward.
So just with that being said, what I would suggest is to go ahead and table the closure. Let's see what the outcome is tonight at 7 o'clock, and then reconvene and go into some negotiations and talk to the school board about the hours. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or not. But
I'd just like to chime in at least once. I mean, all you men are up here talking, and I'm sitting up here waiting patiently for my opportunity to speak, and you guys are replying and rebuttal and countering and blah, blah, blah. And so I just would like to, again, I'm trying, I know, but I'm trying to be respectful and, I'm trying to be respectful, so I'm now disrespectful. But anyways, so Supervisor Hernandez, I appreciate your asking us to bring this back to the table, because I agree with you. There needs to be more voices, and if we had to vote it on today, I'm sorry, but I would have to say no. So I appreciate Superintendent Tannenbaum allowing us that extra time to kind of, to digest this and look at different alternatives. Most of the public comments that came up were from residents in my district, and so you have to understand that my ear is leaning to them. I also am personally impacted. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I vulgarly had to say how hard it is to get home when Nash Road is closed. And if you look at the possible ways for us to get to the grocery store and come back, we have 3rd Street, which is like a zigzag just to get around town, and the road condition is just horrendous. We got 4th Street when it's open, and again, right now, currently, it is not open. And granted, it's only a block that's closed, and on Nash Road, it's only going to be a block that's closed, but you can't easily traverse around an obstacle like that. And then when 50 other people are trying to do the same thing at the same time, you're trying to get to work, you're trying to get to an appointment, you're just trying to get across the street, you cannot do it because of the mass amount of cars that are on the road. So I understand that you want it for the safety of your students. I totally understand. I'm a parent, I'm a grandmother, and so I know, and I have a granddaughter at the high school this year. Thank you just for giving us the time, and I wish the board would take that time and step back, table this, as the Chair Medina said to do, is let's just do that, step away and get some more voices at the table and come up with a solution that's going to be acceptable to everybody. And I see Benny wants a comment, so I will.
Go ahead, Mr. Young.
Mr. Chair, just a procedural issue, and County Council, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my belief that you can just simply move to table and not add a bunch of conditions or follow-up, and then it stays there until you elect to bring it back, which allows time for further discussion, if necessary, to work something out.
Is that
correct? I don't think you have to tie it to that. I think you can just simply move to table.
Is that correct, legal? We can just table this until a later date and time?
Yeah.
Move the table?
Move to
move to table, sorry.
Not the table.
Just table the item.
Then I will move to table this item.
And I will second it.
Little discussion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Just final thoughts. I just want to make sure that, and I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez, that, the issues that we're having, it's funny because talking to city staff and council, money is an issue in all communities, and I know when it comes down, and I'm not making excuses for them, I know that there also should have been some prioritization that's happening with these roads and the infrastructure. Nonetheless, that's neither here nor there. Part of the focus with the regional park is a public-private partnership, is making sure that it's sustainable, that it has the funding mechanism to not only maintain, but to create an opportunity for our county. So I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of the value, recreational, health, and ultimately even revenue generation, which I know is a focus for the county. That's why I think we need to keep our eye on the ball, and that's why my focus has been is for us to come up with a solution. So that being said, one last question I think is at our next conversation, I would like clarity, because I feel like it's going to be hard to have clarity without those routes. Knowing what is the traffic routes for the downtown, going to the, Nash Road versus West Side.
I will set up a meeting with Charlie Bedolla and Chief Reynoso, myself and you, and we can go over that.
Awesome.
Is that fair? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just last couple of comments and before we vote. There's got to be a lot of frustration. I know this has been years in the making, and a lot of work has gone to this point. A lot of changing of opinions from where it was maybe just a few years ago, but we are where we are. And although I do worry about the vote this evening, and I certainly hope that the high school board takes a recommendation from Superintendent Tannenbaum, and that we can move forward with the park. It concerns me, but I think the reality is we don't have the votes to move forward on this. I don't want to see this get denied and voted down. So I think the smart thing to do is to table it and see if through conversation we can work out a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? So now we have a first, we have a second. The first was by Supervisor Gonzalez, the second was by myself. What's the wish of the board? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, 4-1. Colin Kosmicki is a no. Motion passes.
Can we go to lunch now?
Now we will go to a working lunch.
Yes. Yeah. I missed breakfast and so I'm starving, sorry. I get grouchy
Let me
when I'm
read-
hungry.
You want me to read closed session into the record?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. And we'll be adjourning, it, did you say in a half an hour? Back at 2:30-ish? 2:30? Okay, so 33, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, subdivision A and D1 of 54956.9. Rose versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California, Court of Appeal, 6th Appellate District, case number H048681. 34, conference with a real property negotiator. Property is 2100 Cienega Road, Hollister, California, APN 020170046. Agency negotiator, Benny Young. Negotiating parties, Lantis and Ward Enterprises, David Lantis, Stephen Ward. WT Capital Lender Services, Deborah Frascioni. Mechanics Bank, Nikki Merrifield, Olivia. Interpark CA1 LLC, Jose Garmendia. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment or both. And 35, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to 54956.8. Property street address 860 North Chappelle Road, Hollister, California. APN 051-100-042 and 051-100-043 and 051-100-045. Ray Espinoza, Enrique Areola, Tracy Belton, Barbara Thompson. Agency negotiators, owner is Jim De La Pena and Nancy De La Pena. Under negotiation is price in terms of payment.
Hold on, sorry. Is there any public comment on the closed session items?
If you'd like to comment, please press raise hand on your screen or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Thank you. We'll adjourn to closed session.
had a faint compassion.
I don't have any compassion. Only for Peter.
Mr. Chair, a couple more minutes? Yeah, we're waiting for Tiffany anyway, so run and do what you have to do. Oh, and Colin too.
No,
there,
Colin's right
Colin's back.
Welcome back to our Board of Supervisors meeting. It's 2:51. We return from closed session. Can you please report out, ma'am?
There was no reportable action on items 33 and 34. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. There was no reportable actions on 34 and 35. On number 33, there was a 5-0 decision not to appeal the award of attorney's fees that was issued at the trial court level.
Okay, that takes us to number 24. Direct staff to begin public outreach of the design process for construction of the Riverview Regional Park. And on this one, I just want to publicly commend Supervisor Hernandez for all the work he's been doing for the parks and everything else. So I appreciate that, Supervisor Hernandez. Go ahead, sir. It's all yours.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Item 24.
Mike, on your mic.
Mike's not hot.
Try again.
There you go.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Item 24 is a request for a supplemental appropriation of $200,000 from the park impact fees into the operating budget to allow us to begin some activities out at the regional park. The majority of that, about half that money is going to pay for a consultant to assist us in preparation of grant documents, review of the grant, design of an ADA accessible interim parking lot and entrance, and we got to go over the stormwater drain, and biological support so we can get some stuff going out there right away. Biological clearance. It also is going to pay for a complete survey of the property. When I was checking our survey records, no survey was done after the construction of Riverview Parkway. and that really affected the topography out there, so we got to redo the survey. The remainder of that money is to go ahead and get that interim parking lot and ADA accessible down into the trail system constructed. I'm envisioning a parking lot, primarily recycled asphalt from one of our road projects, except for the ADA areas. Those have to be flat and paved. A paved ADA accessible trail down to the trailhead, appropriate signage, split rail fence around. I'm working with the Integrated Waste Management Department. They do have a grant and can provide some funding for garbage facilities. And we already got that started, and I believe I have 10 garbage cans on their way currently to the South Side Road that we can get placed immediately because we don't want anybody messing up our new park. So that's what this item does, and I'd appreciate your support on it.
Just one quick question.
Mm-hmm.
These monies here, they're not coming from the general fund. They're coming from a pot that is specifically for parks.
That is correct. These are restricted park funds.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members?
Mr. Chair, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Do we have an estimate on just the grant support?
I can get it for you in 2 seconds if somebody else wants to ask me a question. It's in my email.
Good job on reclaiming the gravel from the road.
That area is going to be, Mike, as far as the parking, is it already where pretty much it is right now, but there's just no access to it, right?
Yeah, we're going to put it over
around.
on the palm tag property between the well and the trailhead, I guess, for lack of a better term. Okay, there we go. Go back.
It's flat.
South of the parkway at about the same elevation.
$23,000.
And it's right across from the swimming pool, I think. So I think, yeah, it's palm tag. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that, it just makes me think about the grant writer. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, how about any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press the raise your hand or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Anita Kane, representing Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. I'd like to commend the RMA Director Young and as well Mike Chambliss. They've both been with the county for a short while, and in that time they've done some really amazing things. And Reach wants to thank them, and as a private citizen, I want to thank them too. So we are expecting great things in the future. We recognize the timing to submit grants is often short, and we appreciate the fact that the county is diligently going after potential grants where they exist for the important Riverview Regional Park project. We support the pursuit of Prop 68 grant funds, as well as the appropriation of the funds from the Park Development Fund as requested by Director Young for the initial design, grant support, and construction of the interim parking for the Riverview Regional Park. We support these first steps, and we hope your board will support them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am backing up Anita Kane with words from the Reach San Benito County Parks Foundation. We applaud this point in time when the plan of our regional park and river parkway will materialize. It has been a long time coming, and there have been so many people who have worked toward that. And in my previous comments on 22, that there are many, many more people who have worked on this. So I very much appreciate it. And I also want to applaud Peter Hernandez, Supervisor Hernandez for his diligent work last year and the year before working on the park, as well as the current ad hoc, Mr. Kosmicki and Bob Tiffany. So yes, we definitely support going after this funding and approving funding for the outreach. And Reach San Benito Parks Foundation will be working on an outreach project that will complement the county and hopefully save funds and give more information and more input. I know it's very, very difficult to get groups of people together to make any kind of planning and get some input from the community. So we will try to help there as absolutely much as possible and support you in every way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you'd like to comment in the audience, please raise your hand. No more comments.
Bring it back to the chambers. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any parting comments or any questions?
I just had one question, Mike. So what is the timeline look for that parking lot or that parking area to be done up, and
It's going to take some time to get the design and the bid package put together. Then I'll be bringing the contract, the bid package before you for authorization to go out to bid it, because it's going to exceed our ability to spend that money without your approval. So I'm hoping by July, we'll get it constructed and scored away.
Okay.
It is the top priority.
Appreciate it.
About that and garbage cans.
What's the wish of the board?
I make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we approve item 24, direct staff to begin the public outreach of the design process for construction of Riverview Regional Park and apply for the California Prop 68 Regional Park Grant and others to obtain additional funding projects, appropriate $200 from the Park Development Fund for this project.
Being that it is a 4/5 vote required.
I'm sorry. Per staff recommendation?
So anything else I missed per staff recommendation?
Is there a second?
I second that.
And it is a 4/5 vote. Can we have a roll call?
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Gonzalez. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion passes.
Thank you.
Go to number 26. We're going to skip 25. They're going to do their presentation next
May
meeting.
11th.
Yes. So we'll go to 26, which is Health and Human Services. Ms. Belton.
Hi there. So Erica Elliott, who is representing our Child Abuse Prevention Council, she is I think she's called the president. I'm actually not sure of her title there. And Esther Curtis, I believe, may still be on, or she may have had to jump off. She is the executive director of our, oh, there she is. Awesome. They're both on, of our CASA advocacy program. They are going to be presenting this item. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize them for representing our CAPC Council and really appreciate the partnership and all the hard work they do for our children in the community who are at risk of abuse. So thank you both. And I think Erica's going to take the lead. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy, and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us today. So my name is Erica Elliott. I am a program manager at Community Solutions, and I also am the current chair of the Child Abuse Prevention Council here in San Benito County. And Esther Curtis is also with us. She is the executive director of CASA of San Benito County, and she is our secretary for the Child Abuse Prevention Council. So I have a presentation that I wanted to present a little bit to give you some information about what is a Child Abuse Prevention Council. So just a little bit about ourselves. There's a little bit of history just to give you. So in 1989, California State Legislature passed the Child Abuse Prevention Coordinating Council Act. And this required that each county create a Child Abuse Prevention Council, that there's funding allotment within that, and that these councils are really key pieces are to create responses and prevention of child abuse within our counties. So some of the financing for our council comes out of the federal funds used for Children's Trust Fund and the birth certificate fees. The San Benito County Board of Supervisors adopted the ordinance in right after, a couple of years after the act passed. And we reorganized and revitalized our bylaws a couple of years back in 2017, 2018. And one of those bylaws is that we require us to come and present to you all each year to talk a little bit about what we're doing, what we've accomplished so far this year, and what our goals are and what we're striving to do as we move forward, and to make sure our community knows about the work that we're trying to accomplish together. So just a little bit about what our representation includes. We have public child welfare services. So Josh Mercier, the Director of Health and the Deputy Director of Child Protective Services, is one of our active members. We have partnerships from the criminal justice system, Supervision with Supervisors. Captain Taylor, who is now Sheriff Taylor, actually is our co-chair of our group. We also have programs representing like behavioral health, CASA, and nonprofit organizations like Go Kids, and many others. And the Office of Education, Superintendent Chris Lamonto also sits on our board. So it's a well-rounded group. And we really enjoy and collaborate together and benefit from each other's partnerships often. So our functions are really to provide a forum for interagency cooperation coordination. We promote public awareness. We encourage and facilitate trainings, recommend improvements, and facilitate community support and engagement around this issue of child prevention. So one of the things that we're doing right now, mandated reporters training, so that's quarterly. And so right now in 2 weeks, we'll be hosting another one for professionals in our community for free. And we have about 50 participants that will participate in that. We've also done public awareness campaigns. So every year we try to do something for April around Child Abuse Awareness Month. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we did this year for that. We also do recommended improvements for services. Last year, we were able to do an analysis of probation and child protective services and give them a report out about ways that they can improve their systems and be more trauma-informed, and ways that they can enhance their services to meet the needs of the clients that come in, and do like an assessment for them to give them recommendations. And then we've also done trainings in our community around trauma and other components like that. We really work to develop a strategic plan together as a board and execute that vision every year. So we wanted to talk a little bit about some of the different pieces of our child abuse awareness campaign this year. So one of the focuses that we really wanted to do is because of the pandemic and social distancing, we really wanted to create an online campaign this year that focused on raising awareness around child abuse. And one of the other big needs that we see when we look at foster youth and child abuse is a lack of foster resource parents, or what used to be called foster parents here in our community. So we really wanted to create a campaign that highlighted those things, give parents skills, and talked about ways that people can become involved in this issue. So we actually launched a 4-part video campaign where each week, hopefully you guys have seen some of the videos on different places, but we had a different video release each week. The first week we talked about what is child abuse. The second week we talked about like how to be a positive parent. Last week we talked a little bit about how to become a resource family. And this week's video that got released was focused on showing the need for more resource families in our community and keeping kids here in San Benito that are from San Benito and the benefits of that. Our different partners from all the different agencies that sit on our prevention board help to post the videos either on their websites or on their social media pages. Additionally, some of our nonprofit partners from the community also posted, like Chamberlain's and other agencies posted the videos on their website so that people could see it. So ideally we get more individuals showing, and also showing the allegiance of people across our county that are really are working together to prevent and promote or to prevent child abuse from happening in our community. So before I pass it to Esther, we wanted to show you one of our videos today and let you guys see and our community see some of the work. And when we prepared these videos, we developed the scripts. We had amazing partners come in and present and speak on that. as well as some of our active resource parents and one of our former foster youth also come in and present and share their story. So it's really a great thanks to all of our different community folks for participating in this. Yeah.
So at the beginning, my husband and I went into it because we wanted to grow our family through adoption. And so that's what we did. And we have 6 children. We have 1 biological and 5 adopted children that we've adopted through foster care.
Well, when we became a resource family, we looked into it we were hoping to maybe adopt a few children, a child or 2. And we know there's a lot of children in need in the community that need fostering. So we decided to become a foster family, resource family.
We've been doing this for 22 years, I believe, and we've had about 20 kids come through our home. So we've kept a quarter of them. Some have never left, so that's how it is for us. When we first started, we were a little nervous being a foster parent and going, what if we see the family? What if we see siblings of the family? And now we've done it so long, we're like, so we say hello.
Oh, there one up there.
Sorry. Let me see if I try to get it back. Sorry about that. Give me a second.
If we can't get it back up, we can also send the link to them. It looks like there was some. I know we're a little pressed for time, so maybe we can just forego the rest of the video and we can send you guys all the link. It is posted on our website just for all of you that may be interested. There are some really great videos. So sorry, Erica, I appreciate you trying to share that. And it is a great video, but go ahead.
So I just wanted to pass it to Esther to make sure she has space to share anything she'd like to.
Yeah, so one of the points that we wanted to make in these videos is that there is a need in our community for more foster homes. And so that's what you saw were 2 of the families who talked about being foster families in our community because there is a shortage of foster families, particularly for school-aged children. Most of the foster families here are willing to take the infants and toddlers, but not so much the older kids. And we wanted to keep those kids here because they've already gone through a lot of trauma, and sending them out of our community away from family, friends, and people that they know is even more traumatic. So, so once you start watching the videos, you can see what we're trying to portray to the community, how important it is to keep everyone here. I think that's.
We'll just add it,
Erica?
Yeah, just to close this out, just in the interest of time, I just wanted to add that all the videos are created in both English and Spanish. And additionally, we wanted to make sure that, we do have Mandated Reporter training that's going to happen every quarter. So hopefully you guys can all come in, participate, and see more about Mandated Reporter and participate in some of our different activities throughout the year they host. So thank you so much for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board members? See none. Any public comment?
In the audience, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Okay, this was an informational item only. We'll go to number 27. Receive a presentation and update from the Integrated Waste Management and Contractor Environmental Innovations on the county's Green Business Program.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Selena Stotler. I am the Integrated Waste Manager, IWM Staff Analyst. I have with me Brooke and Joe. I don't know if Brooke, you can share your screen.
Almost.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. IWM, through a joint powers authority, administers recycling and waste reduction programs such as Green Business to meet CalRecycle mandates and report diversion progress to the state on behalf of our regional agency members, the City of Hollister, the City of San Juan Bautista, and the County Unincorporated. Today, our contractor, Environmental Innovations, and myself will be sharing Green Business Program updates with a special focus on program resources and support provided to aid small businesses in recovery during COVID. From Environmental Innovations, I have with me Joe Fleming, EI President and Executive Director of the California Green Business Network, as well as Brooke Wright, the Monterey Regional Green Business Program Manager. Next slide, Brooke. And perfect. A little background on Green Business. Businesses who enroll in the program are guided through a certification process that addresses environmental measures in the areas of energy, water, transportation, pollution prevention, source reduction, recycling, and more. These businesses receive free technical support, access to rebates, and other free resources, and the education needed to green their operations, which is good for the environment and their bottom line, a win-win. Our local program is part of a statewide network of green business programming for small and medium-sized businesses. This network includes a coalition of over 40 participating cities and counties, over 4,000 certified green businesses, and funding is provided by the state and matched by the participating program agencies. Next slide. Looking at our local program in San Benito County, we have grown from 0 certified green businesses in the beginning of 2018 to now 24 certified green businesses. In 2020, we saw 19 businesses enroll in the Green Business Program who are actively working towards their certification. IWM staff continues to manage coordination and program development, but business outreach, resources, and tool development, and much of the technical support to our businesses is provided by Environmental Innovations. Additionally, we have numerous program partners who make the success of this program possible, including the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce, our franchised hauler Recology, Water Resources Association of San Benito County, and more. Next slide. Speaking of some of our program partners, we wanted to share this quick clip on our last Green Business Mixer back in January of 2020. Typically, twice a year, we recognized our most recently certified green businesses at a chamber mixer hosted at a green business. One moment.
I'm definitely not a Zoom professional. I'm getting there though.
Should we go ahead and skip it, Brooke, or try to save it at the end?
Oh, I just had it right here. There we go. No, I got it.
Great. Oh, I don't think we could have any audio, Brooke. We could also pop the email the link to the video after this. There we go.
Through agriculture and creativity. We're really proud to be the first nonprofit to be a certified green business here in San Benito County. And we're working really hard to educate the next generation in environmental conservation and awareness through our arts and education program.
It really takes from the grassroots, from our community here. And I've been so blessed to be involved with Jennifer, with Selena here in Integrated Waste, Ecology. You know, it's really gratifying to see that we are making a difference, and it takes a collaboration. It's inspired me to see new people coming into the county that really have a lot of energy and make things happen. So thank you.
Yeah, speaking of being inspired, I just want to share a few numbers of the movement that has been created by the team here. In 2017, there were only 2 businesses that enrolled in the Green Business Program. And then in 2018, that number went up to 15. And then in 2019, that number went up to 37. We're on track in the first couple weeks of January to double that number again. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that San Benito County is actually getting a lot of recognition for its efforts in this area. The executive director to the California Green Business Network recently said, I quote, "You seem to have cracked the code on rural revival of the business program. The green business mixers are really special because it shows that everybody's being really thoughtful and they're sharing that thoughtfulness with their clients, their customers, students, and people that they work and interact with daily. So I really appreciate everybody's efforts and everybody coming to support the businesses that are making these green efforts and implementing these practices. This is really special. It shows that as a community, we really care about this. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for your hard work.
Thanks, Brooke. Always love watching that video, and we look forward to celebrating in person again once it's safe to do so. Our award-winning program and engaged business community is definitely something to take pride in, and I want to thank past boards and the current board for your continued support. In addition to the next slide. In addition to the free resources and support that is provided to our businesses, the county and our regional agency members do see increased environmental outcomes. There are so many environmental metrics to share, but for the sake of time, EI ran one report from March 2019 to the end of March 2021 that shows our 24 certified green businesses have reduced their waste by almost 800,000 pounds and additionally saved over 53,000 through green practices. Okay, next slide, Brooke. We can skip this one. All right, I'm going to hand it off to Brooke, who can share more about our recent and ongoing program strategy as we have had to make many changes to business outreach and engagement due to COVID.
Okay, thank you so much, Selena, and sorry for my, I'm really looking forward to the days that we're live and in person. Virtual world and Zoom is behind us, I hope. Anyways, it has been great to hear how San Benito County is tackling the various problems of these interesting times. And I want to thank Ms. Stotler and also the board for the opportunity to share how we are collaboratively tackling the environmental and economic challenges the Tri-County region has been facing. So I coordinate the regional Monterey Bay Area Green Business Program, which serves San Benito, Santa Cruz, and Monterey counties. In the face of the pandemic and shutdown, our focus last year was on supporting and promoting the businesses that had already been certified in our program rather than on growing the program. We also used this unplanned pause to mitigate some of the environmental impacts caused by the pandemic. Statewide, we ran a series of webinars directed at certified businesses, but open to all businesses, called Business Recovery and Resilience. We also organized a regional webinar last summer called Operation Green during COVID-19. Both the statewide series and the regional webinar helped San Benito business owners connect and learn about financial and environmental savings available to them. We also gave business owners examples of ways to pivot and innovate through the trying times, providing testimonials from businesses across the state that were adapting in sustainable ways. The regional webinar included Anna Medina from Access Plus Capital, a partner with San Benito County's Economic Development Corporation, who, along with other small business grant and loan experts from Santa Cruz's Small Business Development Center, provided timely knowledge. It also featured national experts in the use of COVID-19 safe, non-toxic cleaning and disinfecting practices. And lastly, it included a presentation with data demonstrating the safety of reusables at a time when enormous waste was being generated, both in the form of PPE and in single-use plastic dishware and utensils. And IWM County staff moderated and presented on this regional webinar. So during that year, we really tried to focus on helping businesses economically. We always try to help with that, but in this case, it was definitely with the times to focus on that. And we were able to get $3,000 in the form of direct reimbursements to small business owners in amounts up to $500 per business owner. And that helped cover everything from low-cost COVID-safe cleaning products to high-efficiency equipment and lighting. In general, these funds helped small businesses with investments so they can reduce ongoing costs in a sustainable way. and not leave any money on the table, as was brought up in an earlier presentation. Across the region, we ran a digital ad campaign featuring certified green San Benito County businesses for Small Business Saturday, highlighting how to shop green during COVID-19. And most recently, last week, we had the joyful opportunity to actually go out in the field and walk the streets in Hollister and in San Juan Bautista to our certified green businesses and thank them in person for being certified and making every day Earth Day. So that was the last year. In addition to all those economic consequences that I brought up earlier, the pandemic also brought on a mix of environmental impacts, both positive and negative. Air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions decreased, but waste and pollution in other forms increased, especially from plastic and from toxic chemical use in the form of disinfectants. Food waste continues to create greenhouse gas emissions downstream, and it also strains resources like water upstream. So going forward, we are thrilled to work with San Benito County and align our efforts with those big picture trends that are happening as we work to support climate action planning locally in the county and reducing waste. And how we intend to do this is a mix of things. One is going back to what we did in the past. We'll have a dedicated intern for San Benito County helping our work there. We'll continue to partner with IWM to help the county meet its waste mandates. And this is work we're also doing in the other counties that work across the region. Foodware ordinance integration, integrating our outreach efforts with local foodware ordinances. We also have some experience working with green schools programs, particularly in Santa Cruz County, and we'll be leveraging that to start working on that, hopefully in San Benito County, at least developing some groundwork for that this coming year. We'll continue our business recovery efforts for all the businesses, which is all of them affected by COVID-19. And more interestingly, we'll be working with emergency services across the region that, you know, between ones that provide food during emergencies, such as Red Cross and Shelter, and then also ones that provide food throughout the year, like the Community Food Bank. And we had one meeting with them. We intend to certify their location, but we'll also be working with them on other environmental efforts. And with that, I pass it to Joe Fleming, the Executive Director for the California Green Business Network, to give a statewide perspective.
I think Joe is listed as an attendee. There we go.
Hi, now you can hear me. All right.
I hear you.
Joe Fleming here, Executive Director of the California Green Business Network. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Selena. I just wanted to give you a statewide perspective. You know, we have 42 green business programs up and down the state now, and I'm kind of like the kindergarten teacher, right? I see all the kids in the classroom and I can kind of judge them side by side and know which ones are going above and know which ones are kind of falling down below and know which ones to help more. And I really meant it when I said that Selena and her team had kind of cracked the code on green business revival, because they did such a great job engaging the San Benito County community, that when we were kind of looking at who we wanted to recognize for our top performers in the state, we wanted to have you know, a metric for that so that it was fair, and we didn't play favorites. And the metric was that we, per businesses in a county, how many green businesses did they have? And we wanted to have, you know, a dense city, a rural community, and a small city. Or small municipality. And San Benito kind of stood out at the top through all of those with that metric. And so it's really kind of interesting to see, and we want to try and promote what San Benito County does statewide. Not only that, but we were able to develop an agricultural checklist through Selena's leadership and with some of the local farms in San Benito County. You know, coordinating with ordinance outreach, the foodware, the food donation, schools, that's a model for success for green business programs as well. So, and also the future of San Benito County, I just really look forward to where they're going and how we can prop that up in front of other rural communities, because it's not always easy. Sometimes rural communities don't receive as many resources from the state. But I, for one, am doing everything I can to make sure that we do get a lot of resources from the state for rural communities like San Benito County. So thanks for having me. I was just happy to share that success. And here's a picture of Selena getting a reward from Cali, PA's Secretary of the Environment, Jared Blumenfeld.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Brooke. We're happy to answer any questions. Again, this program is made possible thanks to the great work with Environmental Innovations, all of our program partners, and of course the participating businesses. So much support regionally. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board members?
No.
Go ahead.
No, just a comment. Just you know, keep up the great work, and it would be nice at some point to leverage this green business program and theme, and to, you know, to maybe brand ourselves as a, you know, green community. Maybe we can use that as a recruitment tool at some point for economic development. Thank you.
Love that idea.
How about public comment? Anyone in the chambers? Via Zoom?
If you'd like to make a public comment on Zoom, please press raise your hand or *9. No comments.
Okay, this was informational only. We'll move on to some action items, which is 28. We will do 20, we'll just do them separately. Sorry, I got too flustered last time, Barbara. 28.
Mr. Chair, I have Dwayne Doffany, the Chief Building Official, standing by in case there are questions. But this is an item that you had the first reading on at your last meeting, and this is the second reading, and you can take action today. This would strengthen the code with regard to standing and stopping and parking in public right-of-way, where we would prefer not to have people stand, stop, and park in vehicles for safety reasons. And I would appreciate your favorable consideration of this item.
Okay. Any questions from the board members? How about public comment? Anyone in the chambers? Via Zoom?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, press raise hand or *9 on your phone. No comments.
What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I did have one question I
Yes,
meant
sir.
to ask. Benny, part of the ordinance has to do with 72-hour parking. I'm just curious, how much of do we have any feel for how much of that is, you know, homeless people that are parking, that are in their cars or trailers or whatever? I'm just curious about that.
With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Dwayne Doffany or Reed Galagli, who helped us with these items, see if they have an answer to that question. I don't.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
This is Dwayne Dauphiné, the building official. I'd like to respond to that question, Supervisor Tiffany. The intention of the ordinance addition is not to strike after homeless or you know, less fortunate individuals. This is more for where you have a traffic situation that's a real concern for the community and or drivers that we currently just don't have the tools to be able to actively enforce on certain matters. This is in no means intended for enforcement of individuals like we were talking about before, maybe sitting in a food pantry line or even someone for, you know, a homeless situation. This is more for where you have an active hazard on the county right of way, and we needed the tools to abate it. Currently, the CHP needs us to have something on our ordinances to allow them to assist with the removal of these vehicles. And we really just request your support in having these tools.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure that I figured that was the case. You just want to be sensitive to homeless situations because, as we discussed earlier, that is a situation out there. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members? Yes, I did. Yes, I went to public comment via Zoom, and then Bob at the very end had another question. What's the wish of the board?
Okay, I move that we adopt the ordinance, chapter 17.02, stopping, standing, and parking to Title 17 of the San Benito County Code. Do I need to read items 1, 2, and 3? Okay. Okay, and let me read it just because I don't want to screw it up. 1, find that the proposed ordinance does not meet the definition of a project under section 21065 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as an activity which may cause either direct or physical damage to the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect change to the environment. 2, adopt ordinance number, which will be lined up, in accordance with adding chapter 17.02, stopping, standing, parking to the Title 17 of the San Benito County Code. And 3, authorize and direct the clerk of the board to publish the ordinance in a newspaper of general circulation in its entirety within 10 days of the adoption pursuant to Government Code Section 6061.
That's why I'll let you do the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We got a first, we got a second. Supervisor Hernandez came with a second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
You were complaining.
Go to number 29. This is also a ordinance. This is dealing with solid waste regulations.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, like the last item, this is a code change that had a first reading at the last meeting, and we're bringing it back hopefully for final adoption. It allows us to keep an eye on the quality of some of the materials that are being moved into the county to make sure that we don't have unacceptable material, basically. There's a companion item that we have decided to hold and bring back to you at a future date regarding ag grading. There was a very thoughtful letter submitted to us with some concerns from the ag community that we felt we should do a little more due diligence before we bring that item. But this item kind of goes with that one, but it still stands on its own, and I would ask that you consider final adoption of this particular ordinance change. And again, Mr. Dauphiny standing by if there are questions.
Any questions from board members? I do thank you for pulling the other one and looking at it and trying to revamp it. The idea behind that was just to make sure it was very clear and it was black and white rather than gray area.
Correct.
Well,
I can just add, I got a phone call from a farmer, probably the same person, and I too appreciate that we're responding to that because that could have been a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a comment. In terms of the fines, I know we had mentioned it was going to be something that you're going to address later with the enforcement ordinance. Benny, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know I expressed some concerns about the lowballing of the fines, and I wanted to make sure that's addressed. Thank you.
Any public comment from the chambers? This would be a Zoom.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, press raise hand or *9. No comments.
Bring it back to the board. Any parting comments? Any final questions? What's the wish of the board?
I'll move to adopt ordinance amending solid waste regulations per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
We got a first, we got a second from Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion passes. Now we will go to number 30.
Thank you.
20, I'm sorry. Which became 30. Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
It's been a long day.
Very.
Thank you. This one here is dealing with the John Smith landfill.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, County Council. With us today in the audience, and I'm sure he will wish to give you his perspective on the recommendation I'm about to provide to you, is Mr. Paul Nelson with Waste Solutions. And after I've presented, I think he would appreciate being recognized. Let me try to summarize this as succinctly as I can. We have a second amendment to the landfill agreement, which the original landfill agreement was passed in 2010, and a couple years ago there was a second amendment. And there's a requirement for out-of-county waste inflow to the landfill to cease when we reach the point where there's only 15 years worth of local waste capacity available. We're very near that point. The consultant retained by the county says that will happen on June 19th. An earlier analysis by the people who worked for Mr. Nelson and Waste Solutions indicated they thought it would be July 19th. In any event, it's very near. And the Second Amendment on the face of it requires the out-of-county flow to cease on that date to preserve 15 years of local waste capacity at the landfill. Waste Solutions has been interested in pursuing some short-term options that might push that date out a little bit, give us a little more capacity for a while so that the current flow rates can continue, and therefore the county's revenue stream would continue during that period as well, if successful. On February 9th, we came to you and presented a proposal that was on the table at that time for a direct transfer station at the landfill. And you authorized me to sign that submittal, and it went to the state agency that controls these, Cal Recycle. That application was subsequently withdrawn by Waste Solutions. In the middle of March, March 15th, there was a new proposal submitted, and that's the subject of your discussion today. And that's for another interim capacity development option that would simply modify the slopes within the landfill, within the permitted envelope under the original permit for the landfill, to gain, through some slope modifications, additional capacity. The number happens to be 400,000 yards that would be gained by doing this if successful and if permitted. That would allow somewhere around a year's additional time at the landfill before we hit the threshold, if it were in place now. The trouble is, it's not in place now, and it has to be permitted first. So the state would have to issue a permit for this, and a preliminary submittal has been made to the state, so they're already looking at it. But what you're being asked to do, and what I'm recommending, is that you authorize the formal application of a permit to Cal Recycle for this waste slope modification option that Waste Solutions has proposed, with some conditions. One of the conditions we have to comply with is CEQA. And the attorneys for Waste Solutions are talking with county council, and I think they have a pretty good handle on what it would take to do that. And essentially, it's it involves a mitigated neg deck, which is how the original landfill was permitted. So hopefully that won't take too much time, but we have to go through that step. The second condition that I've recommended is that they cover all costs, and I think that's fundamental as well. I'm also recommending that you authorize the RMA, me, to send a notice to them that the trigger date, 15-year, where we hit 15 years of local waste capacity, is near, and that the importation of out-of-county waste must stop. The date I've recommended in the staff report that you have in front of you is July the 19th. Our consultant said June 19th. I decided to defer to Waste Solutions analysis and go with 7/19, and that's what I've recommended. Last evening, we had a discussion with the ad hoc committee who asked that we consider another approach to this, slightly different, where you would still authorize the permit to be applied for. Essentially, we have no objection to this concept that Waste Solutions has presented, and please proceed to get it permitted as quickly as you can. And then secondly, the same two conditions, CEQA analysis and all costs to be covered. But one thing the board might wish to consider, and this is what's different than what's in the staff report, is allowing Waste Solutions to continue to import the full waste stream, including the out-of-county waste, for a few more months beyond that trigger date. And I have suggested that we might consider extending that to September. And in return for extending it to September, there are certain conditions that I think we should ask through a modification or to an amendment to a modification to the operating agreement that we would bring back to the board at a subsequent date, as soon as we can successfully negotiate those terms with Waste Solutions. And those conditions are very specific in an alternative motion that I put at your places this morning. And if you are willing to consider that, item 3 says, notwithstanding the first two, first one being preliminary authorization, the second being authorize me to give notice to cease. But if they're willing to enter into an agreement with 3 terms that we've specifically outlined, basically it's having the parent company for Waste Solutions take responsibility for the terms of the existing agreement. The second would be that we would indicate that for the life of the landfill, the current landfill agreement contemplates that we would take title to the land that's been acquired for the potential landfill expansion, which is in the works as well. That's the context that we have here. And one of the reasons it may be useful to try to buy time is to allow that EIR process to continue. And the third one has to do simply with a financial clause that's contained in the existing amendment that calls for a decrease in our per ton. It's called the landfill depletion fee. It's our share of the tonnage. We get a certain dollar amount per ton for waste disposed at the landfill. It happens to be $3.84 at the present time per ton. That would drop by 90 cents in October of 2022. And we've asked that that term be removed, and therefore, if the new project, the landfill expansion, is not permitted and authorized by then, we wouldn't suffer a financial loss due to that 90-cent reduction in tonnage fee. So what I have recommended is now posted in Novus so the public can see it if they wish to look at this option in addition to the original staff report. And I think this might be an appropriate place to allow Mr. Paul Nelson to address this from his perspective. But my recommendation to you is what we've outlined in the piece of paper that I gave you this morning with this alternative motion. And again, that would just authorize the application for the landfill modification, SOLT modification, subject to CEQA, subject to agreement to cover all costs. Authorize me to send the notice that the out-of-county waste should terminate on July 19th unless they agree to the 3 changes that we've recommended under item 3.
Okay.
And if they do, we would finalize negotiations on that change and bring that back to the board for your approval at a subsequent date, hopefully in May, because time is of the essence here, as you might imagine.
Mr. Nelson?
Well, thank you, Mr. Young, for the opportunity to allow me to speak.
I agree absolutely with Benny. Time is of the essence. We think that, just for, both parties, both, the operator of the landfill as well as the county as a partner of ours in the operation of the landfill, it's in our mutual best interest to seek this slope reconfiguration application and seek approval of that both from you, the board, as well Cal Recycle. As a matter of clarity, we recently submitted a Statement 1 as well as Exhibit C, which sets forth, based upon compliance with the agreement, that in fact we believe the trigger date is August 22nd, not July 21st, as far as continuing to take the full complement of flow. So we would recommend or request that we use that date as the possible termination date. And we as a team collectively, Waste Connections, will review, the specifics required about the potential for extension. We appreciate the consideration of that extension. We have to review it with our team and circle back to you all. That's really all I had, other than one last point, which is, to the extent that we're able to entitle and get approval of the slope reconfiguration, we believe that it would allow the current complement of flow to continue through November of 2022, so around 17 months. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Young, before we give it to the ad hoc committee?
No, Mr. Chair, I will appreciate, and I thank the ad hoc committee for meeting on short notice last evening and again this morning after we developed the revised recommendation for you. And I also need to kind of offer an apology to the ad hoc committee. This is a very complicated topic, and in retrospect, I wish I had brought it to the ad hoc committee before we finalized our recommendation. On the other hand, the only thing I'll say in my defense in that regard is I'm just feeling the pressure of the time here and didn't want to wait any longer. I wanted to be able to get them going on the permit modification as soon as possible. And also, quite honestly, I wanted to advance the issue with regard to stopping the importation of out-of-county waste to the board, because that's a substantial public policy issue. And since it was imminent, I didn't want to lose any more time, and that's one reason I moved it along as quickly as I did, Mr. Chair.
It's water under the bridge and not a problem whatsoever. Bob and I have spent some time the last couple of days, and he's gotten to know the bad side of me, I guess. It's, to me, this is a team. I look at San Benito County along with Waste Connections as a partnership, as I said before. We've been going down this route for maybe 3 to 4 years. So whenever I see a setback, it really, it sets me off. So, one of the things that I am thankful about is last night's meeting and this morning's meeting. The sole idea of today is to discuss whether or not we should approve the modification of the existing slopes. This existing slope in no way, shape, or form will increase in height or increase in base. It will only become more obtuse. So that's how they will gain more airspace, which will be anywhere from, let's just say, a year to 14 months. When we went through this whole process, other things came out. And that's where your 3 separate items came up. I don't think it's right to cut them off in, let's just call it July or August, if we're so close to the finish line, if we know we're looking at the slope configuration and we're almost there, and having them take off a month or 2 months, knowing that we're going to have more life of the 15 years. So that's why I wanted to bring up this other stuff. But, being fair, you're looking at 3 things that Waste Connections really needs to look at. And that's important to the team here. And secondly, it's better communication, and we spoke about this today. Better communication between the this the ad hoc committee, Benny, and Waste Connections. And that's my fault. I take all responsibility for that. I should have been more finger on the pulse. I did not. And so now I just want to make sure that I overcompensate and we meet more frequently and we're all on the same page. But that doesn't give Waste Connections a free ride either. The expectation is when you're asked for any type of information, let's move it quick. And likewise with our county employees. We had a good conversation this morning. And like I said, it's water under the bridge. Let's move forward. And I think we have a good plan of attack here. But I'll let Bob speak from his perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair said, this is truly a partnership between San Benito County and Waste Solutions. Obviously, I'm one of the new people up here. I think it's fair to say that it's been a little difficult because due to no one's fault, obviously there's a lot of new players involved, both the RMA level as well as up here at the board. But as the chair said, we're trying to all get on the same page, have better communication, and work together as we move forward. I think, in my mind, this approach of changing the slope makes a lot of sense. It's as the chair said, it doesn't change the height. It's really going to be probably not noticeable to anyone's eye, and it does buy us some significant amount of time to the point where hopefully the EIR process will be complete in regards to the expansion, and a decision can be made at that time. I think that the points that Benny made, are very clear. I think this 15-year life, to retain that for the county is critical. It is a critical part of the agreement and the Second Amendment. And so I think that it's a fair trade-off to potentially give potentially another couple of months, eating in slightly maybe, but still eating into that 15-year life in return for 3 points that we feel are important to the county. One of the things that when we met last night and again this morning was we really didn't want to get into a full-blown trying to renegotiate the deal. And so we took this approach feeling that, 3 pretty straightforward bullet points, and we hope that Waste Solutions will take full consideration of them and will be agreeable to them, and then we can use that September 19th date. So at any rate, I appreciate the opportunity to be involved in the ad hoc and still learning, but appreciate your leadership, Mr. Chair. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Okay, open it up to the board here. Any questions from Supervisor Hernandez?
I'll let Supervisor Kozmicki.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Hernandez. Yeah, no, I really just want to say I appreciate the work of the ad hoc and staff, and this is a big deal. It's a complicated issue. There's short and long-term implications, and there's some creativity that's going on here that I really appreciate your work on that. One moment, please. Yeah, I mean, the main thing I have to, I just want clarity. I guess my main thing is just to get clarity on the process going forward beyond, so what, I guess, do we have an estimate, best and worst case scenario, if everything stays on track, when would the EIR be completed, and when would an expansion potentially be approved? That's, I guess, my first.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, just before we do that, can we go back and talk about the slope
Sure.
You know, what I'm looking at is two different things. I agree with your EIR when we're going to complete that EIR, but there's so many variables there. What I'm wondering is, first, what is the slope going to buy us? And then let's go to the EIR, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we're focusing on
Yeah.
on one thing and then the second thing.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Kozmicki, to the slope modification, I was under the understanding until just today that it would buy us about a year. I was still troubled by that if we didn't if it doesn't get permitted pretty quickly, then the intervening months potentially cut into the 15-year capacity because the slope modification is not in place. Once it's in place, I think we gain about a year, and Mr. Nelson today said maybe as much as 17 months. And so it's in that time range. But and one reason I recommended you authorize me to tell them to stop the importation of out-of-county waste is if it takes 6 months, let's say, or a year just to get it permitted, if we lose a year, that's 3 years of landfill life roughly, and we only have, so many years. So it's a pretty substantial hit on the in-county waste side. And I was very concerned about that. Giving him a couple more months to September hopefully gives them time to get this permitted. As your staff, we feel pretty optimistic that may be doable. It'll take some work, but Mr. Nelson's staff is already working hard on that with Cal Recycle, and this will enable a formal submittal. And if that gets permitted by September, then there's no issue, because we wouldn't have to stop them. If we do have to stop them from bringing in out-of-county waste, then when it does get permitted, then we would stop them. Then we would allow them to resume the importation of out-of-county waste. So I'm not quite sure how much extra time that would take. All of this is being done in the context of a major expansion of the landfill. The draft administrative EIR is in review right now. And you may recall that we have a third-party review consultant, and he is looking at this, at the draft EIR, and there's a robust discussion going on with regard to how that should be finalized into a final EIR. And ultimately, I think we'll reach agreement on that, but it's going to take a little time, and then there's a public comment period. And the initial schedule that was provided for concluding the EIR and bringing it to the Planning Commission and then to the board for approval was this fall. I no longer believe that that's doable just because of the complexity of the issues associated with EIR as we respond to the public comments that we've received so far. And it's going to take careful response and coordination between the team that Waste Solutions has and our third-party reviewers. And a meeting of the minds with regard to things such as the project alternatives that need to be evaluated along with the expansion alternative. So I am not sure that will be concluded within 2 years, to be honest with you. Mr. Nelson may have a different opinion, and we'll do all we can on our end to make sure we're not holding it up, but the EIR process is a process with certain statutory steps and public involvement, and that's mandated and we must adhere to. And a lot of that will depend on whether or not the public raises substantial issues that take more time to resolve before the EIR is finalized. And then you always, with a major project like this, there's always a chance that somebody might file suit against you on some legality, and then you have to deal with that, and that's also time. So I guess I think it's a couple years before the EIR is finalized and back to you. And this would potentially help bridge that gap.
Right.
And that's why I recommended that we consider this favorably. But
Yeah.
if we hit that point where we just have to stop, I think we have to stop.
Yeah, well, the slope reconfiguration makes a lot of sense. I mean, that seems like a slam dunk. My understanding of the process with permitting with CalRecycle is that we're looking at really sort of potentially getting the permit right around that time frame, maybe losing a couple months, like you said, which isn't a big deal. If we go too far beyond that, I share those concerns because it's not really a 15-year closure; it's a 3-year closure. If you're talking about in county and out of or not closure, but capacity.
Right, those 3 years for every year.
You're essentially talking 3 or 4 years. So I do share that concern that, I would like to see that, hopefully that process go quicker than maybe anticipated. My question is there any way that we can urge CalRecycle to move ahead, not sit on this? Is there anything we can do as a county?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if Mike.
Want to come up, Mike,
came
because you did some work on this already.
While Mike's on the way up, I would mention another thing that Mr. Nelson can confirm. If I say something wrong, please jump up and correct me. I think the direct transfer station may be still something that they would, if the time starts to really stretch out on us, they may bring that option back for your authorization as well at some point as another stopgap measure. So this is not the only short-term life option that could be considered. It's the one that's the most immediate and the easiest.
We are actively working with CalRecycle on the slope configuration. We've submitted a draft application. We're expecting their comments back this week or next, hopefully. As soon as we get those comments back, and with your action, if it's positive, we will submit the formal application and we will have to save time. So we're not just sitting around, not doing anything. We are actively working to get this done as fast as possible.
Thank you. And this last comment, just want the public to know that, no matter what direction we go in today, we still have the EIR process ahead of us. And that, is a robust process. It gives the public ample opportunity to weigh in. It gives us ample opportunity to work with the operator on potential issues along the way. And so in no way is this sort of an end game. There's a long way to go, a lot more opportunities for the public to be involved. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
May I?
P, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank both Supervisor Tiffany and Medina just for the extra time you guys are putting in. Since coming onto the board, I've had many conferences and Zoom phone calls with Mr. Nelson and the Waste Connection. And so, as I said, each time I have a communication with them, I learn something different because there's so much science behind it. But I love the fact that you acknowledge that we need better communication, Mark. I appreciate that. I don't assign any fault or blame there, but I appreciate you acknowledging that we need to, because it is indeed a partnership. It's a community partnership. County, Mr. Nelson at Waste Connections. I mean, everybody has to be involved. As I said previously, that I attended the town hall regarding the expansion, the potential expansion, and I know that's not on the issue and that's not on the table right now, but we need to continue to educate the community because they need to realize that without us doing something now, that there's going to be some dire circumstances that we're going to have to deal with the potential of closing the landfill if we hit the capacity. And as Supervisor Kuzmis, you just mentioned that there's a potential that's a lot earlier than the 15 years that we're looking at. So we have to look at all the options available. Of course, the slope has to be agreed to and allowed to continue, but we need to look at both the long-term and the short-term consequences if we don't come to a meeting of the minds and have some sort of agreement that's going to solve the waste problems, because every one of us produces our own pounds of waste, each week. We see that in the garbage can, in the refill, and then in the organic pile weekly when we set out our garbage cans on the the edge of the curb there. I like the idea that we have around 2 years for the EIR because it gives us some time to process. And once we look into the potential expansion, we really need to hear all of the stakeholders at the table and hear their concerns. But they also need to know that we as a county are in a position where we need to do something. We cannot ignore the fact that that we are near capacity as we are currently. And I like the idea that you're going to bring back the direct transfer station if it's feasible. So I thank you, Mr. Nelson, for looking at all the options available. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
I'll keep my comments brief, Mr. Chair. I mean, the focus is basically on making sure we have increased capacity. Eventually, I would like to have a conversation about what it means to increase the local benefit. I know that's a separate item, but I think 80% out of town is really hard for the public to digest. But that's, again, a separate item. Right now, we just need to make sure we keep our landfill open. They're going by the way of dinosaur, right? They're going away. I mean, there's not a lot of support from California once you close it, you're done. So priority number one is keeping it open, and then I would say down the road as we talk about protecting the public's interest. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Young, do you know the last time they built a new landfill?
Mr. Chair, no, I don't. My experience was mainly in
Paul,
Monterey.
Paul, do you know?
You have an idea?
Come up to the front, please. Yes, from the ground up, because it would have to be.
Greenfield landfill, I believe the last time it was permitted in California is the 80s. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that.
So this is an asset that's why I'm so
We can't lose that.
into this, because this is an asset that we can't recreate. And Joel, you can probably speak to it too. You know a lot about land use. I don't think the state of California would, even if we were to permit one, it's going to take years and years and years, if not decades, if they allow it. Would that be safe to assume? That would be accurate. Okay. Well, thank you. I just want people to understand that we do have an asset here, and we want to keep it. We want to use it, but we want to make sure we're treated fairly also, and we treat our partner fairly.
Right. Mr. Chair, a couple
Yes,
other comments. Wanted to say, Supervisor Kosmicki brought this up just to make the public aware. He mentioned, obviously we're still going through the EIR process. And also the public needs to know, as part of that EIR process, of course, we will still be able to take a look at, in partnership, some other areas that may be mitigated, be able to be mitigated if we do go forward with the expansion. For example, I saw a letter in regards to looking at rerouting where the trucks go. And I know that's a big issue within our community. So I just want to be sure the public understands that this is not, just because we're not talking about those issues now, certainly doesn't mean that they're not going to be looked at and potentially addressed as part of the EIR process before we ever, get to approval or denial of that. So I think that's one thing I wanted to mention. A second thing is, if public has not had a chance, working the county and Waste Solutions work together to put together a really strong background and question and answers about the landfill. And if you go to the county website, you'll find it there. I went on it the other day, and it's really a wealth of information. So I appreciate, the time that was taken to put that together. I think part of the problem here is for most of us, this is a complicated issue. And, the average person out there wonders why the hell we are doing what we're doing, and they need to have some understanding of how we got here and what are the benefits of a landfill, as we were just talking about. And so I think education would be great, and I appreciate that additional information on the website. I'd encourage people to reference it. Thank you.
Any other questions for any of the board members?
Go
ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
Sorry, I was just going to ask one more thought, is if we can be creative and maybe do something like the Marina landfill does and the Second Chance Mercantile, where residents can put items aside that are not ready for the landfill, but can be recycled. Someone else can use them. When my dad was alive, that would be something we love to go do. It's like, ooh, let's go see what we can find at the Second Chance Mercantile in Merida. And you would find some really nice, household items, furniture, yard furniture, tools, that the previous owner was finished with it, but it still had life yet in that product. And then at the same time, there was a revenue generating stream coming in too. So that's just something to consider. Okay.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify and make sure so the public knows as well that we still have the opportunity to call it negotiate, call it whatever it may be going forward, and that we don't lose leverage in our position going forward because we're taking this step today on some of these issues of public concern like Supervisor Hernandez brought up. I share that concern along with some other issues, the amount of the potential amount of waste in the deal, particularly for me. So I just want to make sure the public is aware that we still have that opportunity to go over these fine details going forward, and that that's clear among board members and staff.
Crystal clear. Any other questions? Mr. Young?
Mr. Chair, I'll defer to County Council on this question, but can we reference, or does this need to be read in? That would make it
on Novus, correct? Okay.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah, if you are ready to entertain a motion.
Well, I need to open it up for public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Yep.
Anyone in the chambers wish to speak for public comment? How about via Zoom?
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, raise your hand or *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Rob Rodriguez again. I just want to, I keep hearing the word partnership, but then you talk, you need to do better with communication. So, which is it? I remember there's an article in 2018 that said that the landfill had 5.5 years left if it continued its intake of 80% of out-of-county waste, and 29 years if it's just in county. And now here we are 3 years later, and that we're at 15. And if Waste Solutions is doing such a good job with our landfill, then why is it that we need to permit the changing of the slope now, or we're not going to have it done before we're less than 15 years capacity remaining? Also, I just like to, I wonder, is Waste Connect or Waste Solutions, are they publishing their the revenue that they're making from this? Is it a good balance? Are they giving enough back to our community by taking 80% out of county waste? I see that you guys list the numbers online, but I don't see anything from their side. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments, questions? What is the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion, although I think I need some help on this one. How do I make the motion, Barbara?
You make the motion per staff recommendation as amended on today's date, which was posted on Novus.
Okay.
The amended staff recommendation.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the amended staff recommendation that was posted today on Novus. Is that adequate?
Yes.
Okay.
Second that.
We got a first by Supervisor Tiffany, a second by Supervisor Gonzalez. I need a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes, 5-0, motion passes. We'll go to the final one of the day. No, we don't.
Oh, we still have the consent.
Where did she go?
That's cruel and unusual punishment.
But she left.
We have she has asked a few
Yeah, no, she. No,
questions, so I'm gonna be able
okay.
to.
We'll go to 31. This is the probation department. dealing with the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant PowerPoint presentation and request approval for receiving grant funds. So this is an action item.
Joe should be on the phone, on the Zoom.
Joe, can you unmute?
Now can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members, CAO Espinoza, and County Council Thompson. My name is Joe Frontella. I'm the Chief Probation Officer, San Benito County. And I'll do my best to keep this as brief as I can. I know it's been a long day and you've got quite a bit more to go. So today, there we go. Today I will be speaking to you about the Juvenile Justice Realignment Bill, or Senate Bill 823. I'll do an overview of the bill. I'll do a little bit of the history of San Benito County's use of the Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ. I'll also talk about state funding allocations that we have the opportunity to bring into our county, and the current progress of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council subcommittee plan that's still being developed. And then I'll finish up with a consortium collaborative that can hopefully assist us in moving forward. So the San Benito County strategic goals that are met today is: number one, the operational development and excellence. Number four, community engagement. Number five, healthy and safe communities. In September of 2020, the governor signed into law SB 823 and AB 868, which effectively phases out the Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ. 823 does provide resources to all 58 counties for delivery of services, but it's for the youth that previously were sent to DJJ. Some of the main components of the bill: it ends juvenile justice intake into the Division of Juvenile Justice on July of this year, except for cases where a youth is tried as an adult. It also creates the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to provide oversight and accountability to the juvenile justice realignment. It further raises the age of local jurisdiction and confinement to the age of 25 for serious cases. A little bit more on the Office of Youth and Community Restoration, or the OYCR. Its objectives will be to ensure the rehabilitative goals of the state's juvenile justice system through oversight of county programs. They will evaluate the efficacy of local programs and will report their findings back to the governor and the legislature in July of 2025. It also creates a new state level ombudsman position for the advocacy of youth in the juvenile justice system. Youth who commit 707B offenses prior to the age of 18 shall be subject to local age jurisdiction changes. And age 23 for youth adjudicated of 707B offenses, age 25 for youth adjudicated offenses that would result in an aggregate sentence of 7 years or more if they were an adult case. If a youth starts their case in the juvenile justice system, they will remain in the juvenile secure housing until the age of 25, so long as they remain detained during the duration of their stay. You may be asking why are these changes happening? One of the reasons is to research the development of adolescent brain development, and over the past 25 years, it has been found that the brain development continues into the age of adulthood, early adulthood, basically to the mid-20s or even beyond. And adolescents are particularly prone to risky behavior. Specifically, research has shown that youth are prone to be impulsive, more sensitive to immediate rewards, and think less about their future. They're more volatile in emotional situations and are highly susceptible to peer and other outside influences. And any parent of an adolescent or who has a youth or a kid who's gone through adolescence can attest to this fact. All of these factors have proven to be more pronounced for youth who have experienced trauma, which is estimated to be between 75 and 93% of the youth in the juvenile justice system. So a little history on San Benito County's use of the Division of Juvenile Justice in comparison to other neighboring counties. The SCC put forth the time frame from 2016 to 2019 admissions to DJJ so we could have a better understanding of who was sending kids and who wasn't. Santa Cruz had sent 10 youth during that time. Merced County sent 21 youth. Monterey 45 and Santa Clara 46. By contrast, San Benito had sent 0 youth since well before 2012. We did, however, send 1 youth last year, which was kind of an anomaly. For fiscal year 2021-24 funding allocations, you can see a direct correlation between the amount of youth that were sent and the amount of money that is being allocated for different counties. For Santa Clara, they have 11.9 million. Monterey, 8.7. Merced, 5.1. Santa Cruz, 1.8 million. And San Benito has $750,000 for the next 3 years. The state funding allocations, juvenile justice realignment block grant funding formula for fiscal years 2021 through 23-24 is as follows. 20% distribution of youth ages 10 to 17, 30% snapshot of Division of Juvenile Justice population in the months of December 2018, June 2019, and December 2019. And 50% of local population who have committed certain violent and felony offenses, which were reported to the state annually. San Benito's allocation is the minimal amount of allocation, which is $250,000 allocated to each county, each of the 58 counties. And as you can see, over the next 3 years, that is the exact amount that we will be receiving. Again, that adds up to the total allocation of $750,000 for the next 3 years. The distribution formula will be recalculated in January of 24 for fiscal year 24-25, and unexpended funds can be rolled into the second and third year. The funding resource is allocated by the State Controller's Office, and the release of funds begins September 1st, 2021, and annually thereafter. So San Benito County juvenile referrals, and we will be focusing in on 707B offenses, which are serious and violent charges ranging from aggravated assault, rape, robbery, attempted murder, crimes of this nature and ilk. If you take a look at the far right-hand column, you'll see the number of 707B offense cases, which the department handled. If you look at, we had as little as 4 in fiscal year 2015-16, and as many as 24 in the last fiscal year. From fiscal year 2015 to 2020, probation served 59 youth who were 707B offenders. Ages ranged from 13 to 17. There were 95% were male, 5% were female, and 81% were Hispanic, which would indicate that we need culturally relevant and responsive programming to mitigate recidivism. So you remember about 3 meetings, board meetings ago, your board signed a resolution creating the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council Subcommittee, which was a requirement for receiving the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant funding. Members of the subcommittee include representatives from the Superior Court, the Public Defender's Office, the District Attorney's Office, Health and Human Service Agency, Behavioral Health, County Office of Education, and the Probation Department, with the Chief Probation Officer being the chair of the subcommittee. We also had 3 community members as part of the subcommittee, individuals with experience providing community-based youth services, youth justice advocates, and an individual with former involvement in the juvenile justice system, which provided quite a bit of insight to the direction we needed to go. So what's the role of the subcommittee? The subcommittee needs to develop a local juvenile justice realignment plan on how to best serve the realigned youth. In order to receive fiscal year 22-23 funding, counties must must file a plan to the OYCR by January 1st of 2022. There is no plan that is required in the first year. The Office of Youth and Community Restoration will review the plan, and they can return it back to our county if they're not happy with the way it's presented or what the type of programming that we're doing. And plans must be submitted annually starting May 1st, 2022. And the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council Subcommittee must review the plan at least once every 3 years to make it good. However, the subcommittee is planning on meeting every year until we get all the kinks worked out, and we imagine it'll take probably at least 5 years. The Division of Juvenile Justice Realignment county categories. There are 3 categories that counties fall into. An independent county, which houses and serves youth from their own county only. There's approximately 30 counties doing this. A host county, which houses and serves youth from their own county as well as other counties or partner counties. There's approximately 13 counties doing this. And partner counties, which contract with host counties for services. There's approximately 15 counties in this category. San Benito County is one of these partner counties. You'll notice that I wrote approximate all of it because it's not been fully disclosed, all the different counties and what they are deciding to do. So this is the best estimation we could come up with. So when the subcommittee got together, they set out to say, okay, what as a community do we need to do to help realign youth? And given the county's incredible track record, sending only 1 youth in at least the last 10 years, they decided that we would use a prevention intervention model to try to not have to send youth. So our goal became to prevent placement at a higher level of care in a host county, to keep all youth in the community whenever possible, using the least restrictive environment. How are we going to do this? Well, the subcommittee proposes a team called PACT team, which is Partners Achieving Change Together team. And it will include a case manager, a clinician who can do treatment for dual diagnosis, a family advocate, and a probation officer. Some of these positions may not be hired till the 2nd year and or as funding becomes available. And they may start off as half-time positions and hopefully grow into full-time positions. That will depend on the demand and also the funding allocations available. The PACT team will be focusing on the following target population: youth adjudicated for 707B offenses up to the age of 25, and they will be primarily focusing on ages 12 to 18, and youth who have scored moderate to high on the Positive Assessment Change Tool, or the PACT tool, and youth who are at risk of being moved to the adult court system. The PAC team's objectives are to provide educational skills, vocational skills, and positive social communities to support healthy choices, to provide safe and stable housing, and hopes to divert youth from incarceration to community supervision. They'll address the complex needs of the youth and their families, including mental health, substance use, and other identified risk factors to support positive outcomes. Through a multi-agency approach, they will use all the service you'll see in this diagram, which is wrapped around the family. And through a wrap service mentality, they will meet, discuss, try to figure out the best plan, and then set forth a case plan in order to work with the family and youth. The key elements for this is through assessments, and risk assessments or risk needs assessment are the PAC tool, the mental health and substance use assessment, adverse childhood experience or ACE questionnaire to determine the amount of trauma in a youth's life, the JSERAT or sexual recidivism risk assessment tool, the CIT for commercial sexual exploitation of children or CSEC assessment to determine if a youth has been humanly trafficked, and to try to help them make sure they stay out of that type of lifestyle. Each youth and family will receive an individualized treatment plan, and service delivery will be youth and family driven, culturally relevant, responsive, trauma informed, strength based, solution focused, data driven, and evidence based, and modeled after wraparound type community services or wellness recovery action plan community services. The whole idea is to build on what we have been doing in the past and to make sure that youth are insulated and have built-in resiliency through these programs and services. The outcome that the PAC team will be looking for in individuals is to increase youth engagement and participation in services, to improve mental and physical well-being, to help develop life skills, and to complete high school, GED, or advanced education. Also to gain and maintain employment. For the family, the outcomes that the team will be looking for is to improve communication skills of youth and families, develop positive social relationships, and enhance youth and families' perception of services and their worth. And one of the things that I think is the biggest outcome that we hope for is to divert siblings from criminal involvement. By working with the whole family, it gives us the ability to try to work with the parents and other youth in the family which oftentimes you see follow in big brother or sister's footsteps and become juvenile justice involved. And we want to head that off the path, hence the prevention model and intervention model. The community outcomes that we're hoping for are safe and stable housing and reduced recidivism. So now that is if all goes well and we don't have to send a youth to a host county or to a long-term juvenile custody care program. And however, we are wise to the fact, especially since we sent one youth last year, that this is a distinct possibility. We will have youth most likely at some point that simply we will not be able to work with within our county. CPOC recognized that there needed to be some type of entity that could assist the 58 counties in programming and developing services and collaborations between the different counties who will need their assistance. And they put forth a consortium collaborative They recognized that since the state was getting out of the business of long-term juvenile custody care, that there needed to be some type of entity that could foster appropriate programming for the youth. So they reached out to CSAC, or California State Association of Counties, and CASE, California Association of County Executives, to try to help form a consortium collaboration. Some of the benefits of a consortium is to establish a statewide agreement and coordinate function that ensures capacity is available. It also pre-establishes placement criteria and creates a fiscal risk pool, which I'll speak a little bit more to towards the end. Also, it creates a unified price structure and develops proper roles and communication within each county, and coordinates programming to make sure that youth don't fall through the cracks and get the appropriate rehabilitative programming that they'll need to be successful once they are sent back to the community. Sharing secured youth treatment programs is cost effective. Each county does not have to spend the money to develop, staff, and maintain a diverse set of specialized programs. Also, infrastructure. Many counties do not have the bed space or physical structures to repurpose, while other counties have the structure, but yet lack the demand. And it's more effective. Keeping a high quality program running takes full staffing, adequate funding, and demand for services. The state has been at this for a while, and they've perfected it. And we've had a little under a year to get everything together. So it's very much needed to work collaboratively with other counties. Consortium will work with a coordinated approach to ensure availability, which helps counties like San Benito, who rarely commit youth, find appropriate program when it's needed. It also provides clarity. It helps resolve questions and issues that may arise among counties in regards to the placement of youth. For instance, say a partner county sends a youth to a host county, and the host county decides, you know what, after a while that this youth is too difficult. It used to be that when a youth was in the Division of Juvenile Justice, they were the state's issue. There was no sending them back to the county. So there needs to be clarity and some understanding and ground rules developed. Cooperation, and I find this to be one of the most important things, is eliminates the competition for beds through a cooperative placement function and pre-establishes criteria and rates. So the dynamic factors yet to be determined with the consortium is the consortium structure itself. The consortium is very much in the early developmental stages and needs still to be a lot of thought put into exactly what roles and what functions it will play with the different counties. There's a number of memorandums of understanding that still need to be agreed upon between all the different counties, and that is going to take time because every probation department does things a little differently in the county. It's not uniform. It's not state united entity. So we also don't know the cost associated with the consortium at this point. And that cost point could very much fiscally impact in the ability to provide local programming. So it's yet to be seen how much that will cut into the $250,000 a year. And one of the last dynamic factors, and a key one, is the number of youth possibly committed to structured, tracked, secure placement. And this is a big one, especially for a county like ours. We could have, hopefully we'll have 0 youth sent. That is our sincere intention. However, if we do have to use a host county, And there could be an event or a crime which is committed, say for instance, if there was a drive-by shooting that happened in the community that met with tragic results, and say there were 4 to 5 youth in the car at the time, most likely all of those youth would be sent to a host county for long-term juvenile custody care. And what makes it so important to be a part of a consortium, as I mentioned earlier, is that fiscal pool can work as an insurance policy to help minimize the cost to the county. And make no mistake about it, if we had to place 4 to 5 youth in 1 year, that could easily fly by the amount of funding that we've been given. We might accept from the state, the $250,000, and could cut into general funds, which at that point would turn into somewhat of an unfunded mandate. The final dynamic factor is the juvenile justice realignment plan. Hasn't been fully developed or adopted. I sincerely hope that we would have enough progress by this point to actually put a whole plan in front of your board, but unfortunately, there's too many moving parts that have yet to be figured out and considered. All of the other host counties have not submitted their plans. We have to, as a partner county, we have to rely on the host county to formulate our plan to submit to the state. Not to mention, if we're a part of a consortium, we need to write that up to submit to the OYCR as well. So in summary, when SB 823 became law last year, the state effectively decided that they were officially getting out of the long-term juvenile custody care business and leaving it to the 58 counties to figure out how to best provide services at the local level in order to mitigate them being sent to the state. Part of the rationale was they want to keep youth local, and I understand that. So we have, as a subcommittee, came up with a plan, which a direction that we hope to go. Again, that will depend on the cost of belonging to a consortium, and again, it may cut into our ability to provide those resources. But make no mistake, it is the subcommittee and the probation department's duty and response to try to come up with the best plan to work with the youth in our community. And we want to keep them in our community because if we can, we know that they're not going to get more criminally sophisticated if we move them elsewhere. I would recommend highly that the board vote to accept the allocations from the state as it is law. The Division of Juvenile Justice is going away, and we will not be able to use them any longer. So if we don't accept the money, we'll simply have to provide the services and do the placements without the extra funding that is coming from the state. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
We'll start off with Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief Frontella, for that information. I remember first meeting you when having a conversation about AB 109, and this is as sad as it gets to me. And I know that you guys are going to do the best you can with what you have, so it's definitely not a knock on our local probation department, but this is a nightmare. I mean, the fact that the state would willingly put ultimately the local counties in a position to have to address the issues with the very bureaucratic processes. I was reading kind of the language on the different issues that you guys would basically have to confront. I know it's going to take a lot. I foresee, and I'm assuming, but I foresee that it's going to be unfundable, which is going to create a different issue when it comes down to actually using our resources to implement programs. So I don't know what else to say besides this is just madness to me that the state would do this to local counties. That's in essence what, I mean, and for those that don't know, AB 109, you know, is basically that where there was a prison realignment, you know, in general, the whole purpose was the state trying to cut back on funding, you know, to cut back on costs. They shut down the prisons. They gave the authority to local communities. Probation departments, along with the different other jurisdictions, had to scramble ultimately to deal with the cases of those folks coming into our community. I'm not, you know, it's not even about being opposed about these individuals, right? They need services, they need treatment, but how is it most effective, right? And even reading some of the language, which I imagine was pretty, you know, very, you know, fleshed out, right? They vetted the implications of this new process, right? So they did that and shut down the prison system, saved a bunch of money, put the responsibility on the locals. Same thing is, it's basically the same thing. It's like we're in Twilight Zone all over again. Now we have the Division of Juvenile Justice. There probably is a better way to do it, but doesn't mean that it should have been so roughshod. I mean, this bill, this letter that was written to the legislature was in 2020, the end of 2020. So this was literally ramrodded through. And now all of a sudden we have a huge structural animal to lift with the limited resources we have as a community. I don't know if I said it right or if there was any inaccuracies, Chief Frontella, but that's my sentiments on what this means to our community.
I think you got it right. CPOC recognizes that, yes, local counties can probably do a more efficient and better job and programming and servicing youth. However, yes, it is a very heavy lift, especially for a county with our size and resources. And yes, we are doing the best we can with what has been put to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair? To me, this is really the worst. This embodies the worst of California. You talk about unfunded mandates, which this clearly is, and it's going to be, and then this sort of overly, in my view, this overly compassionate approach to hardened criminals. And it just amazes me that we're referring to 25-year-olds as youths. I don't know, at some point, is a 30-year-old going to be a child who needs their family around to coddle them? You know, it's just really absurd to me. And the bottom line, though, is we have to do this. I would suggest that maybe it's just symbolic, but at least I would recommend maybe, and perhaps it's too late, but if we can communicate somehow that, you know, we would like to be made whole. I know that's just sort of throwing darts at a wall with the, you know, with the blind, you know, with the something over your eyes, a blindfold, yeah. So, you know, maybe it doesn't do anything, maybe it's not worth it, but, you know, we really should be demanding to be made whole from this, and $250,000 is just not going to cut it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'm coming at it from a different perspective. AB 109 did not shut down prisons. It reclassified inmates and it transferred their local custody control to the counties for us to house them and so forth and rehabilitate them. So AB 109 was actually it was highly beneficial in terms of the educational aspect. I took a tour of Kern State Prison, and I saw the educational benefits that was coming from the AB 109. I teach for Gavilan College, I teach the GED, and I saw the attempts at improvement in terms of programming that Gavilan was going to bring into the San Benito County Jail. So that's neither here nor there, but I just wanted to clarify that AB 109 did not close down prisons. It reclassified and reallocated the responsibility to local counties. Going back to this, Chief Frontella, I appreciate all the hard work that you have done, and I see all the collaborative efforts that you have been doing. I commend you on that. I look forward to the final plan. I know that there was initially a July 21st date on that, and you had brought something to us in March, according to the schedule. I did see the letter from August 29/20 regarding all of those organizations that opposed it. I'm hoping, you know, CSAC and CEOP chief probation officers and so forth, that I'm hoping that they've come around, as both my colleagues, Supervisor Kosmicki and Hernandez said, that these are unfunded mandates, and we really at this point have no way to challenge the state. It is, we are stuck with it in terms of a county responsibility, but I appreciate all the effort and time and collaboration that you have done. I am also appointed to this committee, so I do have my ears and hands involved. We haven't had a meeting recently where I've been involved, so please make sure you guys have my email, because we haven't had one since mid-March, so let me know if there is one. But you are doing the best that you can do with the circumstances in front of you, so I commend you in that, and thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. And I will say, one of the reasons why we haven't met is because we were at a place where we really couldn't plan anymore, and that's why we ceased. We put the presentation together, and it was like, okay, well, we really can't plan any further from here until we have more information.
Thank you.
Yeah, my comments would basically mirror the previous ones. I feel both. I mean, clearly this is a shifting of dollars to the local governments. $250,000 is just a drop in the bucket. I'm hopeful that it ultimately will be have positive outcomes for the youth in our community. Although I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, 25 is pushing it. But anyway, I want to thank you for what I think was a very thorough and thoughtful presentation, and it certainly would appear that Samuel County is really trying to, as difficult as the situation is trying to make the best of it. Anyway, I applaud you for your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. How about any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press raise your hand or *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
This is Elia Salinas. Thank you for accepting me. So it's not because they're 25 years old and they're too old and they're grown adults. They committed a crime when they were young, and they're going through the criminal system, the judicial system, and that is where they're held. These people are not beyond being rehabilitated. What does San Benito County have to offer to rehabilitate them? We've spent today, you have approved as a board hundreds of thousands of dollars. And today this adds more to it. We're talking about human beings. We were talking earlier about child abuse. You were talking earlier about mental health issues. So these people can be rehabilitated, but what can we do for them? The other thing is there an association with Monterey County? I know that Judge Phillips was a founder of the program, and I don't remember the name of it, but I believe it has Cielo on it. It's a culinary school, and it helps these young men and women become rehabilitated and be productive in society. So it's not like we need to have faith in these people. We need to be able to help them become productive in society. They have a responsibility to want to be productive in society, but we have a responsibility to have faith in them and help them become responsible adults and enter the life. You know how hard it is for a convict to get a job? Once you have a criminal record, people don't want to hire you. And now, as a county, you have the opportunity to help these people become productive in society. You need to do something about it. I don't know what we can offer. I saw a picture earlier on, something, it looked like it was Pinnacles. I don't know, you're going to offer them guides to be guides at Pinnacles, even though it's it's a federal national park. But think about what we can do for them and what we can help them do, become themselves, and not look at it as to say that they're hardened criminals, because they're not all. Some of them just have drug offenses and they're still in jail, and they shouldn't be in jail. They should be being helped for this. Thank you very much. Supervisor.
This Juvenile Justice Commission was basically to stop the pipeline to prison flow where, youthful offenders got into trouble, got slammed, then got into the probation system, then they had a record and they couldn't get out of that. That it eventually ended up, because they started up as a youthful offender, they ended up as an adult in prison. And so this yes, you're right, it is an unfunded mandate. However, its goal and its intent is really beneficial to the community. And I think it's one other thing that Governor Newsom did during the pandemic is to thrust it on the counties without any notice. And so the local counties are really trying to do their best. I attended a meeting in December of 2020, and that's when I first became involved with and aware of what was going on. And I've been involved ever since, and I wasn't even supervisor at that time. I was supervisor-elect. But the design and the goal of the program really is beneficial to the community. It's not something negative, it's something positive, but it is going to cost, I believe, more resources than what's being allocated. And so those are real concerns that you both expressed.
Any other comments or questions? Any other, well, let's go back. I'm sorry. Is there any other public comment? I mean, I know we started with.
Mr. Frontella has his hand raised.
Chief does?
Yes.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah. So I'd like to speak to Mrs. Selena's statement. She mentioned that was the Pinnacles, and I want to tell her that is one of the programs that we actually have locally. When kids are behaving, and we have a incentive program that actually helps kids that are in the right classification of custody be able to go out to the Pinnacles through a program called Sacred Rock in order to try to give them a different perspective. Many people who live in Hollister, many of the kids we work with, live this close to the Pinnacles and never been there. So we do try to give them a different experience. And I will say that I think that it is a good idea to try to keep our youth local, because we really truly do want to rehabilitate them. Otherwise, you send them to a statewide system and they tend to get more criminally sophisticated. And they're going to get out. And when they get out, what do? They come right back home to Hollister. And now they're more criminally sophisticated. So I do agree with the idea of keeping the kids local. I don't like the way it was rolled out necessarily. CPOC did oppose it for that purposes. But I will state that the subcommittee will honor our goal of trying to not send any youth out if we can. There are those youth that unfortunately are at the very deep end of the criminal pool, and they need much better care than we would be able to provide them here in our local institution. So just wanted to make that clear. And also, I wanted to give credit to my administrative team for putting together what I think was a really good presentation.
Any other public comment before we come back to the board?
No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board?
No questions, Mr. Chair. I had one kind of final thoughts. In spirit, and I totally agree that the sentiment behind it was intent on some good things. Very high level, though, just as, usually as many functions when it comes to the state, the administrative process is at the local level, but just the same, even in reading some of the language, the overarching and basically the ultimate authority is according to the state requirements. So they set an expectation, and then they say, now you go do it. And now when it comes down to doing it, that becomes the huge conundrum, because there's a lot of scrambling. There's ultimately lack of resources, right? I would say in general, it would be amazing if we could basically say, look, we'll take this authority, but we'll take the money that goes with it. If you're going to give it outside of that, then no, we don't agree. We're not going to because ultimately you're putting more burden on us and giving us less resources to do it. And I think by default, that is going to cause other problems. I would imagine there's some wins at the local level, but I could imagine there's also a lot of losses and ultimately inability to address the issues that the intent of it was for. Those are my final comments, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Okay, what's the wish of the board?
I move that we approve and accept the San Benito, excuse me, not San Benito, excuse me. Let me restart over. I move that we approve and accept the SB 823 Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant on behalf of San Benito County.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a first, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we will go to consent agenda.
Actually, I think we have item 32, public hearing.
Is there a
Public hearing.
32? Oh, I'm sorry, the public hearing.
Public hearing.
My bad. Health and Human Services, Tracy?
Good afternoon. I believe Deputy Director Enrique Ariola is in the chambers to discuss the matter.
Yes, he is. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enrique Ariola, Health and Human Service Agency. So this is the public hearing for the 2021 Community Development Block Grant application that is being submitted. The purpose of this public hearing is to discuss the 2021 CDBG application and to provide residents an opportunity to comment on the proposed activities. The Community Action Board, through Community Services and Workforce Development, held one prior public hearing. So we are required to conduct 2 public hearings for the submission of this application. The first one took place March 31st at 3 p.m. and the second is being conducted right now. Since 1995, CSWD has been successful in obtaining CDBG grants to support a variety of activities, including homeless and domestic violence shelter assistance, building a child care facility for low-income children, providing job training services to low-income residents, providing food assistance to low-income families, for the construction and operations of the Home Resource Center. This is the local shelter. Provide youth services, substance abuse, sober living. This is part of our 2020 CDBG application. CSWD is a division of Health and Human Services Agency that provides community service and workforce development to residents of San Benito County. And we offer a range of services, including workforce service and a number of job training type of programs, housing assistance, homeless services, low-income home energy assistance program, volunteer income tax assistance program, the operations of the San Benito County Migrant Center, which consists of 67 homes for migrant seasonal farm workers, families. And there's 2 current capital projects underway for transitional housing. In 2014, HHSA and CSWD received a $1.5 million public facilities grant applications from the state. We utilized this total for the purchase of the property and the construction of the Home Resource Center, which opened December the 1st, 2017, and is being operated by Community Homeless Solutions. In 2016, we received a second CDBG grant for public facilities, which helped us for the construction of Phase 2 of the Home Resource Center to provide supportive services, and also $500,000 under a different category under public services. So under public services, we dedicated, through the Community Action Board's direction and the approval of this board, $200,000 for shelter for victims of domestic violence, $200,000 for operation funding for the Home Resource Center, $62,500 for youth activities for enrichment scholarships, and $37,500 admin as allowed by the state. Last year, we did submit a $3 million grant application for CDBG. It has not been funded. It has not been rejected also, so it's on the wait list for consideration, so still being hopeful. For the 2020 CDBG application, we did receive a notification for the 2 public service applications for a total of $701,000, 615. $500,000 is being used over the course of 2 years for the operations of the Home Resource Center. I do want to say that this $500,000 is actually a collaborative CDBG application with the City of Hollister, each contributing $250,000, and $201,613 for substance abuse, sober living for Sun Street Centers. So CDBG purpose is to assist benefit target income group persons, so those that are low income, limited clientele populations, including homeless, domestic violence victims, migrant workers, and there's a number of other limited clientele populations. Eliminate slums and blight, and meet urgent community development need. So eligible activities under this application include housing rehabilitation, housing acquisition, real property acquisition, public services, public improvement, public facilities, public improvement in support of housing, new construction, and housing new construction. For this application, we are applying for the total amount under 2 categories, which is public services is 1, in the amount of $100,000. It'll support homeless services to include case management, housing navigation, outreach services, emergency shelter, and supportive services with the goal to increase permanent housing outcomes. So this application is heavy on permanent solutions, permanent outcomes. So going beyond homelessness into permanent housing or other housing options. And $35,000 is being dedicated for admin fees. This application, this is actually 2 separate applications as part of the 2021 CDBG NOFA. It's also $1 million for public improvement infrastructure in support of housing. And the goal is to utilize funds if approved for road improvements, earthwork and grading, fencing, storm drainage, electrical, and really with the goal to support a future permanent housing project benefiting low-income and homeless families and/or individuals. Why permanent housing? It does increase housing stock in San Benito County, increases low-income housing, this being a 100% low-income housing project in the future, high cost of homes and high rents, increases local housing outcomes among homeless and low-income population, reduces homelessness in San Benito County, and really it's just the right thing to do. This is the opportunity for receive public comments, so any comments received will be documented and submitted along with the application. So I wanted to ask for your permission to open it for any public comment.
Well, before we open it to public comment, I did not open up the public hearing, so consider this as opening the public hearing.
You can open it now. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press raise hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. No comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board? What's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving and authorizing submission of the 2021 CDBG grant application and authorizing the Health and Human Service Agency Director or Deputy Director to accept the grant if awarded, enter into and execute the grant agreement and any subsequent amendments with the State of California, and execute funds requests and other required reporting forms for purposes of administering the grant, and authorize the chair to sign the resolution, and also to authorize the county administrator to execute the assurances pertaining to the grant.
Second.
There's a first, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to consent agenda. I'll let Ray kind of help me through this. Since it's 5:12, what we're gonna do is we're going to take a majority of Elia's questions, and then we will answer Bob and Supervisor Hernandez's question.
I'll go ahead and open that up, and then maybe we can open it up and she can comment on any further questions. So I want to go ahead and just put this into the record. Item 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 10, 16, 11, 14, 15, and 17, 5 and 9 if I didn't say that, were pulled by Aaliyah. And Aaliyah and Edgar Nolasco, thank you to our deputy CAO. He sat down and went over items 5, 9, 11, 14, 15, and 17 with her, and I believe answered all of her questions. Item number 1, her question was how many hours are allowed for this period of time. It's actually in the staff report. It shows 708 hours, and it's a 1-year contract.
And I think that Peter had a question on number 1
Peter also.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought after 8 hours. So, yeah, it's a GIS mapping. It says that it's going to be a benefit to police fire. Just wanted a simple answer.
Yeah, so it's definitely a benefit.
For property tax reference.
I can go ahead and elaborate further on that. Our GIS analyst, what was that? Oh, sorry. Renee Archetta, he has been a great GIS person for the county. He has worked on many layers within our county. He's worked with the city of Hollister, with the water district, the county, the many different departments, as well as the assessor's office. And he's created many layers, and there's definitely a benefit to the fire department, to planning and building, and so many other layers that are provided. So the GIS is extremely important, and it is really the way that the assessor's office needs to go. They want to consolidate or convert over all of their CAD drawings into the GIS system and then provide that to the community. So it's a really great benefit. It's a really good thing. So basically, in this case, it's 708 hours. It's a 1-year contract, and they've been working with Links for as long as I've been here, for many years, over a decade. So they've been doing great. Okay, item number 2, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Number 2, okay.
The question was estimated tax loss. In the staff report, it does highlight that. It says total property loss is $24,573. The county's loss is 11%, or $2,703. So that was also in the staff report. Item number 6 is large gatherings okay by the county. Actually, this is an item that the Rancho Mays Booster Club wants to use the Vets Park, and this basically will be following social distancing requirements. It's considered a swap meet, and they must follow the swap meet rules for COVID. And so that will be, make sure that'll be drafted within the agreement. Item number 7, Union Road Bridge cost to date. That's $4.1 million has been spent on Union Road Bridge. Item number 10, what do the entities do? This is San Benito County Workforce Development is assigned to the Northern Central Coast region, which includes Monterey and Santa Cruz. The state actually requires a regional plan and tying it into the local plan. So that is a requirement. Partners from the AGCC provide workforce services that are compliant with the operations of America Job Center, and each partner provides different services. So that's
Great.
just a
I had a question on that one.
So I'd like to go ahead and invite Enrique Arriola. He can probably elaborate further on that too.
Yeah, I was going to ask Enrique. So my question on this, Enrique, was when I looked through the plan that was put together, which was very thorough, The one thing I did not see, at least not, certainly not a focus of it, was vocational training and vocational opportunities. It seemed to focus on, you know, what I would think are more, you know, for college graduates and, you know, areas of, you know, manufacturing technology. There was, you know, nursing, other areas that identified as areas where there's opportunities. But, you know, there's certainly, as we know, there's, you know, many people that go through the school system that are not necessarily people that are meant to go that route, and that vocational opportunities are really critical. I know from personal experience that for example, automotive technicians, you have to be highly trained, and they're very well-paid jobs, and there's huge demand for them. And I know that the high school, we have a very dynamic high school in terms of vocational training. And so anyway, just looking through it, and it may be my ignorance in what this is for, but that was my question, is I just want to be sure, you know, separate from this report, that, you know, we're very active in the county in terms of providing vocational training opportunities, and where possible, if we don't already, coordinate with the vocational instructors and the administrators at the high school, because I think there's great opportunity there. Those are my questions and comments.
So I do want to say that every workforce development board does get an allocation, actually 3 different allocations. One that is for youth, another one for adults, those that are longer-term unemployed individuals, and also dislocated worker allocation. So any of those 3 have the ability to provide vocational training. So in the local plan, it's under, I forgot what page, but it's being referred to as individual training accounts. So we do engage with local community colleges or other a training institution that is registered by the state, and we do provide different trainings. As a matter of fact, we have a couple right now that we, you know, through a partnership with probation department, once with the prison to employment, once they're released, we have a couple in a truck driving course. There's also people that have graduated and received certificate under allied health, CNAs, and a number of other trainings. So I would say about 30% or so of total grant that received probably dedicated for this type of training and interaction with the different schools. So it is addressed both within the local plan and the regional plan, and our local plan will be integrated and submitted as part of one regional plan as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last one for Aaliyah, and that is item number 16. The question is, what's the difference between the 2 entities? They're not entities. This is an interdepartmental transfer of $160,000 from Affordable Housing Fund to HEAP, which is the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. And this is, in essence, to move forward with project development fees for affordable housing. So those are the items, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and recap and hand it back to you. Items number 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 10, 16, 5, 9, 11, 14, 15, and 17 have been answered. And I would recommend you go ahead and open it up for public comment on those items. There's one more item after. It's item 13 that I'll invite Benny up.
And I had a question on 16 as well.
Okay.
Which would, and then we can.
Yeah.
Is there any comments on the items spoken of with the exception of 13 and 16 for public comment?
Like to make a comment, please press raise your hand or *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Elia Salinas. Thank you. My question is regarding, I can't remember the item number, but regarding the Union Road Bridge, and you say
The county has spent over $4 million with, so we haven't, when was the last time work was done on the bridge? Does it have new, the bridge is new, like 10 years or 15 years, or has this $4 million been spent on Union Bridge just piecemealing it and paying consultants to come back with a report to say what it's gonna, cost to continue to fix it? Thank you.
Elia Salinas, this is Benny Young, Resource Management Agency Director. The Union Road Bridge is structurally deficient and it's planned for replacement. There will be a new bridge built just south of the existing bridge. It's about a $40 million project. And that $4 million represents the cost of designing that structure and starting to acquire the right-of-way that will be needed to construct the bridge in a new location.
And Benny, just for clarification, where's the funding coming from?
The bulk of the funds for that, Supervisor Tiffany, members of the board, is from a federal funding category called Highway Bridge Program, HBP.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure the public didn't think we're spending $40 million out of our own money.
It's federal funds.
All right, so then item number 16, since we have you there, Benny,
sure.
I think there was an additional question from...
and I mentioned this morning when I was talking to you, Benny, and Mike, and I know there's coming up a presentation on affordable housing,
Correct.
And you're going to get much deeper into this, but I'm just curious, this is involved an interdepartmental transfer, $160,000 from the Affordable Housing Fund. And in the report it said there weren't a lot of funds there. I'm just curious how much is there in the way of monies in that affordable housing fund, and that's my understanding. That's by and large money that's come in from in lieu fees.
Correct.
Which I think if we haven't already, we're largely moving away from. I know that's a much bigger subject. But maybe you can touch on that as well.
Sure. Mr. Medina, members of the board, Mr. Tiffany, there's only a little over $1 million in that fund presently. I think the exact number may be around 1.2 million, and most of it's come from in lieu fees. And we felt that Enrique and HHSA had a great project with a transition housing project going on just south of the migrant camp, and they're only building about 5 units, but we felt it was a good expenditure of the housing funds to assist with that project. And by moving $160,000 from that Affordable Housing Trust Fund into to help cover the permitting costs of the HEAP project, they'll get 5 units instead of 4. So we get another unit out of the project essentially. So I felt it was a justifiable expenditure of those funds, and that's why we recommended it. We'll have a more robust discussion about the housing program and affordable housing in particular on May 25th. Is when we plan to bring that item to you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on 16?
Oh, that was included. That was included in the original item.
I'm sorry.
The only item we have not
13?
covered in depth is 13. So if you want to move forward with all the other items, or if you want to continue with 13, it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
Let's just continue with 13, and then we can.
That's fine. So
all of them.
Thank you. So
I'll make it quick. My fellow supervisors are eyeing me. Not real thrilled.
No, not at all. No, not at all. Don't find dinner.
Number 13 is in another transfer, but this case $50,000 from the traffic impact fee fund. And again, I'm just curious a little bit how much money does reside in the traffic impact fee fund approximately. And then this refers to a traffic model update that was done or is being in the process being done. And I'm just curious, is there going to be an update made or in regards to that traffic model? Maybe you can explain a little bit what's involved there.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Chair, Mr. Tiffany, members of the board. We have about 12 million in traffic impact, in our traffic impact fee fund. This represents $50,000 investment in developing a new regional traffic model that all of the engineers and planners will use for traffic analysis in conjunction with entitlement actions. It used to be that this kind of analysis was done through level of service. It was A through F, F being severe congestion and A being extremely good. And the law changed, and now we do it by vehicle miles traveled. So we needed a new model that would allow engineers, and particularly engineers and planners, to analyze the traffic effects associated with new development using the new VMT, that everybody calls it, vehicle miles traveled. And that's why we had to develop a new model. Hexagon was selected by my predecessor to develop that model, and it's now done. And what failed to happen, apparently, as far as I can tell, was that there was no budget established for the project, and so we need to be able to pay for the work that was commissioned. And I think it's a good use of those regional traffic impact fees, even though it's not project specific, but it will be relative to a whole lot of projects in the program. And then the traffic impact fees themselves are scheduled for a new regional nexus study that will be done through the regional COG in their work program next year. And I would like to see this program move to, this is my personal view, and you'll have a chance to make a decision on this at some point, both as the board and through the regional COG. It ought to be, there ought to be a kind of a regional system developed for how these funds are applied. Some of the funds are already allocated to Highway 25, for example, but I think they ought to be used for projects that are of regional significance. And I happen to believe updating this model is of regional significance. And we've also made it available to the city of Hollister should they wish to utilize it as well to simplify things with their general plan update.
Now is the traffic model update that's already it's been completed?
Yes, sir.
Is there a presentation that has already been made to the board, or, I mean, is there something to present?
We certainly could do that. We have not presented it to the board.
Okay, not knowing fully what it would involve, but I think I'd be interested in seeing it. So.
Very well.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any public comment on that one? On number 13?
Like to make a comment, please press raise hand or *9. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Sorry, that was an accident.
Darn. Okay, we will bring it back to the board.
Move to adjourn.
All these, no, we got to prove it first. All the items on consent agenda. What's the motion?
I started circling them and then I lost track of them. So can I just say collectively,
We can just, yeah. 'cause
all
it's
of the items that were just under discussion, can we move to approve from the consent items?
Is there a
All
second?
consent items. Yeah.
Was there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes.
Now, Peter,
Now,
go
Peter.
ahead.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's no second? Got a second from Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion passes.
Welcome to our world, Peter.